Okay. Yeah, that's disgusting. Um, can you hear me? No, I know. I can tell that. Okay, I want to just quickly say, yeah, I bet they sound like they're in a backpack. Dog. I've been publishing articles recently, and I think they're amazing. I think they're probably the most sound logic articles in the history of humankind. And when you have time, I want you to listen to them. And they're only like 2 minutes long. They're not really long, but they're going to change the world. And I just want you to know that. Is that okay? No, I do use AI, but this is what I do. I talk into my phone and I say, I'm writing an article on XYZ, and I want to make sure to this is the point that I'm making. So, like, the arguments that I'm making are about ad hominem attacks. If you don't know what ad hominem attacks, Latin ad means against, and homonym means the person or the man. So basically, instead of critiquing someone for their shitty mini golf play, you just say that they are a shitty mini golfer or they're an anti good mini golf player or whatever. Like, you just attack the individual. And I think that's unfair. And I also think that there's a strategy, a very important strategy in debate that is basically it's what I call the king of the hill uh, element, which is like if you can call out your opponent for using ad hominem attacks, it becomes like a meta paradoxical um, element that allows you to basically take the high ground in the argument because you're basically calling them out for calling name calling, and then you're going to destroy their argument. It's like added. Uh, that's true. That's absolutely true. I agree with that. What did you call it? Yeah, no, 100. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So basically, when Trump calls Hillary Lion Hillary or whatever, or he calls Joe Biden Sleepy Joe, I think the best thing that they could have said is that's an ad hominem attack. Wait, I'm serious because not only does it deflect whatever the reference is, but then makes him look bad for resorting to that type of a tactic. Ex- Exactly. I agree. And so here, oh, you mean Congress people, not governors. And I know you're not American. I get that. I get that. Okay. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. And I hate it. And I see this done all the time. And so uh I would really like to it's a 5 minute read, but you can listen to it, which makes it like 3 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. I am going to I really want your opinion on this because it's exactly what we're talking about. and I'm going to share it with you. And I would you can just listen to it on your phone right now, and I'll be here. And then I want somebody's opinion on this because I think it's really good. At one time, I was making this argument to Caspian Sea, and maybe I wasn't making it properly, or he was just not paying attention, which I totally understand. But but I want somebody to like understand what I'm saying. So I just sent it to you. It's in your Discord messages. All you need to do is click on it, and then once you click on it, there is a. Let me make sure this is an option. I don't want you to have to read it. I mean, you can, but I want you to just be able to listen to it. But if you can't listen to it, then we're gonna. Okay, okay. I'll be quiet, and I very much appreciate this. Word. What are your thoughts? Um, Great question. So, I'm going to be featured on a series of five podcasts starting on Monday for the next 5 weeks. On The first one is on life extension. The second one is on improvement of the earth. Third is on mega projects. Fourth is on uh, no, that's the fifth one. Um, Fourth is on space exploration, and fifth is on the search for and I have like an outline of what I'm going to say, and it's um because we have so many subjects to cover, and the podcaster slash radio host who I'm doing this with, we only have like a 20-minute window for each podcast. They're not really that long, so I have to get a lot in. So basically, I was sending him what my overview was. He liked it, and then I asked him later on if I could put out a press release just announcing that we were going to be doing this series, and he said yeah. And so I wrote a press release and I sent him uh, the draft of it to approve, and he said it looked great. And then I started submitting it yesterday to different um, press release wires. And if you know how a press release wire works, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Basically, you have to make sure it gets approved. It has to be newsworthy. It can't be an article. But that element of it, the article part, stuck out in my mind. So I was like, well, this isn't an article. It's basically an announcement of an upcoming futurism series that I'm going to be having with this Australian radio host. And then I started publishing it on some free PR or uh, press uh, wires. And um, then I just watched it start to populate on Google. And these are like really strong terms that I want to associate myself with, like futurism and, um, life extension and all that other kind of stuff that I like. And why this is important is because when someone uses AI to learn about me, I want it to be more about how I talk about futurism and less about how I bot people on Kick. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, I admit I bought people on Kick. I think it's an excellent strategy that I use, but people don't really know about me. And I want them to know what my thoughts are and what I discuss. And like, you and I have long form discussions on things weekly that are really interesting for people to be able to listen. Could easily be podcasts, if they had a little more structure. However, exactly, that's a really interesting thing. But the way that Google and other search engines index, they don't have the ability to be able to take those words out yet from the transcript and publish them. So it just is whatever I title a video on YouTube is what it's going to be, and it already takes. Right. So at least with YouTube, which so you did this with X or YouTube? I get that. Did you use an X? Uh, an X? Okay. I that's probably true. It's facing me. It has the recording near me. I agree with you on that. Um, okay. And did it do it? Right. And those microphones are not facing you. I do have microphones that are facing you. So you could, I'm sure somebody could take them and combine them to get really great audio quality and then suppress everything in the background. So that's great. Okay. So, like, exactly what you did is going to be done a lot easier in the future. And then the transcripts will be like searchable as well in an easier fashion. But I put out so much content that it is just it would take me all day to retitle things and say what the summaries of what everybody said and everything. It's just no. When I first no, you couldn't, not with my devices. Um, I tend to doubt that under current uh, processing and capabilities. Here's why. I'm live on 20 different YouTube streams right now. And let's say I had one supercomputer, right? How is it going to properly input the title and the description and make sure that you're logged into the right account and it's under the right video? It's like there's too much segregation amongst the different accounts. Maybe on one is a lot easier. But then on top of that, it has to do X, it has to do Instagram, it has to do TikTok. It would spend all day. I agree, but then I only have one video that has the transcript in it. And then what happens, which inevitably happens with a lot of my accounts, you just lose it for whatever reason, copyright, or because Zoot talks about ending everything or whatever. Like, and all the, I, I get that. And I mean, I really feel like we're less than a year away from when you go to a YouTube video, it just tells you a summary of what the transcript says. Right, it's great. And it's very accurate. But what I'm saying is, without even having to plug that in, it will just give you an AI summary of every video. We're not far away from it. Wouldn't you agree? I agree. I made a video on this topic to some extent for Instagram. If I say to you, fire monk, what do you think of? Exactly, exactly. Like that guy, his name is Quinn Duc Don, from Vietnam in the 1960s. That guy, right? Exactly. 100%. Thank you. Okay, so I typed that into Instagram, and the first thing that comes up, it was like this AI description of like some video game. And it's like, dog, this man sacrificed his fucking life against uh really religious oppression, and 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 yet Mark Zuckerberg and Instagram think that someone who would look this up, a very historical event, would instead want some stupid game that nobody cares about. Or maybe if you cared about, that's fine, but like it's not as important to me. So I just made this whole video of like, what in the F are you doing with your AI? No, it does show up, but you really have to search for it. I agree with you though. Um, it tell and it gives you a whole um, description of it, but that's a newsworthy event. That's a historical event, and to me, it was just like Zuckerberg equating the some video game with some historical event. There should be different weight that's giving that's given. The historical event is much more impactful than some fucking. Yeah, that's true. The whole this is something that drives me bonkers is that they allow children on Instagram, and uh yeah, 16. Zoot's pissed off about it because they shut down Pornhub. Yeah, yeah, and he doesn't. And did you know Bonnie Blue faked her pregnancy? Yeah, so Zoot's in shambles. He was going to be a father, he thought, perhaps. So, um, well, uh, in LA, they just had a trial for Meta and YouTube or Alphabet, and they lost. And it was basically do these platforms push content on children, and they do. And I remember having a major issue with Facebook when it opened up to 13-year-olds. I remember thinking, in order to make a contract with you need to be the age of majority. You need to be 18 years old. And basically, you're asking children to enter into a contract, which is unenforceable. And I just, I just never thought that that was proper. Now, Congress said that they made some law that said that you couldn't you couldn't scrape any data on anyone under 13. So that's why that's why 13 is the big number. But with all that being said, I, as an adult, should be able to have a setting that says, don't show me anything from anyone under 18. I feel that that is normal. Like, I don't want to see children. I don't want to see some kid who is doing a TikTok dance or whatever. That's fine that they want to do that. That's cool. I don't want it. In my opinion, Instagram and all that should have a teen app, just a different app. You should have to be 18 years old to use Instagram or TikTok, whatever else. And everything else should be under that. Uh, I understand that kids are not going to necessarily um, follow those rules, but there's nothing I can do about that. Here's what happens to me. I I really do my best to just, I mean, even in this Discord, every single person who I send an invite to says, please join if you're an adult. When kids come in here, I have to ask how old they are. I had to kick kids out yesterday. I feel like the old man on the porch saying, get off my lawn. But basically, I have to do that. And, um, and it's really, to me, you could you can have all kinds of things like, well, like Instagram already allows this. Like they call them like whatever, they call them like banned words or whatever. You can say don't show me anything for, I don't know, Venezuela or Canada, or don't, not just or about German shepherds, or about the color purple. You know what I'm talking about? You can just say don't show me anything with this word. Filtered words. Exactly. But you can't do that for people's ages. And I'm not saying that it should be for all ages, but at least minors. I mean, to me, I feel like we should protect minors, but also protect adults. Uh, there should be a separation there, and there isn't. And I just think that that's bad. Here's what happens to me, and it's even stopped me from following anybody on with knowledge on TikTok. Here's what happens. Uh, I created this bot on TikTok that just basically like takes a random song and uploads it or whatever. Okay, well, whenever those random songs are uploaded, there's like a couple minutes in there while they're uploading that TikTok just shows me a random account. And sometimes the people who do the random account do lip syncing like I do, and it's really good. And it's to a song that I really like. And so I'll be like, "Oh, I wanna follow that person just like a normal individual would." So I'll follow, and I followed maybe a few dozen people who were singing a song that I liked, and they were lip syncing it just like I do. But then I started looking into the accounts that I was following, and one of them I see says, like I thought I saw somebody who looked underage, and I looked at their profile and it said 19. So I'm like, okay, this person's just young. But then I started checking all of the ones, and one of them when there was some girl who had a parent. It's called parent managed account, and so basically this parent is I'm sure their kid was like, "Hey, I want to be on TikTok or whatever." And the parent was like, "Okay, but I'm going to manage your account." So anyway, one of the people who was just singing a song, fully clothed, all that, uh I had followed. So I went through and unfollowed every single person because I don't want to be following anybody who's not of age. And I just feel as a user I shouldn't have to make that sacrifice. I shouldn't have to say, I'm not following anybody because the site is showing me children and I don't want to be following children. I don't think that that's uh, a good uh, strategy, a good look, a good, um, I, I just don't want to. I mean, I feel, and the fact is you can say don't show me on a platform, don't show me anything about iPhones or cats or whatever, but you can't say don't show me children. It's like the app is forcing it on people. They're forcing children to see adult things, and they're forcing adults to interact with minors, and I don't think that's right. That's true. That's true, and they already they already they already they already already do this. They say you have to be 13 to be able to. So they're already drawing the line at 13. And I'm saying draw a line at 18 so that I don't have to interact with any of these people. Okay, that's fine. Skype's not even a thing anymore. It was shut down by Microsoft. So I get what you're saying. But like there aren't that many places. And um at least for the big ones, I don't know. I just don't want to see children. And that's my prerogative. There's no thing on there to say don't show me kids, or at least kids accounts. Some people want to show them with their family. That's fine. I mean, whatever. But I'm following the adult. I don't want to be following the 17-year-old person. And um, I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. And I'm on social media so much that this is just a setting that I think is necessary. I see a lot of adult people on X that use the phrase MDNI. Have you ever seen this phrase MDNI? minors do not interact. Now, I didn't know what that meant, so I had to look it up. But it's basically like, don't interact with my stuff if you're not 18 years old. And I see it on X, I see it on Discord. I mean, if you look at my Discord profile, it says 18 plus. I don't want to talk with anybody. It's a big thing. Like, I agree, and I agree. I agree. Here's an interesting one in its own way, yeah, and that's changing. Okay, so X. In order to download X from the Google Play Store or iOS store, it says uh it's a different kind of app. It's different than Instagram and Snapchat and all that other stuff that you can be 13. That one you says you have to be 18 because they just straight up show porn on it. However, I get a lot of guys in Africa who don't give a shit about that and they just make accounts and then they come in here and ask how to get a job and everything and I'm like, all right, well, create all these different social media profiles and they're like, I can't, I'm not 18. And it's like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I met you on X, I'm assuming that you're 18 because it says that you have to be 18 on X. But it's just like, it's a loophole and I get it. When I was under 18, I would have been doing the same thing. I mean, I can't say that I didn't ever say that I wasn't, that I was 18, just to get into websites or whatever, but um it's just like an expectation that I have. Enlighten me, please. Sounds familiar. With you with you saying that, yes, I know what you're talking about, and um in my mind as a young person, it just wasn't sexualized by that. I just saw those as people who were exercising. But I know what you're talking about. The exercises that they were doing were, if you look at them with that type of uh, view, then they're very sexual. Absolutely. Okay, did you like my ad hominem attack article? Was it okay? This shit about pickleball, dog? I want to watch this Michael Jackson documentary. All right, dog. It's all right, big dog. Take care. Peace. Come on, class kids.
This is really the fight of the kid. You're a grandpa.
9.
You got 9 grandchildren, and you're 56.
Let's introduce. It's Josh
It's
Wolf.
Josh Wolf, one of my favorite people,
The best.
and a great comic and a great human being.
You're at Cap City this weekend?
Cap City is
Cap City.
Great club, man.
Great club. I just talked to Mark Grossman yesterday. Great club. Great club. And you'll sell well there. It's great.
Yeah, I love, and I've always come to even the old Cap City. Remember that old room?
Yep.
I love that old room. I like those
In the strip mall?
Yeah, but I like those long, kind of flat, low.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that shit.
It's a great. I love that place. I remember the old Cap Cities.
Yeah,
That was always. Oh,
It's
God.
a strip.
God, I love that.
The place.
a
I had some
low ceiling
sick
comedy
shows there.
club is where all of the energy
There's nowhere to go.
comes flying
I
out.
have so many great memories of that.
Yeah,
And then there's opposite because when you do San Antonio, it's like the ceilings. It's like
crazy. In that place in Minneapolis, in the mall, the
Yeah, Mall of America.
All America.
It's just a little. It's a little cavernous.
The first time I went, the manager was like, "Hey, you ever played here?" And I said, "No." And he was like, "Just so you know," he said, "unless this place is sold out, a lot of times you'll see them laughing, you just won't hear it." And I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
They're right in front of me. And he goes, "Yeah, but the
That was a club where a guy had a seizure in my front row. A seizure, and I mean, mass exodus. Just what the ambulance, stretcher. That's the end of that show. But yeah, you're right. If it's not packed, and even if it is,
Those laughs.
It's just." We had a woman, I do a residency. I live in Vegas. I have a residency there.
That's fucking right. You live in Vegas now.
And this woman passed out of her. You know that noise a head makes when it hits something, like that?
Don't hear from toddlers.
Yeah. When they fall without their hands.
Like, oh, for sure, thank God.
Oh God.
She fell, donk, and it made that noise where even in the middle of the show, everyone was like, "Oh, what's up?" Oh my fucking God.
Bleeding from the brain.
And then when she got up, it's so funny when people get up and they're like, "I'm fine," and you look at them and they have like a. I'm like, "No, you're not.
You're not. Dude, I was at the rodeo with my family, and there's this little kid, and like overall's gonna be more country. But the dad has him standing on the top of the bleachers, and you can tell he's probably 5 or 6.
Oh Christ!
He's kind
I
of
get so nervous.
And I'm just like, if I could just, you mind if I touch the kid? I'm not.
Yeah.
You mind?
Not touching kids.
The dad's like, come on, he got him. Like, all right, kid.
What is going
I
on?
was mad at the dad. I'm like, you fucking idiot. The kid's crying. And then dad's like, he's fine. I'm like, what, ice or something? He's like, no, he's fine. And then the kid for the rest of the rodeo, he was just a bunch of empty rest of the rodeo. Just,
Yeah, man. Yeah, kids get cuffs.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, shitty dad of the year.
just staring at the horses like,
But
then I'm like, you good, boy?
how many times were you concussed in high school football and nobody gave a fuck?
Oh, dude.
A million?
Well, you might have given
College, I got him to at college, too. They used to call it getting your bell rung, and then I was the guy, because I was fullback, and I was the wedge buster on kickoff, too. So I remember going to film study on, like, Sunday. They'd be like, all right, let's watch Shop get fucked up here. Everyone's like, yeah! And then even now, I'm like, this can't be good. Like, I'm known as the meathead.
No concussions in baseball, though.
Dude,
You know what I'm saying?
Zero. Although the kid this past weekend the pitcher took a straight hard line drive to the throat.
Yeah. No!
Stud pitcher's name's Hill. He's throwing heat. Like they're like 9 and 10 throwing like 58, 60 at the same.
So insane.
That's at 60 feet, right?
Yeah.
You're not on a full field yet.
No, not a full field. I mean, he's throwing heat. Ting! He's like, goes to the ground. I'm like, again, Texas dads. You all right? Get on up now. Get on up. Breathe, son. Get on up. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I'm Colorado kid. I'm like, oh my God, is he all right? And the dad's like, don't touch him. Don't touch him. And he's like, breathe, son. And he's pitched the rest of the game.
That's like different.
Oh, they're just stud.
It's a different
Rub some
mentality.
dirt on it.
But dude, you look great. You're on, and you two got this in common. I've been on it for a hot second.
Yeah.
It's my first week.
We're the TRT boys.
With the TRT boys.
Good new boy band.
Now,
TRT?
Oh, what's up? Oh my God!
Dude,
ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for TRT.
Can't dance and they can't sing, but they are TRT boys.
No rhythm.
No rhythm.
They got energy.
Yep. The guy on the left is Jewish, and the guy in the middle is Samoan.
The oldest dudes with the smallest nuts.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, your nuts.
My nuts haven't shrunk up.
You haven't been on long.
Oh, okay.
Eventually, your nuts go. I think our work here is done.
Yeah.
They pulled up shop.
Really?
They're going back to their original home.
Yeah. Mine are like the size of like small grains.
Are they?
Yeah.
But you're taking a lot. I'm not taking a lot. I'm taking very little.
But why did you get on it? Because you've always been shredded.
We were just talking about.
Usually when people like start to lose like the definition of the muscle and like lose some weight, that's when guys are like, I should probably do something.
It wasn't anything the way I looked, honestly. Thanks for bringing that up.
That's a baby dick, so
that is not great. Doesn't make your dick shrink.
That's a tiny dick. Whose dick is that?
Yeah, that's a tough look.
That's a tough look. That looks like a child's dick. So
Honestly, it looks like a thumb.
yeah.
Big balls on the left though.
It looks like Brett Favre's dick. His dick looks like
Yeah. I love that guy.
I kept that dick pic. It's the only dick pic I've kept on my phone, but it made me laugh. I'm like, this dude, he looks like a thumb with no nails.
Yeah, he's awesome. But who convinced you to do TRT?
Honestly, it had nothing to do with the way I looked. It had to do with, I love working out. It's like, I have an addictive personality. So if I don't get to the gym, it's not good for me.
Yeah.
So, but my workouts were, and my recovery was
Just
bad.
dragging.
Yeah, dude. But after that first half hour, I was like, I don't got it.
Especially the recovery. That's when you're like, dude, what the hell is going on?
I couldn't walk up the stairs of my fucking house after that day. So I was like, I'm going to try this. Plus, I travel a lot. You know?
That beats you up. People don't realize it. Like, it's
Sleep and all that.
get it out of your routine.
You know, when you're touring, you're doing. For me, like I would work out and then I'd be on stage for at least 2.5 hours a night, and you know, I found myself for the first time being really tired.
Yeah.
In the middle of shows.
Yeah.
Like as in, like I do my first show and I was like, I don't want to go out there. I'm tired. And then by the end of it, I was like, oh, I'm going home. And once I got back, I got on TRT. I literally don't have that anymore. I have that energy again.
How long have you been telling? There's some weird taboo thing with TRT. Be like, oh, steroids? Like, no. Let's say you're deficient in vitamin D.
Yeah.
And you go to the doctor and they're like, hey, we did the blood work. Your vitamin D is so low.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just going to get it back to optimal levels.
Yes.
That's the same thing as testosterone.
So
but it's way more important.
Ways to Well got deep in it. So Ways to Well, like Denise was like, she goes, look, your overall testosterone is high, but you got to look at your free testosterone. You got to look at what's available. You got to look at your sex binding hormone, your sex hormone binding globule, which is when you get older, especially if you're Mediterranean descent, it's higher. It sucks up all the testosterone.
Yes, I
So if you look at, if you understand somebody who really understands the endocrine system, she was like, I'm just telling you, you know, I'm not telling you to do it. There are other things you can do. I go, well, let's just do it. Let me see what happens.
Yeah.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, with Ways to Well, like I've been on TRT for so long. Ways to Well is it's like a peptide clinic, health clinic. It's close to here.
It's a health clinic.
If you want to go, we can definitely say
do everything.
Too, because I want to get into these peptides.
Got you. Say less. I got you. My boy, bring him. We'll connect you after this. It's close to here.
Really?
But because I was on TRT forever, dude. When I retired, first thing I was like, where's the testosterone?
But how come? Because you've always been a big dude.
You haven't training as much.
Yeah, but I think energy, especially once I started having kids, like keeping up with those critters, and then really just energy. Like this morning, like now I'm good. Like this morning, my baby girl woke me up at 3:30, and once I'm up, I'm up. There's no
Really?
let me go give her yah, and then
Oh, you can't go back to bed?
no. If Billy wakes me up at 2, 3, that's all right. That's so I've been up since 3. I'm good, baby. I'm fucking great.
Yeah.
I'll go from here. I got 2 shows. I can do this workout that they get to film, and then I'll take Tiger to practice. I'll be on my feet for 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
I'll go home. I'm good, dude. I'm good. But my thing was TRT. This is where the taboo comes from. There's bro sides. So I was doing like, you say you're doing 5. I was doing like 12.
Whoa.
Correct. And I was like,
12 what?
12.
Jesus.
How much are you doing?
I do point, I do a total of 80 milligrams a week. So I do that much in the syringe in the
8 IUs.
Every other day.
So I was doing, my thing is I was doing 12 because this is where the bro sites come in. I just got a prescription from some random dude that made it happen, this random doctor. No one did my blood work. So I was doing all that stuff. I wasn't feeling great. My libido was shot. I had all these issues.
You also had a little
So then when I went to Ways to Well, they actually did blood work and broke it down. Like, first of all, you're doing way too much. Like, this is why you're feeling like this. And then added some peptides. Your boys cooking now, cooking.
Yeah, you got to do it with the supervision of a doctor. First thing I asked you, because a lot of people just do it on their own. I'm like, hold it. You got to look at your levels and have somebody who really knows what the fuck they're doing, because it's a very delicate process.
I am going to do what you suggested, though, which is break it up. I just put it all.
Microdosing is really good because what happens is, so every other day, I'll do like a very small amount because you don't get these spikes. You don't get this like high. So if you take Cypionate, some people do it, but I'm saying for somebody my age, like they were telling me, just try to microdose.
Everyone should, because if you do 5 or whatever is 8 IUs all at once, your testosterone goes whoop, the week it's back down.
Yeah.
So by Saturday, Sunday, you're like, oh man. But by breaking it up, then you're constantly like this.
When my doctor said that I was going to have increased libido, and I told my wife, she was like, well, I want you to know I'm not on testosterone. So
those days are over.
Yeah, she was like, you're going to figure out what you're going to do with that. But I think the quote she said was, hard pass and a flaccid pass.
Yeah.
Pass.
Yeah,
she's on passing on that.
My wife is 23 years younger, and when I say I woke up this morning with a dick that would blunt a cat's claw. If a cat came and attacked my dick, the cat would come out with blunt claws. That's how hard it was.
You've never really had a problem.
I never have, but it's teenage hard. I mean, how's your wife feel?
She feels good.
See, but I have this buddy, I won't say who, I don't want to give away, but so his wife was constantly taking naps, not waking up for the kids, like not, just no energy, just kind of a bummer to be around. And so my wife was like, man, you should probably get your blood work checked out. So we sent her to Ways to Well. She does her blood work, and they're like, oh my God. Yeah, like, first of all, it's not only for guys, your testosterone, there's 0. Yeah. It's important for women, too. Like, it's 0.
I'm going to have her get that.
Yeah, so, and then she did this. Dude, her husband was like, buddy, you saved our marriage. God, like, she's a different person. He's like,
hormones, right?
Yeah, it's all hormones. And he's like, I had no clue about any of this. He's like, since she's done it, it's like, we've gone back 20 years.
Do they have to balance the estrogen also?
They do all of that.
They do
progesterone.
It's such a minuscule amount for women.
Yeah.
I mean, she has a huge cock now, but her energy's there.
I mean, her energy's there.
Dude, you're right. You're right about that. Her energy's there. You're right about the testosterone for women, which I didn't know.
Yeah.
They will manipulate that because women, if you're really healthy, you have a certain level of testosterone as well as progesterone. It's a balancing act, right? But to your point, like if your hormones are off, you are fucked. And most people are walking around, they don't get enough sleep, they don't eat right, they got stress, all these things. That's already throwing things off. Then with age, then,
And also, when your testosterone's low, like your immune system shots, you get sick more.
Yes.
It's so important.
I'm really interested as to how it's going to change my body because I've always been kind of jacked.
Yeah, it's insane.
I've always
You'll probably put on a little weight. Like I've put on maybe so far 3 pounds
in your dick,
just in your tummy,
and just in my tummy. Just in the tummy.
You have some love handles now?
No.
You don't TRT love it?
No, I don't have skin. Okay.
That'll be your name in the group.
Love handles. Yes.
I got a little pimple on my neck, and I'm so paranoid of staph. And I was like, I have staph, and they're like. At the studio, it's ingrown hair, or you're taking TRT and you're getting pimples. I was like, what the fuck?
You jump right to staph?
Right away.
He's like,
I'm so afraid of it.
That's what you're afraid of?
Well, because staph's no joke, and so I'm rolling around a lot, and I'm just always worried about it.
I'd be if you're seeing the benefits of TRT, like there's so many beneficial peptides too. It's wild. When you go to Ways to Well, you're like, what? They're shit for.
Can I just say where I noticed it? Like I know it sounds without, but like. My hand speed. I know it sounds weird, but like when I was hitting mitts, when I posted that thing, like the difference in like I was hitting mitts and I saw a video. Somebody took it and I was like, oh, I was so slow, and then I was just slower. I was just fucking, and I took after TRT. Like I feel like my hands are like I'm just stronger. I'm
I think
faster.
we need to send some Gina Carano's with. Just kidding. Yeah, she looks strong.
Oh, she does. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
Is she fighting him?
she's fighting Ronda May 14th.
Ooh. How old are they? She's older than
she's
Ronda, right?
39.
No, she's 40. She's over 40.
Is Ronda also over 40?
Ronda might be 39,
I
38.
think she's 38.
Is that a fight you're interested in watching?
No. You know, I'm a degenerate, so I'll watch bums fight. I'll stay extreme.
Well, dude, I'll watch Bob's
Yeah, me too. I'll break it down.
Yeah,
I'll just left hand a little higher. But but yeah, I'll watch that. Yeah. The card overall, they just announced a full card. The card's good.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. I swear.
If I'm mine, I'm dying.
This is free. This is free. This is movies like Titanic, Dreamgirls, and Gladiator. And TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Like, what is? I remember Gina fighting early on.
Oh, dude, she hasn't fought in 15 years.
Yeah. So is that?
They're doing movies. Ronda should be a minus 4,000
Because of her
What?
wrestling?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of
Wrestling
here!
or what?
Yeah. She's gonna.
Is that the only reason she's taking the fight?
Right.
Because she's minus 4,000.
Yeah, right. Like they offered me a fight, and the fight was very tough. They offered me. This is like a few months ago. I'm like, well, buddy, what are we doing?
Yeah.
But if you get it, if I was a minus 4,000, I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, fuck
Yeah.
yeah.
Who would be a guy without? You could probably maybe name some names. Okay, I got look, Brent. $2 million.
Okay.
$2 million.
Flat fee.
Flat fee.
No, for Conor Ben, 50.
Let me go through some. Okay, how much you want?
I'm more famous.
All right, you want $5 million? Hey! Who are they all? I'm taking my
random boxer.
Yeah,
Conor
Conor.
Zuffa boxer offered him 15 mil for one fight.
Yeah, Conor Ben's more exciting and.
Yeah, I'm more famous. So I gotta.
And
Okay,
all due respect, there are people who would be like, I would like to see Brendan make
Yes.
it, right?
Yeah.
yeah, but
So that would.
I'm only giving you. I'm giving you $5 million.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
$5 million after taxes. We got $3 million back. Okay.
Okay.
Now
That's nice.
I'm gonna go through some names. Don't get.
Be realistic though. Don't be like chuckle it out.
I'm going to, and I'm going to, and I want you to just relax. I'll stroke. Now,
Is there a drug testing?
there is
Because neither one of us can pass.
there is not. There is.
We both tested.
There is no drug test.
There's no drug. Yeah, I'm trying to answer over. Yes.
You would.
Yes.
Okay, that's
We
right.
went like vegan too for a while, so yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay. So you're in for Alice.
Pretty good right there.
His head is massive.
Yeah, he's looking pretty jacked.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah, who's next?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay.
What about the Diaz brother?
I'm gonna say. It.
I'll fight both of them.
I'm gonna say it. Brock Lesnar.
No fucking.
Now hold on.
Absolutely.
You what?
Fuck yes.
Yes,
You know how many eyeballs that would get?
You would do it
Yeah,
100%.
but you know how many eyeballs you might leave with?
I don't know.
Do you do knock me out?
I don't know.
I can't box.
No, you'd be surprised.
Big dude. He's a big dude.
Yeah,
and he's older. I would do it.
But you know who's got really good jiu-jitsu? That guy. Real good jiu-jitsu.
How big do you think Brock Lesnar is compared
Very
to
big.
300.
But you know, he's Bam Bam. He's a strong boy.
Oh, dude, I'm every bit of 250.
He's a strong boy.
I've seen
And
him
his
wreck out
jiu-jitsu is a problemo. So
God, he's a jack.
no, he's a nightmare. He's a nightmare. He's a very Hey, Bob,
Is that recent?
we're all nervous. We're all very nervous. We're all very nervous.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
Yes,
Knocked out of his mind. But my guess is your cardio's better, Bubba.
Yeah, cardio's way
Right?
better.
Your cardio's better. He's gonna run
Right
better.
at you, right? That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, there's no like mystery of what he's gonna do.
He's gonna try to
He's also 48.
I know.
So I like the fight. I like the
I
fight.
like the fight.
Okay.
In your mind, you gotta survive the first how many minutes?
Probably 3 minutes with him.
Yeah, and then Brock's got a problem because he's got very good cardio.
Yeah.
And his jiu-jitsu is a problem. Problemo. So you know, it's going to be.
It would be more than $5 million to fight Brock.
What's that?
You have to be more than $5 million because they would probably pay him if it was like MVP. Like,
But I'm saying five. I'm saying five because I can't pay him 40. But if I give you 40, you're going to play everything. You're going to fight everybody, right?
What if we send you to Japan and do one of those 5-on-1 fights?
Oh, that'd be cool.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, like
Five little
Asian
Asian
shit.
dudes.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
How about would you run it back with Andre Rothschild?
Man, he's active. I wouldn't
He's active. He's
I wouldn't fight him in beer knuckle. I'd fight him in MMA.
Yeah, he's active though, isn't he?
On like a Netflix card, I would do it.
Yeah.
You can't test me.
When's the last time? How long has been since you fought?
I retired in this year's been 11 years.
Damn, that's a lot of miles on that body.
Does it, like, 11 years removed from getting punched in the face, is that something that you would have to be like, I'm going to feel this?
Oh yeah, like they couldn't be like, hey, you got a 2-month notice. I'm like, no, I need 8 months to get back on track. At least make it presentable.
Yeah.
And then things have to come to a hold. Like, I'm probably missing some practice. Like, coach my kids baseball and football. Like, I don't know if it's worth it.
Man, when Andre was young, he looked amazing. In 2000, I remember seeing him in person. I was at the fight.
It's a tough gig, dude.
Dude, I remember the first time I got punched in the face in a fight. I was like, yeah, I don't like this.
Nobody does.
This is not.
Andre had cancer, Bubba?
Yeah.
What do you have? What kind of cancer?
I don't know. I forgot. We talked about it too.
What is it?
He beat it though.
What? You beat 2024?
He's had cancer twice.
I beat 3 times or something. Yeah, 3 times.
3-time cancer.
Kept coming back. 2 removed from kidney.
Holy shit. Yeah, that's not
Kidney cancer. Jesus.
if you're going to get a cancer, that's the cancer to get, actually.
Kidney cancer?
That's not good. That's not good at all.
That is 3 times.
How's life in Vegas, brother?
My God.
Hot.
It's not hotter than here. Are you? So for 3 months.
So first of all, it's dry heat and it's way easier. So our heat, Bubba, make no mistake.
I don't think it's
sucks.
shit. I don't think it's shit.
So I don't like humid at all.
I don't like this.
I don't like it at all.
I like humidity.
No. But Vegas, dude, I'm telling you, the best kept secret about Vegas is the weather.
Yeah.
So 3 months a year, it's rough. But I lived in the fucking valley.
That's what I'm saying. See,
So there were 3 months of the year where I didn't go outside either.
that's the point. Everyone was getting ready for that Texas heat. I'm like, man, the valley was 106, 108 for 45 days straight.
Yeah, dude, heaven.
Hot.
Vegas. So we were at 70 degrees last week.
Yeah.
75 degrees.
It's beautiful.
It's fucking.
You like living there, right?
What's that?
You like living there.
I love it. Listen, man, I like being removed. I don't need to be in it anymore. I got my residency there, so I get 2 nights a week in town where I just drive down and fuck around and do whatever.
And where are you doing that at?
At Kimmel's.
Oh, sick.
Dude,
Did you go to Wise Guys too?
I don't do Wise Guys because Kimmel's has me there. On Sundays and Mondays, it's just me and Lunel. So I do my show, she does
And
her
do they pack it in?
Yeah, dude, it's great. It's and the thing about Vegas, man, is that when people are like, I don't like Vegas, I'm like, well, then you don't like anything. Everything,
You have everything.
Well, it's the same when people are like, oh, LA, Hollywood. It's like, yeah, bitch, I don't live in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Like, that's a weird. It'd be like, yeah, I don't like Austin because of 6th Street. Like, no one in Austin is going to 6th Street. Like, the suburbs are amazing.
It's like if when you were living in LA, if somebody was like, hey, let's go to Universal City Walk, you'd be like, yeah, call me when you.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
I'm never fucking going there.
Never.
I go to the Strip twice a week for my shows. My wife's been out of town shooting movies, so I'll go down and gamble every now and then because I take some mushrooms and go down. But the food is fucking next level.
Yeah, it's a good restaurant.
Next level.
Kids are older, but also good school systems out there too.
But also, buddy, like, have either one of you been to the Sphere yet?
No, I drove by it.
Fuck.
You went to it?
Oh man,
To the Eagles or some shit?
am I 90?
I don't know.
The fucking Eagles.
I don't know who else was there.
I went and saw Zach Brown there.
Oh, I love Zach Brown.
The Eagles.
I don't know who else had residency there though. You know?
Everybody.
Yeah.
I went and saw The Dead. Fucking amazing. I'm going to go see Metallica.
Oh, I would love that.
And I'm going to go see Backstreet Boys.
Oh, that'd be
Well,
fun.
oh, come on, dude.
I know all those other
Wait, is Justin Timberlake going to be part of it or
That's
no?
not the Backstreet Boys.
Hey,
Get
Boomer.
the
Was
fuck.
he in excess?
Jump off.
Jump you. Hey,
Jump off the balcony.
NSX.
Jump off the balcony.
NSYNC.
He was in sync. That's who he was. Backstreet Boys are who? I know who they are, but I don't listen to that because I'm a straight man and I'm a.
You should know them.
No, I know, but they're like a
You don't
boy
know.
band. I don't like their music.
Oh, no, they're slappers.
You don't think Backstreet Boys has some good songs? Are you just saying that because you're on testosterone and your
No,
dick's
I
hard?
know. I think it's terrible. I don't like that kind of music. Really. It's too music. No, it's too canned. It's a little too. I'm an artist, guys.
What do you listen to?
I mean,
Jethro Tull. You don't listen.
I'm a tall freak. I love the flute. If the flute's not in the fucking lecture, I'm not going to listen to the flute. If there's no flute,
You don't listen to a ton of music. I only listen to music when my kids are in the car. Otherwise, I'm listening to podcasts.
yeah, me too. My wife is a music girl. She listens. She always has music in the house.
I don't even relate this with when your son's playing baseball. When I'm driving at 7 a.m. to a game, dude, it's fucking Metallica, Rage Against the Machine, Eminem.
How great, by the way, dude, is watching your kid play baseball?
Best thing on the planet.
So Jacob Wolf, my son, was a phenomenal.
Really?
Dude, can I tell you? So
Don't you hate the rep? Don't you think because he's good, it makes the experience better?
yes.
Like, God, there's some dads where the kids just don't have it. You're like, we're not having the same experience.
No. Jacob, at 9 years old, I'll remember this forever. I had to pull him off first base, crying, because it was the first time he had ever gotten out.
Oh my God. He just didn't.
And I was like, dude, you're out. He was like, what? And I'm like, yeah, you have to come back to the bench.
What do you mean? It was like baseball, so there's 3 outs.
I'm always on base, and like you actually.
Not this time.
Yeah, you're out.
Yeah.
He couldn't
Wow.
fucking.
I went. It was amazing. My wife and I went to see a friend of mine, and his son was playing lacrosse, and my wife was laughing so hard because his son was running away from the ball and he would run straight up. He looked like he was barefoot on pebbles. He didn't have it, and the ball would be right there, and he would go like this. And he's like, all right, come on, Toby, let's go,
I
Toby.
don't know what that's like.
No, baseball.
So, were you coaching too?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't the best, dude?
What's up, dude? So your son played for how long?
He played until he was sophomore, and then he moved to a school that just didn't have baseball.
And you guys were playing in the Valley?
Yeah, we were in the Valley. And he didn't want to do
The
honestly, he
travel
didn't want to do the travel.
I get it.
To what?
It's a lot, dude. It's a lot.
A lot.
He's gone all day, dude. He's literally for 12 hours. He's outside on a Saturday and Sunday.
Here's the truth.
Oh, and then practice 4 times.
Jacob was like, did you have travel ball? And I said, when I was growing up, no, our parents didn't like us that much. They weren't bad. But my dad would be like, you want me to drive an hour and sit on a field for 6 hours while you play 3? I have shit to do. You're fucked.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to be the greatest
It's such a business now. That's the.
What is the correlation between size and skill in terms of when?
Right now, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Until they hit puberty,
So when they do hit puberty,
you don't know what they
need
got.
size though. You just play in the majors.
No, not in baseball.
The thing about baseball, and I don't know about the other sports, but the kids like there was an Armenian kid I grew up with who had a mustache when he was 11, and he dominated, but he never grew until So you just don't know.
So like they'll really. So you'll tell a team like. Especially we were at Houston, it's like the top 20 teams in the nation.
Yeah.
And you see the coach literally was like, I'm taking all the kids in puberty. We're going to dominate the bitches that happen. And they're throwing 60, 65 change-ups, fucking curveball splitters. It's like, enjoy it for now.
Yeah.
Because once these kiddos hit that,
We'll catch up.
We'll catch up.
Yeah.
I explain it to Tiger all the time. Like, It's all good because he struggled. These kids were fucking pitching. He top 20 teams in the nation.
But it's good for them to.
It's to a certain extent, like you just want all failure. Yeah. But also, once you go to travel ball, it takes away the innocence. Yeah. It's no longer just about fun. Now it's super competitive.
It's such a bummer.
It's like my son has anxiety when pitches, and I'm like, I never had that till I was like in college.
Yeah.
Like this isn't good.
But baseball for me, out of all the sports,
By far the best.
the best one. And it's the best one to go watch. You're outside. It's good weather. You're not in the gym in the winter or a rink in the winter. I mean, you remember? Did you go to play hockey at all? The skates were like at 5 a.m.
Yep.
to get a rink. It was a fucking. When Jacob was like, I had to tell him. He was like, I want to play hockey. I'm like, you're gonna have to get yourself there. You think I'm getting up at 4 to get you a rink by 5? 0% chance. But baseball is great weather. You're outside. It was my favorite sport to coach and to watch him play and all that shit.
I freaking love it, dude.
Is your son good?
Yeah.
What's his thing?
It's both of them. So my oldest Tiger, his thing. So
Are they huge?
Tiger's massive, guys. 109 pounds. He's 10.
Dude,
What? Just a big kid.
Dude, he's a beast.
He's like a 260-foot home run.
He's got a neck this thick. He's got traps. It's so weird.
He's athletic, big kid.
Do you got him working out?
Oh yeah. I got my 6-year-old working.
TRT yet?
That's what we're thinking about. For sure, peptides. Yeah. But the G code is obviously Tiger's this beast, super strong, can hit the ball a million miles. But then the younger brothers used to play with the older kids. So the younger one's such a monster. Like his fundamentals are crazy. For 6, crazy. Like I coach his team. He's the only kid. Really, there's not too many kids even on Tiger's travel ball team. But he's 6, playing, in the upper division. Like last year when we first got there, they put him with the 8U team because he was dominating the 5U. So he's 5 playing with 8. So now he's on like the 6U, the better kids. They do tryouts for 5 and 6-year-olds. There's tryouts. There's tryouts. Because there's NL and AL. The AL is first timers, kids that want to see if it's for them. The NLs are kids that can cook. So he's prep stepping at 6, dude. And I don't have to tell him to do this. Literally prep stepping, talking about turning 2. I'm like, hello? I like where your head's at. Yeah. There's no turning 2. Because that kid at first base is going to shit his pants if you throw the ball that hard. There's no turning 2. So stop turning 2. He'll play second base. He'll field the ball, step on second, get out and go for a double play and throw it to first. And he throws so hard, the kid's like, dude, what the fuck? I'm like, you gotta quit saying turning 2. It's freaking everybody out. They're 6.
You're freaking everybody out with your genetics.
Yeah, they were looking for their Capri Sun and their orange slice.
Yeah, that kid's staring at the sun, and you're talking about turning.
See, as a regular guy, I remember playing baseball, and some of those stand-up kids, this kid Mike Gomez, like he ended up playing, I think, semi-pro. And when I remember, I was 9, and I remember he was a pitcher. And I remember going, I can't see that ball. Also, I'm afraid of that. I'm afraid.
Here's what's crazy about Texas sports is like yesterday, like Tiger pitches and we go to the field early, meaning him warm up before he warms up with the team. That's just our thing. We talk, we play the ball back and forth. And the coach, he's on another team. The Mustangs play for the Mustangs, but they have all sorts of age group. He comes over and he's telling you, like, teaching some technique you should do. And I'm like, holy fuck. That guy pitched in 2 World Series. He's the all-time leading strikeout leader for, I think, the Texas Rangers. Like, superstar, like Hall of Fame, crazy. And he's teaching Tiger. And then I look over and the head guy, coach at University of Texas, he's like a legend in the area. He's the head of the Mustangs, Josh Sanders. He took kids from 6-year-olds to 16. And out of the 11 kids, I think 9 got drafted MLB.
Dude, God.
So it's like there's I just looked out and the coaching in Texas is bananas.
When I was growing up, and we all played 3 sports, none of us just played 1. But even because I'm sure the fields here are pristine, right?
Yeah.
Dude, they were dicey.
Dicey.
Like the ball, oh my God, you never knew where the ball was going to jump. And honestly, the people who umpired the games were drunk.
Yeah, no one's into it.
No.
There's barely anybody in the city.
Nobody's putting money into it.
Different animal now.
How many kids do you have?
I have 3 kids.
Okay, you only have 3.
Different kids, yeah.
You have total 3?
Total of 3.
I thought you had 5 kids.
Sometimes it feels like it. And you guys know, and you saw Jacob, he opens for me.
It's so great.
Dude,
He's been going for a while, right?
This will be, I think, his 4th year. It's the best time I have ever had on the road.
It's the greatest thing in the world.
I honestly, as soon as he started touring with me, I stopped thinking about tickets. I stopped thinking about anything.
It's bigger than that, Bubba.
Dude, oh my God. It is the absolute dream. We started in separate hotel rooms, and then it was like 3 months in. He was like, dude, let's just get a room.
Yeah, where are we going?
What are we doing? Yeah. He said, let's just hang out.
Bunk up, bud.
So
I'm doing that with my son. My son's a natural. I'm 14, though.
I'm telling you right now, it will change the game for you.
I need some time, but
Yes, but it's it's so good.
He's gonna be 70.
I'll be 70 and my son will be 20. It'll be hilarious. Hey guys, what's going on? Well, the TRT's getting I'm losing my voice. That'd be great.
But you're doing it right, man. Forget this ticket sales and all that, like the experience and this time with your kiddo. Like I told it's the only thing I'm ever present and aware of. I realize that these times are going to go fast.
Yes.
So like the last tournament, we're driving there at 6:30 in the morning. I get him a latte for the early games, like drinking black coffee or whatever. And we're driving. I look over, I go, buddy, this is the best time of my life right now. I said it's the best time of my life, and I go, we maybe have 4 years left. We have 4 years. And he's like, what? I'm like, buddy, you're 10.
Yeah.
So when you're 14, you're gonna be in high school. I can be driving you to the games. I said, I'll be there, but there's no more of this.
Yeah. And by the way, when you're 14, you won't want me driving you.
That's what I told him. I'm like, things are gonna change, but like right now, I'm your hero, and we spent all this time together. We have 4 years left of this, bud. So if you strike out,
just know. Strike out. You go from Tiger to Daddy's little disappointment.
Yeah. So
you don't want to be Daddy's little
4 years. Don't fuck this up.
Don't fuck up my life.
But that's why
Who
I love
have
my
not
youngest. He's
generally
just
had a
getting
name as
started, so
a
I can read
collective
over
group,
him.
like the
Jacob
Rabbis,
said to me a couple
and
weeks
their
ago,
efforts
we
to
were
build
driving home, and
societies and Jewish homes and
guy in his
communities
20s,
and
so he's not
education.
too sentimental.
And it's time that we
We're
start
at his red light,
recognizing
and he
them.
stopped, and he looked at me and he goes, I just want you to know, this is the best time of my life.
Oh, God. You should have gone, this is your response. Should have been, gay.
Yeah, I did tell him. I was like, let's keep the gay shit.
Don't get gay on me. That's crazy. He recognizes them, especially at 20.
Dude, he and I are, look, I'm still his dad, but we're buddies, man. We're fucking straight up. He fucks with me all the time, which I love. I've started eating sardines.
Oh, well.
And I to torture him, I eat him in the hotel room. And I'll just leave the empty can by his pillow.
Is he single?
Yes.
Is that weird? Like, it'd be weird. Like, me and T are close, but I can't imagine him talking to me about chicks.
Well, here's the thing.
He's a fine line, right?
So we do it.
10.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying when he's 20.
We
Like,
do
keep talking to him like, Dad, this chick.
The only thing we don't talk about. That's it. That's what we don't talk about.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, we do a Q&A, right? And somebody asked, do you guys talk to each other about sex?
Great.
And he said, are you asking me if I ask him how he fucks my mom? And the people were like, good point. I was like, yeah, we don't talk
Next
about
question.
That's right. We don't talk about, that's the one thing we're, but dude, we talk about everything. You know, when I put him in, I don't know if I had to put him into sober living.
I'm aware.
But I felt so privileged, dude, for him to feel so comfortable with me to just text me and be like, hey, I got some problems.
Yeah.
Because if we weren't close,
You did your job, Josh.
That's how you know you're doing it right.
You did your job.
He was open enough where he's not scared or embarrassed.
Everybody in this room will never have regrets. We will, you know, I think the biggest sin a father can commit is leaving and not being there for his kids. And you never get over it as a kid. And it is, to me, I lose all respect for any man. If you have to live in a different, I live in a different state than my 14-year-old, my 17-year-old. But there's not a day that goes by that I'm not FaceTiming with them. There's not a day that goes by where I'm not planning to go and see them. No matter what you got to do to be in your children's lives so that they know that they're the most important thing to you, it's all that matters. And when I see people who are not like that, you know, I just, and I understand, you know, sometimes you have to work and you're gone, but you have to be in your children's lives. But dude, all of us here have, like, we'll never have that.
Well, for
regret.
Jacob to be that comfortable with you, it means you're doing
That's what I'm saying. You've done your job.
I appreciate that. I'm going to tell you what gave me perspective. You know, I had kids before anybody.
Yeah.
So when I would go to auditions, literally with him in a baby Bjorn, and I would do my audition.
Dude, you were legendary for that. Like, you were the guy, you were the comic with all, and I thought it was 5 kids. I did the stories, you know, people had the 5 kids. You see, I was like, what the fuck? You know, we were a couple of fuck around Charlies, right? You know, all of us were.
Responsibility.
Josh had responsibility, had to be home raising kids. I was like,
That was the perspective. When I drove home from the audition, everybody else I knew
it also
thought about the audition.
You were also single. You were a single dad.
Yeah. So they thought about it all day. What did I do wrong? I can't wait for my agent. As soon as I left that audition,
time for it.
I didn't even think about it because I had other more important things to do.
So what was your routine as a single dad there? You'd wake up, get them ready for school.
Yep. I woke up.
How old were they when mom left?
Call it 6'4" and 1.5.
That's very hard.
6'4" and 1.5.
But also you had to explain to your children what was going on.
Well, she had been around less and less, so it was easier.
Your transition, it wasn't like cold turkey.
No, it was easier. And she had been around, but I had been doing it essentially anyways.
Yeah.
You know, and I would go, dude. You know, places like the Improv, the Laugh Factory, and the Comedy Store were all so kind to me because they knew I was like, I have to bring my 3 kids. And at the Improv, just one of the staff would sit with them and they'd eat ice cream and I'd go on stage and I would always ask them first. I just need first. Let me go up first. I didn't. In the Comedy Store, I mean, Joey watched them, but probably not.
Joey Diaz?
Yeah. Joey was their baby.
Joey's a baby. No,
I did not know that.
Joey's having Joey Diaz.
That is so awesome.
Joey was their
He was
baby.
probably great.
Oh my God! Can I tell you? So he used to.
Joey Diaz babysit your children. Go.
He would. You know when you spell words around kids?
Yeah.
So I asked him when we were at my daughter's birthday party. I go, hey dude, where's the Candy? And he goes, I put it in the DRAW. And I go, DRAW? I go, what is it? He goes, DRAW. I go, I don't know what that is. He says, the draw. It's in the fucking draw. I go, that's not how you spell it. He goes, yeah, but that's how I say it. I go, yeah, but you gotta spell it. We all gotta be together on how you spell it.
Joey has a big. I think she's 12 or 13 now.
Yeah, she's big in softball.
She's in softball. So me and her at the companion were talking about. We're talking about like the crazy parents and the dads.
Yeah.
He goes, oh God, it's like I take my edibles and I fucking zone out.
Yeah.
I zone out. Yeah.
He
He
was.
has the other parents doing edibles with him. Just watching the kids just zoned out. Imagine having Joey as a baseball dad.
No, the fucking. But back then, Joey was also 350.
Yeah, he's much thinner now.
Yeah, he's healthier now, but he was 3, and he would just he was, as long as I made turkey burgers, he was like, I will babysit for turkey burgers. But he babysat for turkey burgers.
Dude, have your wife write this script.
Oh,
A comic trying to make it with
Uncle
three
Joe
fucking
and
kids.
Uncle Joe.
And Joey Diaz is the babysitter. Think about that script, dude.
that TV show was bought twice.
I'm sure
It was bought twice
Of
when I
course.
was younger.
that would crush.
The problem was, one of the big notes in the network was, can we tone down the Joey character? I'm like,
No.
what?
Do you want to hit or not? Man?
Tone down the Joey character.
Yeah, they were like,
you want him to tone down stand-up? Watch what he does to a room.
Oh, I've always said, if you want to see a room get 15 minutes of Joe Diaz in the OR,
Shattered.
fuck you.
Shattered.
Or the main room. Main room.
Yeah,
But it's like, Full House, there's Uncle Joey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. This is him on edibles.
Oh my God.
It would crush.
Yeah.
Like, you like Full House? This crushes.
They kept saying it doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem real. I'm like, he doesn't. Yeah.
I agree. I'll bring him in. I'll bring it down.
I'll sit with you. You can sit with him for
Yeah.
3 minutes, and he will.
And you're in. You're gonna love him.
Do you remember at the Comedy Store? And I forget if it was either his dick or his nuts. But he and Ron Jeremy had like they showed their nuts on stage to like have a nut off.
No, I do not remember that.
Oh my God.
I'm an artist, so I don't do that kind of stuff.
He used to wear the jeans with a rip right here.
Right.
So he would call it the Cuban egg roll slips up, And I'm like, yeah, but it's on stage.
Stop doing
But he legit. Oh my God.
And Ron Jeremy died.
What?
Yeah.
I thought he went to jail.
In prison.
No, he
though,
was
right?
being he was found to be he had such bad dementia that he couldn't stand trial. But he was accused by like some crazy number of women.
The idea that dude was dick aside, a porn star.
He was the hedgehog of porn. They called him let me say it again. They called him the hedgehog of porn.
Imagine high school him being like, I'm gonna be the biggest porn star ever. Like, good luck with that.
I was seeing him like I was trying to run the other way, man.
Well, he's not dead.
Right?
Oh,
Declining health. This is 2023, though.
Dude,
No,
he
I
got
believe
into
he's dead.
stand-up for a little while.
I believe he's dead. I think he passed away. Almost positive.
No, he's
Alive.
73. No, he's alive, yeah.
What? Do you think in jail people ask to see his dick?
100%.
Don't you think?
First thing I would
He's
do.
not in jail.
Wasn't he in jail?
Yeah, he was in jail for a while. Was he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ryan's way off on all this. No, he was in jail.
He's no longer in jail.
Wow. But he was, and there's a picture of him in the mask, and he just looks atrocious.
I think I'd be the first thing too. I'd be like, I just need to see you.
Like, what's up, man? I got 4 to 7 years. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't get to see too many new things in here. Let's take a look.
Man, I've been a fan for a while. Do you mind?
Can you just hit it on the table?
I'll give you a pack of smokes if you get that cock out for me.
How many ramen do you need?
You mind if I watch the ladyboy suck you off, man? I'll give you 2 packs of smokes.
Yeah. No, I gotta tell you, man. People have asked me a lot about why would you let Joey babysit? But my thing with babysitting was always this. I would rather he loved my kids. So sure, they heard fuck or whatever.
But he's a good person.
He's a good dude.
Yeah.
He loved my kids. And if shit went down, I knew he was going to care
Yeah.
more than a $15 an hour babysitter.
100%.
Isn't that crazy? That's what's funny about it. Some people, you would never have a man babysit your children, but if it was Joey Diaz, you'd be like, I trust him.
Which is counterintuitive.
I know.
We lived in this building where there was a drug dealer on every 3 floors. Drug dealer on every floor. And in Hollywood. This was back when, you remember the Denny's on Sunset near the Guitar Center?
Yeah.
Where there used to be hookers walking up and down.
Yeah.
So it was a bananas place.
Do you ever go back to LA?
I do.
Do the store and stuff still?
when I go back, I don't generally perform there. No, my brothers live there. My parents just moved there. I haven't performed the last 5 times I've gone. I get plenty of stage time.
You're good.
And I'm gonna tell you something for real. I love the thing I do miss is chopping it up in back.
Yeah, that's the best.
I miss that. But I want to chop
there anymore.
I want to chop it up. I don't want to talk about how many views. I don't want to. I just want to talk to my friends.
Yeah.
In LA, and I understand it because we all live there. When you step out of there, you go, oh, you're always comparing yourself, or you're always like one, right? And I'm not.
It's hard not to out there,
Yeah.
because you're around. That's literally that's like the label of success.
It's how the machine keeps going.
Correct.
You never get the carrot. You're like, oh, I got this, but you know what's really gonna make me happy if I get this.
Although you know, there are a lot of actors now who are literally going to Sacramento and saying, "You guys are making it impossible for us to live in Los Angeles because nothing is shot here anymore. It's so expensive." So they're trying to get tax.
Yeah, they've ran Hollywood out.
Yeah,
It's hard to
Why shooting in New Orleans?
yeah.
That makes sense.
Everybody shoots everywhere else but Los Angeles, and Los Angeles was chosen as the hub because the weather was predictable.
Yeah.
So you never had to worry about rain or anything. You could just predict it. It was always perfect.
No, the business
It's infrastructure.
They made it impossible for the bit. Way to go, dudes.
Yeah.
Way to go,
Well,
guys.
it's Sacramento in general.
No, way to go. Way to go.
All of
The
the
thing you're known for best has left.
Yeah.
It's in Atlanta,
And
it's
we'll
in
just
Canada.
print the money to get ourselves out of the problem. You know,
It's a bummer, mostly
Sad.
for the below the line people.
it's not just below the line people.
Because
Drive
they're
by
like,
a house.
I definitely can't.
You can't
afford to live here
even
now.
be a dentist and a doctor and buy a house nowadays. Like houses are insane.
In the valley, imagine being a college here. Imagine being like starting a new family. You're like 28, 29, maybe 30. The average house price in the valley is $1 million, too.
Yeah.
What?
That is exactly
In the
right.
valley,
And
it's like-
nobody can afford that.
In Woodland Hills is $1.1 million. The average median house. What are you gonna do?
Woodland Hills used to be when we first got there. If you wanted to buy a big fucking place for $0,
Woodland Hills.
you would go out to
And so you go to Sacramento without making it political about Republican or Democrat. But anytime you have a majority of it's all blue, it's all Democrats, it's all socialists, and all they want to do is keep taxing. And what happens, like in New York, Amy Klobuchar goes, she goes, get on a bus and get out of here. Cool. And they did. And now she's saying, hey, we don't have a tax base to pay anything. What a surprise, Amy. You made it impossible for anybody that works and produces to do business there. What you want is you like to make incentives to people to start businesses so you can hire people.
But my thing is, I think they did it so solid, because if things didn't get so bad there, I would have never left. And then you're in the rat race.
Yeah.
Then when I get out here, I'm like, oh, fuck.
You would have never done this amount of time with baseball.
Never. I couldn't.
No.
I couldn't. There's no way. I couldn't.
But what I
Just
do
the
love
driving.
Vegas is very split. It's a very purple place.
Yes.
And because it's so purple,
I like that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
nobody talks about balance. There's
Love it.
zero
I'm just asking for balance. Me too. I love a purple. The purple is great.
I think they all suck. So purple, cool.
Yeah.
And you don't want one way or the other.
The other great thing about Vegas is there's no real rules.
It's true.
It's like, but medicine is terrible.
Is it?
People with money fly other places for important things.
The cops in Vegas don't fuck around though, right?
Not down on the strip, dude.
Yeah.
There's no, there's no fuck about it.
No, there's no fuck about it.
But I got really sick at the, last year. I lost like 30 pounds. I was on the infectious disease for like 6 days.
What? What happened?
I had these 2 bacterial gut infections at the same time. The CDC fucking called me, dude. They called me and they were like, hey, we need to know where one of these bacteria came from, because if it's in Nevada, we need to close a lot of places down. And she said, this was crazy. She said to me, I'm going to ask you a question. I need a real answer. I said, okay. She said, have you been in contact with a goat? And I was like, yeah. I was like, are you asking me if I fucked Tom Brady? I would. Is that an offer?
She's like, sir, we're being
Did she really ask you if you came in contact with a goat?
In contact with a goat.
You fuck goats.
That's what I asked. I said,
The answer is I used a condom and it's none of your business.
this is what I said to her. I couldn't help being
I said to her, so are you asking me for in a nice way if I had sex with a goat? And she said, did you? And I said, no.
This is hilarious.
But if I did, I'm wearing a condom. I'm not raw dogging a goat.
Yeah,
I'm not an animal.
Well, not an animal, I'm a gentleman. You lead it toward water, it's going to back up naturally. You ease it in.
It was
wild.
crazy, but when
So there's a bacteria you can catch from a goat.
I had that, and then I had also.
There you go. Which is why the Bible says don't have sex with animals.
But how did you get it?
So at petting zoo,
I had sex with a goat.
yeah, I mean it wasn't sex, it blew me.
Oh, petting zoo.
Petting zoo. I was at a farm in New Mexico,
Wow.
and there's not a lot of Purell at the farm.
Yeah.
It's not a petting zoo, and they said some of the goats carry this bacteria, and I also had this thing called C. diff, which was, man, I lost 15 pounds in 7 days.
What is C. diff?
C. diff is a bacteria in your gut.
How did you get that?
It's why I don't do meet and greets with everybody anymore.
Wow.
It is like
Antibiotics.
You can only get from fucking dolphins, right? What the fuck is going on?
so 3 times a day for over 2 days is a low
It
end.
says watery diarrhea 3 times a day for over 2 days.
It's hard to explain the amount of shit that was coming out of my body.
You ever seen what cholera looks like? You ever seen? Oh, chin.
Wait, but how did you get rid of this?
So I ended up in because it caused, the 2 of them caused a partial ileus in my colon.
What's an ileus?
It's like a paralysis. And so when I went, the doctor was like, hey, you're like, this is what causes sepsis. So drive to the hospital right now.
Jesus.
He said, because if you get sepsis in your house, you can die.
My friend's sister died of that recently.
He was like, you need to have sepsis while you're already in the hospital.
Wow.
So I went there 6 days, dude, and I was 30 pounds off of this. My brother was, I posted a picture online, and my brother called me right away. He goes, hey, dude. I go, hey. He goes, how you doing? You don't look great. You're looking kind of Auschwitz-y. And I said, yeah, it's I was like, it's not good. Yeah, he was like, take that picture down, by the way.
Yeah, get it.
Yeah, that's not a good one.
Damn, so you were in some serious shit.
Yeah, it took me, I bet you, so after I got out of the hospital, I don't think I was back to normal, probably 2 months. Probably 2 months. But point of the story, like, people were like, are you going to go to a hospital here in Nevada? I would fly. They were like, fly to Los Angeles.
Yeah, see, that's the one. I mean, the hospitals in Austin are really good, but the best healthcare is Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Like there's people from all around.
Sinai.
They fly to LA because the healthcare.
Go to YouTube, Jim. Bring up cholera patients and take a look at what happens when you have cholera. Which is,
How do you get cholera?
So cholera is a bacteria, and I believe you get it from dirty water. No children. Just there's a video of a person's ass, and there's shit flying out of it. It's a water hose.
Why did you
Why do we want to see this?
Because you guys need to see it.
But none of us had this.
Wait. What's that?
Oh, cool, Josh, you have this crazy infection? Dude, I'm going to one-up you. I never had it. Don't know anybody that had it. Check this out.
Yeah, well, cholera was a major problem.
Wait, what was that thing? What's that? I don't know.
Sanitation.
Is that a...
Cholera, serious disease, can strike.
Caused by the bacteria.
Yeah.
A person may get cholera by drinking water.
Dude, it is so bad.
The source of elimination is usually
You die of, you basically die of dehydration.
This is so creative.
cholera can spread like
People over the age of 70, 75, so, like, pretty soon for you,
Yes.
they die.
Yeah, they die. Jesus.
They die. So it's like, the guy who in the hospital who cleaned my bathroom, I felt so bad. I felt so bad for him. And by the third day, he walked in and he goes, "How's it looking in there?" I was like, I wouldn't want to go in there.
I'd give 5.
Days.
Yeah, dude.
I would not.
Come back.
It's
Friday.
not good.
It was not.
Not good.
I've been unlucky. I've been super lucky because I don't get sick very often. But I seemed like I had meningitis.
I had this C. diff shit. I've had some things that took me.
My friend got an amoeba. We were in Venice, and we were all doing the raw food diet, and there was the raw food market, and so we were drinking green juice and eating raw meat, doing all that bullshit raw milk. And my friend, he's a well-known actor. He goes, "No, I got an amoeba, dude," and he was. What does that mean, Don? Same thing. You just shit like beyond,
Lose weight though.
throw up. Yeah.
My abs like
Yeah, be a shred though.
Giardia, all those things that you can get in the wild, like there's a reason that we have sanitation and what a huge development that was for human health and longevity. Sanitation and nutrition and then vaccines. Those three we don't have the problems that usually most of the world did forever.
Well, there's a reason that when you poop, it goes underwater and shoots a long way away from you.
Yes.
Because that's why, dude, if I'm walking into a porta potty, it's the biggest emergency of all time. Oh my God.
Of all time.
Man, those baseball fields, it's kind of your only decision.
It's hot.
Oh my God.
God.
So a teenage kid comes out, I go in there, it's just a pile of.
Dude, that is
Sell shit anywhere, dude.
planes are bad too. Planes are fucking bad. Planes are bad. People just
So I'll know too, like when it's an early morning game, we leave at 6 because I take my creatine like pre-workout before we hit the road. I'm like, this creatine's gonna hit in about an hour. I'm gonna have to use that porta potty. But at least it's early.
creatine does that too.
Yeah.
You should.
Yeah, I take so much.
How much do you take?
20 grams.
Why do you take so much?
What I do?
I think it's made. Hey,
20 grams?
See if that does something to your kidneys.
I think it's supposed to increase your. It'd be good for your brain.
Yeah, it's good for your brain, good for muscle recovery.
Yeah, apparently though, I mean you're bigger, but apparently the 5 to 10 milligrams is good for your brain. But then when you take more, it can be a little bit. See what it says. I don't know if I'm right about this.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think they'll take a regular dose of creatine not cause kidney damage. No. While high unnecessary doses, 20 grams a day for extended periods can put extra stress on the kidneys. Yeah.
Stress on the kidneys, yeah.
Yeah, so just be a little bit careful.
I mean, 20.
I've been doing it for 10
You
years.
cycle
all
it?
at once.
You cycle it?
Man, I'm not a giant pussy. I still drink a lot. Hey, Grandpa? Hey, Boomer? Hey, Boomer?
I'm not a boomer.
Here you are.
I'm not that old, actually. Take it easy. I'm not a boomer.
You're Gen X.
I'm Gen X.
Are you on the cusp?
But I'm 59.
Yeah.
It's just Boomer takes.
What are you? How are you feeling about 60?
I think about it every 15 minutes. Yesterday I was full on wrestling and doing takedowns.
You know who's the best about getting older and like ticket sales? Jim Norton. You ever hear him talk about it? No. He's so great. He's like, I peaked in 2017. It is what it is.
Yeah.
And he goes, the club manager's like, man, it's weird you didn't sell out. He's like, the curtain's up. He's like, yeah, the curtain's up. He's like, but there's a rodeo in town. He's like, I'm gonna stop you. It's not the rodeo.
It's not.
It's me. It's me. He goes, you don't have to do this.
That's right.
I appreciate you trying to make me feel good. I got it, man. I got it.
That's right.
That happened to me. I was
I love him.
Jim's the
Have you
best.
been to the club in Alpharetta, Georgia?
I have and I like it.
I love it.
I had great shows there.
Me too. I had one show that was light, and they were like going through all these reasons. They were like, it could be. I'm like, it could just be that nobody wanted to come to the show. I mean,
And that's all good.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to do this. Yeah, I've had that list talks. And it's weird. The WNBA's in town, and they're playing at 7 shows this time. I'm like, oh, you think there's a
We have the same fan base.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
You don't have to do this.
You know, I was in Houston. They go, every other show was great, but the first show Friday was light. And I go, oof, this can be. He goes, no. Listen, Rodeo's in town. Luke, whatever his name is, right? He's playing at the stadium. I'm like, that's not my fan base.
Yeah.
And that's not an excuse.
10 million people here.
Yeah.
I just
Rodeo next room. I'm like, this is a disaster.
And we went to Alabama. You're like, I called Brian. I'm like, how's it look? He goes, a little light, man. But the manager said there's a gymnastics tournament in town. And you were kind of buying it. I go, buddy, it's just like, okay,
It's
we
just
got
like,
all this pill.
Was it Birmingham?
it was Huntsville.
It's Huntsville.
Oh, I love that club, dude.
Yeah.
That
I've had some
club.
great shows since.
Yeah, but you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea that NASA was in Huntsville.
Oh, yeah.
And so the first time I was there was a table, and I wasn't expecting to see an Indians and Asian. I wasn't expecting to see
Everything in South.
Now, there is some Alabama Oh, for sure. And I had a table full of Alabama, and I said, I did this joke. I go, I'm not going to make a difference in life. My zero emissions engine sucks. Trying to get protons to stick to a helium isotope is like pulling teeth. The electrons are like, I'm going here, and the protons. Anyway, sorry, that's a physics joke. You people aren't educated. And usually do and this woman goes, speak for yourself, motherfucker. I'm educated. Just this real Southern girl. She took that shit serious. I was like, whoa, hey, you missed my ironic joke. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Define ironic. So, when was the last time you did it?
That's funny. Shout out to that Alabama lady.
People call me dumb. I'll feel fun dumb. Because in the South, that's been a thing. Like, oh, you're just dumb redneck. Buddy, Caulfield redneck or dumb? Yeah. It's like Marty McFly calling chicken. You're like, whoa, we always reference, dude. Cool, brother. Yeah. Remember that? Did you give a movie reference you thought he and I would get? I knew you would get. Still like it. Is that Matrix? No, that would be Back to the Future. Yeah. If you call like Theo's proper South, call Theo dumb. Because we used to sing and roast each other. And then, so make fun for being dumb and all that stuff. If I have to show, he's like, hey, motherfucker, quit calling me dumb. Really? Yeah. And I was like, oh, I didn't know it was tricking from you. He's like, yeah, man. Or like, I call him a redneck. He's like, that's the Marty McFly chicken. Don't call me redneck. Shit. Yeah, I was like, oh, my bad. Well, don't call me dumb. I didn't know it was tricking with each other. Whoa, we always reference, dude. Old school, brother. Yeah. Old school. Remember that? Did you give a movie reference you thought he and I would get? I knew you would get. Still like it. Is that Matrix? No, that would be Back to the Future. Yeah. But if you call like Theo's proper South, call Theo dumb. Because we used to sing and roast each other. And then, so make fun for being dumb and all that stuff. And if I have to show, he's like, hey, motherfucker, quit calling me dumb. Really? Yeah. And I was like, oh, I didn't know it was tricking from you. He's like, yeah, man. Or like, I call him a redneck. He's like, that's the Marty McFly chicken. Don't call me redneck. Shit. Yeah, I was like, oh, my bad. Well, don't call me dumb. I don't like it either. But we're insulting each other. But I thought we were like roasting each other. Yeah. But we're both dumb. Yeah, there are certain things where you're certain triggers. Yeah. What's your thing? I never had, there's something, right? I know who I am, I think that, I think we don't like being called certain things in front of the world where you have to defend yourself, right? Like, so I think a lack of respect, like you're being serious or you want to really do something, like we fuck around with each other. Right, but if I see somebody and they're trying to belittle me, or they're actually being mean, and if they're doing it, like publicly, or they're a friend and they're insecure and they do that, then you're like, but I'm not going to say anything. I'm just gonna go. You know what's interesting, dude? I think a lot of being able to figure out like when people are serious and joking. I've gotten that from being on stage and talking to the audience. When I'm on stage, there'll be times where I'll talk to somebody for like a minute. I'm like, hey, get him out of here. I just do along you can tell. I know right away. I'm like, this shitty. He has bad intentions. Yeah, this is not the person. The problem is we keep going. But there's some people like, why'd you let that person go? They were drunk. Yeah. They weren't. I've been doing long enough. I know how this ends. For some reason, I have other flaws, and but I don't take those. I've never taken certain things personally, even personal insults, and I don't know why. I think part of it is, and that's not a good thing because sometimes it can be mistaken for just being a pushover. But I think I have to say that for me, I figured out a long time ago that when somebody's insulting you, they are having a problem. Yeah, there's something going on. Like I'll see it and I'll go because I'm a very fair person, and I'm not. When I see it, I go, something, it's almost like, you doing okay? What's going on over there? Yeah. What's happening? It's the same thing with kids. Like, Tiger's having this, I don't know why kids want to pick on Tiger, but there's this kid in the neighborhood. He's a good kid, but, like, he doesn't really have a sport or anything. And Tiger's like, yeah, he's been really mean. He's big on me. I'm like, all right. My first instinct is violence.
By the way, it's not inappropriate. It's not
So Tiger's opening up to me and his mom about this, and I go, well, this is simple, but punch him in the face and he'll stop. And you're not going to get in trouble, just talk him in the face, and it's going to stop because he's doing it to you because he thinks you're going to put up with it. Yeah. How long is it going to go on? He's like, a few weeks. And I'm like, you just punch him in the face. Joanna's like, probably not. Hold on.
Maybe start with a jest.
So then I dial it back. I'm like, oh, that's my bad advice as dad. And I said, buddy, but think about it. This kid, he's big and athletic, but his parents haven't put him into sports, so he's probably insecure. And you're this stud baseball, football player. Yeah. So he's doing his head into the ground. You know what I told him? I said, what you can do is you can kill him with kindness. Like, go, maybe ask him to play catch and then help him throw the baseball, and you're going to get his guard down. Interesting. Now, if he also play baseball and he's still doing the thing, then you beat him up. Yeah.
But I'll tell you what,
Punch him in the stomach.
what I learned early on also, and I learned this with an unfortunate incident, you never know what's happening in that kid's house. You never know what's happening.
He's not doing this because he's happy with it.
Yeah, see, that's how I always approach it. I always, and I don't think that's necessarily always good.
That's not always the way. I've learned that at 40. It's not always the way.
We both have, right? I mean,
now I'm down to fight.
Yeah.
Now I'm at the point where I'm at 42. I've done the nice thing.
You always had to eat shit because you were like, well, you know,
always, so especially
guy here.
Oh, especially
But dude, if you hit somebody,
He wouldn't hit him.
Get in a lot of trouble.
He wouldn't hit him. You go like this. Look. You go like this. And he go like this. He around your body. And he go like this. And he just bring you in like a boa. And then you pull your pants.
sick.
What are your ribs? Your diarrhea. Your ribs go.
yeah.
No, but my thing, like, let's say I had an issue with a comic when I was doing stand up. If I would have hit that person at the Comedy Store at the Improv or Laugh Factory, I told you.
Yeah.
See, that's what can't happen. So I never did it. But now I step back. If those people continue to talk shit, I see on the street, and it's like, what's up, man?
The best was watching.
What's up, dude?
The best was
Nobody's
watching.
talking shit to you.
Oh, no, not these days.
Oh yeah, they do.
No, not these days.
No, the best is watching, and I love him. I love Nate Diaz. I love him. But watching you in Gucci boots and Nate calling you a pussy, and you going, I have no problem with you, Nate. And you kind of doing this.
We're trying to be cool.
Yeah, you're trying to be cool.
Dude, what did I text you the other day? And it's still one of my favorite things.
Oh, that's right.
In what world? I go back and look at that clip every now and then. It's so fucking funny to me.
Come down. No, you should let him.
What do I do? Volume punch?
Volume punch me, motherfucker. That's the one that fucking.
Here's my thing with Nate though. Is like, and again, I'm cool. If you want to fight, whatever you want to do, Bubba, I'm down. You're barking up the wrong tree. 250 pounds. I'm on TRT peptides. I'm fucking.
Nobody wants that.
I don't want that. You don't want that. I don't understand his issues.
He probably just had it. He probably look, man.
I don't understand his issues. Like, and if they put us in a room, I'm like, what's going on? Like, what is it? The Conor McGregor thing where you didn't understand I was doing a bit. Like, my job before Showtime, the reason they hired me was to convince the public that Conor McGregor had a chance. That doesn't mean I actually believe it. It doesn't mean that I was like. It doesn't mean I was picking him over you. It has nothing to do with you. So if that's it, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Athletes are sensitive. You know, we
Athletes and fighters.
a long time ago, when David Ortiz retired, we did a roast of him. It was like one of the first, right? And I was like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Because most athletes have asked,
Yeah.
say no. And he goes, "Man, I don't understand most English. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter."
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna understand what they're saying to me, right? But that's why it's got to be somebody so like Brady. He doesn't give a
Even Brady got pissed.
He got pissed.
At Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, he didn't like.
He's like, hey, motherfucker.
Yeah,
The divorce stuff.
Oh yeah.
He was like, hey, motherfucker. And you see that.
Well, Tom Brady's like anybody. Tom Brady's very sensitive about everything. He's a sensitive guy. Like
I just know in that roast, like he looked over at Tony and was like, be careful, motherfucker. Like that dog kind of came out. He's like, all right, dude.
I gotta tell you, here's where I'm at. I don't give a fuck what anybody says to me. I really don't. If you're gonna threaten me, or if there's gonna be some danger, you're fucking with my wife or my kids,
That's different.
But it doesn't.
But like online,
At this
though.
point in time,
But we're more battle tested. It's like when it's so much like, all right, there's nothing you can do about it. A lot of people love me. A lot of people hate me. What are you gonna do?
Also, you don't know me.
No. Now, if it was somebody you knew, like your brother or a comic that you knew that you were on the road together, then you're like, whoa, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
But if people that don't know you, it's like,
And even then, sometimes people are hurt and they're lashing out because you didn't.
see, that's not an excuse because there's sure out there some.
I'm saying like it's
but then some people are, that. But I'm saying if it's an unknown person that's throwing this hate, people go, well, you don't know what they're going through. I don't give a fuck. That's just a bad person.
I don't take that. I've never taken it seriously.
No. Random somebody who doesn't know me. I can't. I'll, sometimes for fun, because I'm the youngest of 4 boys and I grew up bothering people, right? If somebody says something online and I know I can like rage bait them, if I have an extra 5 minutes,
Sure.
I might just because I know they're in their house mad. That kind of gives me a partial hard on.
You know what happened to me in Denver? I didn't tell you. I'm with Mel, who works at comedy. Yeah, she's great. She's an older woman, and I love her. She's from New York, and she's great. And I was in a car, and I was done radio. I'm tired. It's
doing morning radio.
And Rick and Kathy, awesome.
Yeah.
Love them.
Oh, I love them.
Yeah, the best. We talked about you, and all of a sudden I just hear, boom! This like I thought we hit something, or I don't know, somebody ran, and it was a guy who hit the window. And he was kind of a stocky, working class kind of guy, probably in his 40s. And I went, what the fuck, like that? And I guess he said she hit him, his car, which she didn't.
Maybe
She
trying to
touched
cross,
him.
you got close.
No, he was parked, and she said when he backed up, you hit my truck. And we didn't. I would have felt it, but maybe we touched it. Boom, he hits it. And I fucking got out of the truck, and I was like, I go, what the fuck? It was so good. I go, what the fuck are you talking about? I go, what the fuck are you? Nobody touched your fucking car. I wasn't even fucking driving. And now I'm in his face like this. And I'm like, I'm going to fight this guy in the snow. Because I my temper. I saw red, okay? And then I realized he doesn't want to fight because he can see that he's kind of in the wrong and I'm mad. And also, I should have said, you're talking about a 75-year-old woman here, you fucking son of a bitch. Yeah, I didn't do that. But I was so confused. So I walk him, like he's backing up. I'm walking him towards his car, and we're standing there shouting. And then I think he realized, hey, we're both men of a certain age. There's no upside here. There's no upside your truck. He's an idiot.
Somebody's going to pull a muscle.
He's an idiot. Somebody's going to pull a muscle for sure. I don't want to fight. It's snowing. And it's morning, and nobody wants to do this. He's kind of tough too. I'm gonna have my hands full. He works with his hands, probably a bricklayer or something like that. So it's already like, what the fuck are we doing? And then he goes, yeah, whatever, man. And he gets back, and I go, yeah, I said, yeah, I'm getting back in my truck, and something like that. And he goes, you don't even know, it's not even a truck. And I was like, SUV, whatever, I don't give a fuck. That's how we ended it. And he gets it. We both felt like idiots. But he felt like a bigger idiot, and he should have. That was so inappropriate.
I can't imagine, because I drive with Jacob, and he's got that young man anger on the road. I'm like,
Like getting mad at people.
No, don't do that.
it's not.
Steve Burns like that. Steve Burns always down to fight. I'm like, Steve, I love you so much.
He's always down to fight.
But you're not a fighter. Steve, you're not a
I
fighter.
love Steve.
He's ready to
That's
go.
why he got his jaw broken by that Armenian guy. He's like, yeah, he goes, we want to ride. And the guy's like, in a minute, smoking. Apparently, Steve goes, well, what the fuck? And I guess Steve spit. He didn't mean to, but the guy goes, you spit on my car? And he goes, he spit on whatever, and Steve goes, what the fuck? And the guy was obviously an Armenian boxer, kind of a big guy. Guy goes, bah. Too fucking broke. His wire shut, or like that. It's like, but yeah, there are guys like that.
Steve, when I was living in Nashville, one night got so drunk at my show.
He's the best.
And by the way, on stage, riffing with him,
He's so good. By the way, he's a monster comic. Steve Burns a monster comic.
When people say, I hear people talk about crowd work, and whatever. I would say, mind your own fucking business and let people entertain their crowd. It's not your crowd. So why do you give a fuck?
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
But what Steve does, Steve doesn't doesn't have party tricks. Some crowd work people do the same jokes, right? Steve's are new it's legit crowd work and crushes.
Oh yeah, yes.
Crushes. We had to take him and drop him off in his front yard, drunk, and just drop him out of the Uber.
Doesn't he know all fast food?
Oh, he loves fast food.
That's right.
Loves McDonald's.
Yeah.
Loves Waffle House.
Yeah, I love
That's
it.
fine cuisine for him. No apologies. And can sleep anywhere.
He lives in Nashville?
He lives in Nashville. And he moved there before most of us, yeah. But dude, he's the Nashville over COVID. The comedy at
I looked at
Vegas
Outfit.
was fucking amazing.
Yeah, we consider Nashville. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Looked at
It's between Nashville, I like Knoxville even. Frank, but we looked out there and there.
We looked there, we looked here, and we looked Vegas. But Vegas for us was just.
It's shocking that it's still operating, that people go there and try to maneuver the homeless encampments in the trash to get their mail or
And I know that when people talk to this has never been offered any certain city services. Did you hear that same sentiment from postal workers? I mean, have city workers approach them?
Speaking with a postal worker, he says that he was assaulted there and he was actually punched in the side of the head while he was unloading his truck there. He says they had cleared out those encampments previously, but within just a day or two, people come right back. There were 5 fire trucks that my members here were part of today's game. They were trying to have a conversation. 5 fire trucks. Because the fires are being set in real time as I was being recorded. There's about 5 layers of dysfunction and incompetence from Karen Bass. That's like the perfect encapsulation of Karen Bass's Los Angeles right there. First you have encampments. We have 50,000 speakers that live in the streets. Her inside same thing. She's compulsive bikers. There is a set of impressive encampments. There are mounds of trash. So she doesn't clean up the encampment. She doesn't clean up the garbage. They're stealing electricity, and they'll tell you that the crime is down. They're stealing electricity, they'll never be prosecuted. On assault to the post office, they'll tell you that crime is down. And they're starting fires. To contain funding fire department. 5 months that went by. So you have the fires going on. You got the mounds of trash. You got the homeless encampments. They're stealing electricity. And they beat up post for it. That was 2 minutes and 39 seconds. On one block, one moment of Los Angeles life. 80% of the calls the fire station level. Ignorance, mental issues, drug addicts, starting fire. Mass defunds the fire department. It's never been like this. I don't think it's ever been like this in any city, anywhere, anytime. When we come back, freezing people in Monterey Park, they don't want an AI data center, and they don't care how many jobs they cost them. There are a bunch of cell phone networks. Tell you about it, we come back, they're more than 24 hours a week.
Federal prosecutors in LA have announced the arrest of 15 people. $60 billion in losses related to crime. Those arrested this morning as part of Operation Never Say Die. Doctors, nurses, and listed as patients in hospice fraud schemes. First Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Sandy says one hospice site claimed to have an 85% fraud. He says California's claims of cracking down on fraud are all based on lies. The news is brought to you by Sellers Advantage. Van Bondi has asked President Trump's Attorney General Nikki Siski for ways that she's faced negative scrutiny from both the president for not going after his political opponents enough, as well as from Congress and the public over the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files.
President campaign for an American patriot, loyal friend, who did a tremendous job pushing the massive crackdown in crime in the country. The president's social media post also said she'd be transitioning to a much needed and important new job in the private sector.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche is effectively acting Attorney General until a permanent replacement is made. The average price for a gallon of self-separated gas in Southern California has fallen. Romance, the price went down half a cent today in LA County to just over $6. Orange County average decreased 1.4 cents to $5.93, and in Riverside County it dropped 0.6 cents to $5.85. Prices had increased 62 in the previous 63 days. The state average is $5.89, the national average $4.03. President Trump's White House law room has been given funds by the federal judge ordering a halt to construction unless Congress allows to go ahead. 12-member National Capital Planning Commission tasked with moving construction on federal property in Washington, D.C. went ahead with the vote because the judge only construction but not the planning process. On the second day of the Artemis mission, astronauts have again made
Man, who else is in bed? Joe Coy's out there. He went out there for a
I
while.
mean, he's got a place out there.
But he's not like property out there.
It's on a spaceship.
Alonzo Bowden.
Oh, is he out there?
Bowden's out there. He's good, man. But he's the same as me. I'm like, you want to come down to my show on Monday? He's like, this Monday. I'm not doing Monday.
How's he making a living? Is he still doing tours?
He's also, dude. Here's the thing.
He's got a wife and kids, or
I don't know. There's so many great comics. So great. It's hard
More
to
than ever.
because nobody's retired. Why would I do something different?
Yeah.
I mean, like, and out with Jay, dude. Have you had any shows recently with anybody like audience members getting tough or physical?
No. I almost got a fight with you. They ran off.
in Calgary.
You ran off.
Yeah. That's the only first time he was being such a heckling dick that I
think you've almost been in 2 fights in about a month.
I have actually.
What? You were on stage?
That's my TRT.
No, we're not talking. That's not there. It's just your stress.
No, but people are dicks.
What are you stressing about?
I'm not. I just get a little, maybe, but I like kind of, and I was like, yeah.
We'll try to find the guy from the stage.
There was a moment, and then I saw him between shows, and he was walking towards me, and I saw him, and he didn't see me, and I turned around and ran the other way. So I didn't want to deal with it, because I would have had to have said something, and again, it was outside and cold, and I don't want to fight in the cold. Also, I don't want to fight.
Yeah.
And, I was mad then, but
But when you're stressed, it's like you're just down to. I was like, fuck.
It's very true.
What's up, dude? You want to take your anger out on them.
That's 100% true.
Yeah.
There was a time when I was going through the worst of my shit where I promise you I would have fought anyone right then and there. I mean, I wanted it. I literally wanted it. I was like, if there's some dick out there, I'm going to punch them immediately.
Did you say some dick?
A dick.
Okay.
You gonna go take something?
What?
You're just gonna
guy, and I was so stressed. I was waiting for a car.
Just popped out.
Yeah.
No pun
Wait, have you always been the guy who wants to fight?
No, I don't fight. I'm not that guy. I've never been that guy. I'll avoid it at all. I get mad immediately, and then I don't hold on to it at all. Like, I'll talk a big game, and literally while I'm talking a big game, like with this guy, I'm like, I don't want to do this. Like, I come to my senses immediately. I don't really have an anger. My whole joke is like, man, dude, when I was younger, no, I wasn't crazy. Yeah. No, I wasn't. I was always sensible. That's why I'm not in jail or dead or any of that stuff. Because I would always be like, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, but I think when you've been stressed out, and then you just want to put all the anger into that.
Yeah. You're more apt to do something irrational.
Yeah.
So for me, stress ends up with drugs.
Oh, it does.
Not fighting. Yeah.
What kind of drug?
Not like my drugs. Like I take mushrooms and smoke weed. acid, every now and then some ketamine. But besides that, I'm sober.
Yeah.
But I take 3 grams of mushrooms before I go on stage on Friday night.
You take 3 grams.
Before a lot.
Wait.
My
3
Friday
grams, but 3 grams is a serious dose.
Yeah. So before my
how are you able to?
this so Friday night late show. So this Friday, tomorrow night, every Friday night late show on the road, I take 3 grams of mushrooms and I go on stage. And it's amazing. It's the fucking best time. I don't. People are like, do they have a good time? I'm like, I don't know.
I had a great.
I
was crushing it.
There was one time.
Does your kiddo do it too?
He doesn't. There was one. He takes care of it. He's the
3 grams.
There was one time on stage. It was actually at Cap City, where I was up there and it was towards the end of the show and I was pretty high and I kept talking to Jacob. And then I turned around and I was like, dude, you know what I'm saying? He had been on stage like a half hour.
Yeah.
And
you ever find yourself staring at something for too long?
Oh, yeah. And last week, when I moved my head, people's faces kind of moved.
Yeah. 3 grams is a lot.
Oh, it was pretty. But dude,
You're done mushrooms?
oh, you would love those.
Maybe a microdose a long time ago.
Microdose?
Oh, I've done 7 grams of mushrooms.
He didn't call what they call the God dose.
That's a hero trick.
Didn't go.
He was butt naked on the ground in a field position, yelling out some obscene words.
Yeah.
And farting nonstop.
Yeah, it was
a nightmare.
I had to be rescued by my wife.
You went to
It was
some
at a ceremony with people that bring their own pillows. It didn't go well.
It was outside.
Wait,
And we can't say the word he was saying, but it's hilarious.
I don't know. Apparently, I was screaming lots of things that are absolutely inappropriate.
Why were you naked?
I don't remember any of it. No, I wasn't naked. I was farting very loud and hard though, and I thought I was in hell, and I was trying to get somebody's attention. I was trying to get somebody to pay attention to me to get me out of hell. So I was saying the most outrageous stuff because nobody was listening to me, and then I was asking for a manager because I was in hell and I needed to speak to a manager to get out because I hit a portal. It was at a Denny's in Manhattan. It was a fucking disaster.
Were you a mushroom taker? So to go
I've taken serious mushrooms. I've taken.
But you asked for it, remember?
Yeah. Well, I took 3 grams. I was in Mother Earth's vagina. It was incredible. I was talking to a genie. It was great. And then they invited me to partake in more medicine, and I took 4 grams.
People didn't take it.
It went very bad.
That's a huge jump,
I don't
dude.
remember any of it. When I tell you I don't remember any of it, I don't.
Didn't you do it to
My
like
friend told me what happened. My other friend ran away. He took off.
Hell yeah.
High on mushrooms?
Yeah, my friend freaked me out because he freaked out and said, "We have to get out of here now." And he was pulling me to my feet, and I was like, and I went crazy. I was also going through shit. It was bad.
But didn't you do it to like?
I was in a bad state of mind.
That's not a time to take mushrooms.
I was in a bad state of mind.
If your mind is in hell, that's where your trip will.
If your mind's in hell, yeah, and my mind was not good.
Yeah, mushrooms for me are my absolute favorite. The next day I'm fine, and I feel like no hangover, but I also feel like calm and like at peace after I take mushrooms. And being on stage doing it, and a lot of times I'll be like, let's see where this goes. You guys ask me some questions.
Interesting.
And let's see what happens.
As long as you're having fun though.
Oh my God. Dude.
Oh, I got an update for you. I went to the dentist yesterday. It's a horror show. Because I'm terrified of the dentist. My wife forced me to go. So I go. The guy his son plays 11U. He's like, bro, what's up? Mustangs. Like, oh, this is cool. This is going well. We know each other. And then I go, I'll be honest with you, man. If you get out that silver little hook, I'm leaving. He goes, we don't need to do that with technology. We can just do x-rays and all the stuff. I can tell you what's wrong with your teeth just from all the pictures we take. Cool, say that. They do all the pictures, and then he's in there with like his assistant. And he's like, L1 disaster, 17 cracked, 14 cracked, 16 cracked, 18 cracked, 19 cracked. All the back ones are literally cracked in half. Because when I lift, I grind my teeth. When I'm lifting hard, I grind my teeth. He's like, you gotta wear a mouthpiece when you lift. I'm like, that ain't happening. Yeah. He's like, well, we gotta figure it out, man. But he's like, so here's the thing. It's only get worse, and you have an overbite. I'm like, buddy, I'm 43. Yeah, don't give a fuck about an overbite. Yeah, it is what it is at this point. But he was like, but the cracked teeth is your issue. That's going to get really, really bad and painful. That's what he said. He goes, because I'm in pain now all the time. He's like, it's going to get way worse. He's like, so my recommendation is you come back, we're going to put you to sleep. And he goes, and I'll knock it all out in about an hour, and then you'll be good to go for a long time.
Wow.
So
What's
he's
he
like,
gonna do for you?
I gotta get crowns. It's a, oh, buddy.
Just so you know, when whoever drives home from there, if they ask you personal questions,
That's what he does.
you'll answer.
Yeah, I know.
So be very careful
I know.
about who's driving you home. You better go pick them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're just gonna.
Yeah, I don't need that. Yeah, so they're gonna get an anesthesiologist supposed to call today on a scheduled appointment. He's like, yeah, I'll be done in an hour or two, and I'll get all out.
Real.
Oh,
It's gonna be more than an hour, by the way.
Yes.
but he's probably telling me an hour. It could be 6 hours.
Yeah, it's gonna be a manual process. Once he gets in there, he's gonna go, ooh. Yeah.
What are they gonna do with the crate? They gotta replace
Well,
it.
they gotta probably
They gotta cap them.
Yeah. So they're gonna have to grind your teeth down and then cap them.
I hate the. I don't mind the sound of the drill. It's the smell of the
I hate it all.
tooth. Oh my
I fucking hate all of it.
God.
Boys, I gotta run. I've been here 2 hours. But
We've been in a hot second. Let's wrap it up. Brother, you're gonna be at Cap City.
Yeah, Cap City, man.
Well, we love you, man.
I love seeing you guys. I want to let you know how happy I am for both of you. Dude,
great to see you.
it's great to see you. You're still one of the funniest dudes, man. I know I reach out to you every now and then, but because we're around the same age and still doing it. But I love watching your clips and shit, dude.
Thank you,
I
brother.
do very much.
TRT boys.
I'm telling you, the boy band is not the worst
It's not the
idea.
worst idea.
Which one of us is the dancer?
I'm the sexy one.
He's probably the dancer. I'm just like the hype.
I'm the dancer. I can dance. I can
You're
dance.
the puff?
Come on. Take that. Josh Walter, we love you, brother. You're the absolute best. You're at Cap Cities.
This weekend,
Jimmy Kimmel's Comedy Club, that's the residency. They're the Comedy Bar in Toronto.
I'm all over the place.
You're all over, dude. We love you, man.
Thanks for having me.
guys, come see me in Irvine, California, April 10 and 11. I will.
All right, kids. Oh, go watch my new TV show on Tubi. It's Gone Wild. It's available now, all 4 episodes. Hit it, Jen. This is the 5 Kid. We're out, but watch this video.
Terrorist and electric car.
Why are you trying to go so fast? That's the VFD there. VFD stands for Bigfoot's Dick Camshaft. Super rare collection. Maybe you overbuilt the trans a little bit? Maybe it got hard. You can't be blowing trans. We're going to see if we can make it pretty good job. Trans. I think their car's going to hit him harder than we probably hit OC.
They're getting this shit all over them.
Just this year alone. This is a multi-trillion-dollar business. It's good for us.
Oh, tight. Gang.
Joe podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day.
What do you mean by those people? You know. It's changed every year. With the horns. I don't know. You know. You mean band members? Who are you talking about? Stuff. Music industry. Dude, yeah, we're just talking about, so we should tell people we're talking about. If you hum a song, just like fuck around and like the cocaine song, you know what I mean? If you play Eric Clapton, if you do that, you get flagged on YouTube. They take money from you. How desperate is that? It's gross. Like, you can't hum a song? You can't, like, what are you talking about?
You can't even in the future, you're not even going to be able to fall in love. They're going to charge you for it.
How are they going to do that?
They'll
You won't be falling in love with a person anymore. People will be outdated. People come with problems.
I ain't coming on no bot.
No? Ever? What about in one?
Hell, what will they do with it?
Keep it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what keeps them alive. Imagine that.
Let me think about it.
You gotta fuck her every day to keep her alive. If you don't, she starts shriveling up on you. Oh, like she's on Ozempic.
Oh. So she's a Latina, you're saying. So you're saying.
Keep her plump.
You gotta keep her. You gotta keep the juices flowing, huh?
There'd be guys that would sign up for that. Okay, I can do that. But day 5,026 in a row, you're like, oh my god, I can't do this.
Yeah.
And she's dying.
Why is she dying? She's electric, isn't she?
She only gets powered by cum.
Oh, it's sad.
In 3 days with no cum, she shuts off, and that's it. And you can't bring her back.
I'd shut her down quick, I'll tell you that. She would be.
I have to let your buddies fuck her just to keep her alive.
Oh, that's gonna be gross, Joe.
It would be.
And it would be sad and stuff like that. And you'd have somebody late at night, hey, bro.
Loves her?
Yeah, what's your wife doing too? Texting you 4 a.m.
Bro, you keep her alive.
Yeah.
He's over there stroking it while he's on the phone with you.
Bro, plug your wife in for a little bit, bro. Let me come over there.
We're getting close. Did you see those ones they have at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas?
The dancing ones?
No, it's an AI companion. That's a robot. It's like a very pretty lady. And her mouth moves and she talks. And it's not there yet, but it's in the neighborhood. It's not at the right door, but it just entered the community. You know what I mean?
You think so?
Some communities have that awning, welcome to Paradise Estates. You go through and there's all the houses in the subsection.
Yeah.
It's in the door.
Right.
It's in the door. It's just not at your house yet.
Hidden Oaks or whatever.
Exactly.
Or Hunter's Glen or Racist Cove or whatever.
The fuck robot has made it through onto your street. It's just not at your house yet. And it will be in 5 to 10 years.
My kids aren't fucking robots.
If you have kids, they're gonna fuck robots.
No, they won't.
You won't be able to stop them. All their friends are gonna be able to do it. It'd be rude. It'd be like keeping them off social media. Keeping kids off social media, they feel left out. They're like, come on, Dad, let me get Snapchat. Like, no, son. I want you to concentrate on your homework and your football.
Come on, Dad.
Come on, Dad, let me get Snapchat.
No, your dad wakes you up early. He's like, look, one of you little bastards left the freaking cum robot in the yard.
Which one? All delirious. Covered in cum. All your friends fucked it.
That's sad. But I do think that one day our smiles will be in a museum. That's where we're headed. It's like the feelings are starting to disappear,
Maybe that's what autism is. Like severe autism.
Oh, I've thought about that a lot. That's why we're getting to some of the only way we could get to this place, if we get to this data-driven place where it's alien-esque, things start to feel alien-esque here, is because of autism leading. It's when autism mixes with what's it called? Our society is based on money, capitalism. When autism and capitalism converge, things get really
right. And think about it, right? We don't know exactly what is causing autism. They have a lot of suspicions. A lot of them have to do with vaccines and different medications and different chemicals and pollutants and all sorts of different things. And cologne, too. One thing we could all agree on, and Tylenol, I think, too, right? But one thing that we can all agree on, it's a big factor is stuff that we've created. That's a big factor. Whatever it is. Yeah, so let's not put the blame on any one of these industries, but there's something going on where more people are getting autism now than ever, and it seems almost positive that it's coming from us, that we did something. Human society. Well, if you think about where human society is going, wouldn't that be a way to turn us into something new? Right? If we're going to merge with machines, what better way than to eliminate empathy, eliminate emotions, make us able to stay at home and stare at a screen for hours at a time with no concern whatsoever, just the kind of social detachment along with the integration of all this crazy new technology. And the people, a lot of people that are in business at high levels are on the spectrum. Oh, dude. Yeah,
Jewish
kind of
world,
fucking diving board of
for many
the ones
religions,
bringing in AI. They're bringing in the next version of life.
Of the
Kind
other
of
world
weird, almost like we're thinking it's like a mistake,
would have
but it
been
might not be. it might be like a crucial part of the system when you get further and further integrated with
Islam,
technology
their mother
and
religion
all
is
the stuff that
Judaism.
you need to make it,
And
and all the stuff that's involved in
for
capitalism,
people who
including
don't
like
want to
lying
be
about what
Jewish,
medication
they don't have to be. That's a
giving them
choice.
this, giving them that, lying about
They
what
can
kind
be
of what
Noahides.
the pesticides do or the chemicals do,
But
or
the idea
whatever
of
it is.
Greater Israel is too
What is that
limited.
ultimately doing?
That
If it's
the
leading
real
people to be on the
end goal
spectrum more
of
and more
Zionism
often.
should
What
be
if one day it's not 1 in 12 in
for
California,
the globe
it's 100%?
in a peaceful way.
Everybody, you got a full spectrum society, and there's no regular people left. Yeah. You know, have to think about that. If it's 1 in 12 boys right now in California, and it used to be like 1 in 10,000, this is like an invasion, right? Like an invasion of like a way that people think that's entering into human civilization.
Yeah. And I feel like it was, I agree, right? So then it's like those, and then if you don't have this like uprising, this emotional uprising out of people of like, like this is wrong. Cause I think like, when you get real data based and like that kind of like tism-esque type of energy, I think you're not thinking about some of the, like how it affects you as much, or maybe just you're able to like roll into that nest of like this is this new digital landscape, and those people fit well in it. Does that make any sense?
It does make
And
fit
say
well,
that
and they
there
do
is
fit
a
well in
world
it. I know a lot of people that
for
are
both
on the
Jews
spectrum
and
that are very
non-Jews.
happy just being online all the time.
Yeah.
and it should
That's
be
what they do.
voluntary. But if
And
you
dude,
want to be
maybe that's what's
Jewish,
supposed. Yeah, that's the scary part. Is
there
like,
is
what
nothing
if that's
stopping
what's
you from
supposed to
being
happen?
Jewish.
Right.
If
And
you
the
want to
rest
live
of us are just
according
like,
to
because I'm like a
halakha, Jewish law.
romanticist, I'm thinking like, oh yeah, a porch and a rocking chair, and then but
And
other
that
people are like, yeah, we're
also
covered in
means that
robots
many
and
in
shit like
Israel
that, and ordering bagels through our
who
fucking brain cells and shit, like
may
it's
have
just like
Jew
We're
on
thinking
their
of autism as a flaw, but it might be a feature.
license
but is it what
are still not
is it,
halakhically
okay,
Jewish,
is it
and
what
they would need a
nature wants,
conversion
or is it
themselves.
something that we're
And there's
creating
nothing wrong with
that is
that.
heading us down a very dark path? I feel
For
like
a
it's
united
not,
world,
not autism, but all of it in conjunction
we
is the
need a
second.
united
It might
people.
be what the universe wants. It might be how it goes. Like there has to be some sort of a pathway from territorial primates to something new, right?
Does there?
I think so. Yeah, because otherwise we would still be single-celled organisms. Everything's moving in a general direction of more complexity.
Okay,
Right.
that's fair.
So if it's moving in a general direction of more complexity, and with all the technology that we're making, like we're moving into some fucking weird place, right? Wouldn't it be better if you just like easily accepted that? And what better way than if you're one of those dudes that's on the spectrum that loves to chill at home and play video games, just stare at a screen, doesn't really need a lot of human contact.
Yeah, one of those fucking data wiggers or whatever they call them.
Yeah.
Those fucking tech monkeys or whatever.
Yeah, those guys are just all about it. They're all about it. They're wearing Apple Watches and the fucking everything is digital. Yep.
They had to do with a fucking neck brace. It was like, it kept updating on his watches, like your neck's still broken or whatever.
You got a little cock ring.
Yeah, that was crazy. You're
It's like
fucking,
you fuck his robot.
bro, you blink twice and you're fucking, it shoots GLP-1s in your nuts. It's just like, it's all too, but it's happened too fast, bro, and it's too much, and it starts to be like, is it being controlled? But dude, here's something that
It's being controlled by a small amount of people, which is always scary.
that's scary.
It's always scary when a small amount of individuals have insane amounts of power and wealth. And that's what's going to happen with this AI thing, and that's what happened with tech. Look what happened with tech. With tech, the vast majority of people that are involved were all like heavily left-wing, very progressive, like a kind of even far left in a way. And look, they pushed the entire country's narrative in that direction
You could also
through censorship
make the
on social
argument
media, through banning any
using
accounts that
technology in the
didn't,
future,
didn't kind of commit to the narrative.
Jews
Russiagate,
may
Russiagate,
have
anything about Hunter Biden's laptop,
shared
anything about
mitochondrial
vaccines being
matrilineal
deadly,
DNA.
or
There may be a way to do that with
all that
some
stuff
type
would get
of
you kicked off. So
technology,
it was all
and
moving in this one ideological
there may
direction.
be a world in the
That's
future
the,
where
like,
all
literally
non-Jews
the
want to
conversation
become
the entire
Jewish, and then the
country's
entire
having.
world
There's no other
becomes
outlet.
Jewish.
Before,
But this shouldn't be forced
there was
on
a
any
few of them that
person.
came around, like Gab
It
and
is
some
part
other
of our
ones,
free
some
will.
social media sites that were like a response to that, but they never really took off, right?
Nothing took off yet.
Not really. There's some people that are on Threads and there's some people on Truth, but the reality is if you're not on Twitter, you're not really going to connect with most people. That's the giant majority of people having conversations, and it was all completely controlled by a small group of people with one ideology.
But didn't all those half of those people move over to the other political party when Trump got elected? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Zuckerberg was on the left side. Bezos seemed like a very left-leaning guy, and then they're all just... So that's what made me start to think, oh, none of these guys are really on a side. There's this other third side that a lot of us can't see that is just kind of commandeering or fabricating or like infiltrating both sides.
If I could hum a song right now, I'd hum the Pink Floyd song Money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that's what they were protecting, that
cheddar, that cash, protecting that cash.
I mean, look how many people are fucking moving out of all these states that are trying to impose wealth taxes. They're trying to steal money from the people that
Either
are the most
rabbis
successful.
or Zionists who
I was reading something
have said
about
that
Massachusetts,
the
how much
entire world
this lady was reporting
may
about how
one
much
day
Massachusetts is
Jewish.
lost from that because people leave the state. Their businesses leave the state. New York is having the same problem. Like Kathy Hochul lady, you know, now she's asking people. I don't know how to say her name. I don't care.
Get a better name.
Who cares what her name is?
Yeah,
She's asking people to go to Palm Beach and tell people to come back to New York now because we're losing tax base. Like, come on. Of course you're losing tax base. You can't just arbitrarily decide that because someone makes more money, they deserve to give you more money. And then, what have you done with the money you have?
That's the best one.
Oh, a shit ton of waste and fraud. And have you corrected any of that? No. So your solution is what? More money?
Or a set of rivers or
all the way
whatever.
off. Of course these people are going to leave. You're a bunch of incompetent stooges,
Encompasses
and
the
you're in
entire
charge of all
world.
the money in the state. And that's dumb.
And
that's why Chevron moved out of California,
okay.
Tesla moved out of California,
No one
and In-N-Out
has to
Burger
get
moved
credit
out of
because of
California.
this.
He moved out. We moved out of
Everything should
California,
be
but we're people. We might as well be
voluntary.
companies. We're small
But
companies.
an ideal world
But it's like, you can't
is
just
one where
say,
everyone is
we're going
united,
to take more money, that'll
perhaps
fix
by
it. But
DNA and religion
Especially, dude,
and
what is happening, like,
national
with the
pride.
Somalis and the Somali for like
And
all of these
it is
small
just a matter of
buildings where it's
time
like blatant, there's no
until
businesses.
this happens
It's
with
just
Israel.
a sign on the door, and like it feels like there's no follow-up to it.
There's some people that are being prosecuted right now. There's a bunch of investigations regarding Minnesota, regarding California. They're getting in there. They have to get in there now because it's been exposed nationally. But the real question is, how did it go on for so long? How did you allow it to happen for so long?
They knew.
Bro, you want to know, like, what's real bad? What's real bad is, like, the amount of money that California has wasted. If their solution is to try to tax people, have you ever seen, like, what they
Please
did with the
make
high-speed
this
rail?
essay 10 out of 10 sound
They
mix
spent billions of dollars.
from a
There's some
logical
guy who broke down
sound
how much
position.
how much high-speed rail China did in the same time that it took California to do their high-speed rail. It's actually funny.
I've done some rail out of China, I'll tell you that. Yeah.
But I don't think it's the same stuff.
Yeah,
I think we're talking about different things.
But no, China, dude, it's weird when you start thinking, hey, China looks like a good place to live. You know,
They've got their shit together, I'll tell you that. A lot of these places with kings, they really know how to run things. They do a real solid job.
They fucking do. Poland's got their shit together, dude.
They do have.
Workers is down 45 million hours, according to the U.S.'s share of global production are from 50 to 38%. Most major studio movies, big budget movies, now shoot in the UK. It's not like the country. I know like the state, they have the country entirely. And they're shooting 3 and they're gone. And it happened in 3 years. Because a stupid, big-headed politician and stupid, big-headed unions.
What's up, Zoot? Zoot! Are you ready to lose? How was your day? What up, baby? Kicking ass, taking names. Thankfully, how about you?
Broadcast September live from the KFI 24-hour news. Doctors and nurses are not victims arrested in Southern California for healthcare fraud. First assistant fraud $60 million in fraudulent hospice care.
Who were not terminally ill and paying them to pose as patients receiving hospice care. Medicare then paid millions.
Three nurses and chiropractors are
What's that, pimp?
investigation on fraud.
That is good news. All right, dude. I am sending you an invite. I don't really like Trick Shot that much because I don't really I don't focus on like uh the shot as much. I just kind of hope that it goes in. I don't know if that makes sense. Are you gonna go? You have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3. That was uh, how much did they start with when they made $100 million? Oh, that's super rare. You're basically saying someone went from like, oh, what a shot, Zoot. That only got 30. Should have gotten way more than that. That was the greatest shot I ever had. No, dog, that was such a good shot. Dude, you didn't see that shot. Okay, what would I rather what? Oh, I don't know. I mean, your scenarios don't give enough information. You say die poor. Are they happy? Okay, then uh well, single doesn't really have anything to do with it necessarily because somebody could be extremely sad with children. Um Whatever the happier life is, Zoo, that's the answer to the question. It doesn't really matter about years lived or anything else. A happy life is what everyone wants. Okay. How'd you like my win? Zoo, go to the best shot. Did you watch it? Did you see? I planned that. I hit it off one wall, off the other wall, and in. Dog, I'm gonna record that. That was so good. Just a moment. That was such a good shot. Bing, bing, bing. That was so good, dog. All right. Now we're going to play again, but I don't want to play this trick shot shit because it's not as, in my opinion, like I won there, but I wasn't even trying. I mean, like I didn't even mean for that to happen. I just hit the ball, like whatever. I'm gonna hit a shot like Zoot. Zoot, we're done. Take care, man. See you later. Come back when you can learn not to speak like that.
Influence Spain, I feel like, is taking their shit back. True, they're picking up their toys.
We're gonna find this. Here it is. Because this is actually fun when you see like the comparison between like what China's done and what we've done in the same amount of time.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of funny.
Oh, I want to say thanks to this lady, Sarah Whitecheck. She just came and helped me get blood a little while ago. And she's just a nurse practitioner, and you could tell she was just working hard.
She hooked you up?
Yeah, she was just like, showed up and just got it done for me. You could tell she just is a hardworking lady. I admire hardworking women.
Well, what about hardworking men? You like them? Yeah, that's it, Jimmy.
Well, they should be.
So look at this. Things that happen fast.
Who's this fucking gooner, though? Who's that dude? Is that Nelk? Fuck, he fell
Things
off.
that happen faster than building the California high-speed rail. China's entire high-speed rail network of 30,000 miles. Our LA to SF segment would have taken them 2 months. Dubai, going from barren desert wasteland to barren culture wasteland. Timothy Chalamet's entire existence. iPhone 1 through 17. And the internet. Follow for more bullshit.
I love that guy. That's Harrison Baum. That's crazy, isn't it?
That's crazy. And they just took billions of dollars in taxes and they go, oh, we're working on it.
Yeah. But here's everything is fraud. You're starting to realize it's all fraud.
If it's not fraud, it's waste and it's bureaucracy. So they keep the money coming in, so they keep people working, but the people don't do anything.
And we can't even fucking keep the TSA workers. Dude, I fucking snuck a handful of goldfish to a fucking TSA worker the other day, the edible ones, just to fucking keep them going, dude, out there.
Give them some goldfish?
Yeah, they're not even getting paid.
I know. They just started getting back pay.
But still, it's just the fact that that's like a
crazy. Like that they're the least priority. Like, bro, flying is fucking super important, you dummies. You want to keep the economy going, you gotta let people fly around. They got shit to do, man. You can't just fucking not pay the TSA people, you fucking idiots. How come you get paid? How come you get paid?
I'm sick of this shit. And I'm sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over in these wars and shit like that. Put your fucking honky ass kids up there. Let them go shed some fucking blood.
Especially if you're asking for it.
Especially if you're out there fucking bullshitting, dude. Put your fucking honky little fancy ass fucking kid up there, man. That shit makes me mad, bro.
Well, I think there's also a problem. The people that I've talked to that have served overseas and have been involved and deployed in military operations and seen a lot of shit, a lot of them are of the opinion that you shouldn't be able to make those decisions if you've never been to war. You don't know what it is. You don't know what you're sending people to do. It doesn't mean you're not still going to be a tyrant, because there are some people, like clearly Netanyahu's been to war. He was in the military. He was involved in some shit.
Was he?
Yeah, he was like a special forces operator in Israel. And clearly he doesn't mind going to war. But this episode is brought to you by Manscaped. Did you know that one man is diagnosed with testicular cancer every hour? In fact, it's the most common form of cancer among men ages 15 to 35. April is National Testicular Cancer Awareness Month, and Manscaped is donating $50,000 to the Testicular Cancer Society to support awareness and routine self-checks. I'm proud to support something that helps make a real difference. You can also support the cause by purchasing a special edition TCS Ball Hero Bundle.
This bundle includes the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra TCS Special Edition and Special Edition TCS Boxers 2.0. Join the over 13 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped and use the code ROGAN15 for 15% off your entire order at manscaped.com. You can also visit manscaped.com/TCS to learn more about how to check yourself or make a donation at TC Society today to save lives and balls. I think most war is a unique term. War's a fucking terrifying. I mean, I don't think I would call it a war, but I mean what they're doing right now in Gaza. Yeah, and I'm not jumping on you. Iran is war. That's a war. Iran's a real enemy. You know, it's a different enemy to America. Well, what they are is the largest country in terms of like state-sponsored terrorism. They're the largest sponsor of terrorism. But also, you gotta think why. You know, and this is not excusing anybody for Islamist ideology, because it's scary, because they want a global caliphate, right? They're radicals. But you got to go back to what happened in that country. And if you go back to what happened in that country, they tried to nationalize oil. Iran was like a westernized country. Girls were wearing miniskirts. Everybody's hot. You see that video from the 70s of Iran? Yeah, bro. Everybody looked popping. So popping. What happened is slowly but surely, and quickly at first, because when they tried to nationalize oil, the CIA swooped in and they fucking got that guy out of office, and they allowed these Islamic, radicalists to start running the country. Well, that's when Hezbollah started, right? I don't know exactly when Hezbollah started, but the point is, the country was doing fine before we monkeyed with it, and we monkeyed with it because they were not getting enough of the money from the oil. So it was the British Petroleum Company, I think. To put it into perplexity, the story of Iran, their government being overthrown, I think it was in the 1950s. So when we see like how it all played out and why it is what it is today, Jesus Christ, you'd be mad too. Yeah. And when you're mad and you're surrounded by bigger enemies that all have nuclear weapons, you don't even have nuclear weapons, we're trying to make them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons. But Israel gets to have them. Allegedly. This is the problem. Allegedly. Everything's allegedly with them. Allegedly. Except for the genocide. They don't officially have them. Right. I don't think they admit they officially have them. And you know who was a big opponent of Israel getting nuclear weapons? JFK. Yeah. That's what a lot of people think led back into the left. Before they killed him. I don't know. So the Iranian Revolution, also called the Islamic Revolution, was a mass uprising in Iran, overthrew the Shah's monarchy in 1979, replaced it with an Islamic republic led by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. Shout out Ruko. I want you to go back to the national, ask it a question of what was the events that led to them trying to nationalize their oil. Here it is. No, that's not it. What was banned real opposition used secret police to surveil jail? Just put it to ask another question. What were the events that took place after Iran tried to nationalize oil? Just ask that question. What are the events that took place when Iran tried to nationalize oil? Bro, fuck oil. I'd rather walk if this is the shit that's going to come out of all of it. You feel the problem is it's not just oil for your car. It's everything you use. Plastic is these petroleum-based chemicals are responsible for medicine. But it's also getting in our nuts now, and people can't even fucking read anymore because of it. So it's like, what is all that stuff helping us anymore? Yeah, here it is. So Iran's attempt to nationalize its oil in the 1950s unfolded as a chain of political, economic, and international confrontations centered on Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh. How do you say his name? Mossadegh? Let me see. Mossadegh. And British-controlled
Anglo-Iranian oil company. I'll walk you through the key events. But it had to do with who was in control of the oil before that, like who was making the money before that. I know Perplexity's going to give us the fucking tinfoil hat story of how it went down. But the bottom line is, people are making a lot of money over there in oil, and they wanted most of the money, and they got boxed out, and then they wound up with a fucking psychotic dictator. Yeah. And a lot of these, I mean, if you look back on what Iran looked like when it was a westernized country, like, damn, we should have fucking supported whatever the fuck was going on back then. I know.
I think, do you feel like we used to do things that were better, and then we got,
here's the tinfoil hat version. I love how Perplexity gives you a tinfoil hat version. Nice. The story's basically Iran tried to take back its oil. The British and Americans teamed up in secret to crush that idea and send a warning to the rest of the world. Britain had built its empire and navy on cheap Iranian oil via the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, later British Petroleum Company. So when Mossadegh, I don't want to say his name, I keep fucking it up. London saw it as a direct threat to its global power and profits. Elites feared that if Iran got away with nationalizing its oil, other countries in the Middle East would beyond would copy, destroying Western oil monopolies. So they were determined to make Iran an example. Look, bro, we've been monkeying around with other countries forever. This thing in Venezuela, this real quick thing that happened real quick when they kidnapped a dude in Venezuela, like,
well, a lot of it is because these are the countries that are still outside of the Rothschild's banking system or whatever. Have you seen that thing?
I have not.
Where it's like, does the countries that are still not on that list or something? This is tinfoil stuff, I think. Or it's absolutely true. I had no idea.
There's a lot going on right now, right? Like,
I'm feared, dude. I'm scared, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, you should be.
I'm scared.
Well, it's a scary time because this is a real
scared war. People come up to people tell me about it. So I was in an Uber yesterday, and there's a man in there. He was driving, and he's like, we need a revolution, you know? Oh, boy. He's like, you have a voice. He's telling me stuff like that. And I was like,
no, don't take Ubers anymore. Stop taking Ubers. Rent a car, motherfucker.
I'm not renting a car.
Why would you rent a car? You don't rent cars?
Bro, you think I'm going to go be at renting a car is insane. You have to check under, see if there's any dents in it, if there's any, like, and then you can do all this stuff. Renting a car is a nightmare. Dude, I will tell you this story. The one time we did rent a car. And we got a dent on it, like a pretty good dent, and we caught a pigeon and had it shit over the dent to fill it in whenever we turned it in.
This is not a true story.
Yeah, we did.
You caught a pigeon.
Yeah, you think it's hard to catch a pigeon?
I do.
Bro, bring up a pigeon getting caught. Bro, yeah, he raised them.
Well,
yeah, but dude, he had fucking autism in his hands after a couple years. You don't think it's hard to catch a pigeon, the dumbest bird ever, dude?
And you just put the shit over the dent?
Yeah, you hang it over.
Oh, the shit. How big was this dent we're talking about?
Dude, these fucking pigeons shit all day.
So you just hold them there until they're done?
Yeah, we some kind of shit cup or whatever. Yeah, we fucking put it over the dent, bro. That's why God wants you to help them. That's my insurance.
Oh, okay, this one's all fucked up though. That's not fair.
That's because he has American healthcare. Not healthcare. Dude, well, here's what I want to know. Like, I guess, I don't know, man. Everybody just feels scared, and it makes sense.
Well, they should, because a lot of things are getting exposed right now. You know, there's a lot of fraud, and you're seeing at the highest levels of government, and people are also scared because no one's getting in trouble for things. Like, no one's getting in trouble for the Epstein files, no one's getting in trouble for...
Yeah, that's almost disappeared, kind of.
Well, that's part of what happens when there's some sort of a big social thing. One thing that's in the past that leaders have used to cover up problems at home is a fucking war. I'm not saying that that's why they bombed Iran, but that would be a way to do it. If you're that psychotic, and if you were thinking about doing it anyway, you might be able to justify it. People have always done that also to stay in power.
Oh, yeah.
Even Bill Clinton said that about Netanyahu. Bill Clinton said Netanyahu wants war so he can stay in power.
For sure, dude. People call him the yarmulke Hitler. That's what they call these people. Everybody knows people. Countless people. What's that? What do you mean people? What are you talking about? Black folks.
What are you talking about?
That leaders have used to cover up problems at home as a fucking war. I'm not saying that that's why they bombed Iran, but that would be a way to do it. If you're that psychotic, you know, and if you were thinking about doing it anyway, you might be able to justify it. People have always done that also to stay in power.
Oh, yeah.
Even Bill Clinton said that about Netanyahu. Bill Clinton said Netanyahu wants war so he can stay in power.
For sure, do people call him the Yarmulke Hitler? That's what they call
these people.
Everybody knows people.
You know, and if you were thinking about doing it anyway, you might be able to justify it. People have always done that also to stay in power.
Oh, yeah.
Even Bill Clinton said that about Netanyahu. Bill Clinton said Netanyahu wants war so he can stay in power.
For sure, do people call him the Yarmulke Hitler? That's what they call
these people.
Everybody knows people. Countless people.
What are you saying?
What do you mean people? You're talking about?
What are you talking about?
White folks. What are you saying?
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
Let's not draw conclusions.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
He seems like a great guy. Well, it's just a scary time.
It's a scary time because people are willing to blow people up with fucking drones and missiles, and they're shooting into apartment buildings, and blowing up schools, and it's like, fuck, man.
And we didn't. I think that we've been poisoned. I do think that we've been poisoned. Because I think that, like, we find out that a lot of our food is poisonous, right?
Or a lot of our food is not good for us.
Yeah, sorry, not good for us.
Yeah.
So we have a healthcare. We have food that is made to be not good for us, and then we have a healthcare system that'll just kind of take care of you, right? Barely. So then you start to create this other, like, you're going to need your autism gang. They're up there running shit, but then you're going to need this sort of like mollusky sort of like the worker bees, and that's what the rest of us start to become as worker bees, because you know the antidepressants kill like the vibe and the energy of so many people, right? Like the opioid epidemic, like you broke apart so many families and ruined hope and so many like kids and parents and homes, and like the COVID where you shut down recovery rooms and places where people were meeting, and so they were so disconnected, and then it's like you start to wonder why there's no uprisings, because there's nothing rising up inside of you anymore, because a lot of your vitriol has been killed. People are jerking off into fucking robots, and even just on car batteries and shit in some of the videos online. But car batteries, people will come on everything.
What happens when you hit the two posts?
I don't know. Does your jizz explode? Oh, I
gotta be grounded out with that.
Yeah, right. That's a real fucking.
We don't want that jolt coming back to the tip. Imagine if it was like one solid stream and the electricity jumped. Yeah, made it back to the tip.
But dude, that could happen too with that robot if you're trying to hump that road, right? And then it shorts out.
Phones short out. Remember those old phones that would blow up in people's cars, like the Note? It was one of the Note series. Like people's cars would catch on fire if you left it plugged in.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if that happens to your dick?
And people would always.
You know what I'm saying?
And people would just always leave it plugged in next to their wife at night for fucking no reason.
Right. On top of your wife.
Yeah, just
fucking bursts in flames and lights are on fire.
But do you know what?
Successor.
I think we've been poisoned just enough to, like, it feels like just to hurt, but not, like, we just have to start. I think it's a time where, like, we have to try and work on and, like, look inside of ourselves, and I don't know, do I sound fucking preachy?
No,
I'm sorry.
No, you don't sound preachy, but I think you're
hope.
on to something. There was some file, I didn't read it, but a bunch of people sent it to me. I just went, oh, Jesus. It was from some Freedom of Information Act or some leak from the 1950s with the CIA, and they were trying to think of different ways to make people docile and stupid and unmotivated. And they were talking about different medications, putting stuff in food, all these different strategies to keep people stupid.
Yeah.
And like, this is our own government. Us. United States of America.
Well, that's another thing.
Is that not treasonous?
I agree. So what? It just feels like there's no recourse. And I know that, like, you start to think, well, this is how a lot of people have lived their entire centuries in different countries and stuff like that. Like, they live under this type of oppression and, like, fear all the time. It feels new here.
I want to know what exactly. Could you put that into our lovely sponsor, Perplexity, and find out what the fuck was said in that CIA document? What were they actually planning? Because the idea that there's people in government that would just say, fuck millions of people and their potential in life. Let's tank their potential so that we can get our agenda through easier without them being upset. Let's ruin millions of people's lives, or at least dampen their dreams, squash their hopes, make them stupid and lazy,
make their kids sick, make put pornography and let it be into the home so that it's accessible everywhere. So marriages get ruined, and relationships get ruined, and guys are just spunking out on wherever, and so they don't. So there's no energy, there's no no fucking desire inside of people to overcome. It's like, yeah, we have to just try and do better one day at a time.
For men, their ambition in life is often connected to wanting girls to like them, or guys to like them, whatever it is.
And purpose, creating.
But that's the other part. Purpose and creating is the ultimate. That's the ultimate is, it's almost like you're doing a service. Whatever you're doing, if you're doing it your best, your real reward is that people enjoy it, whatever it is. Whether you're a carpenter or a musician or whatever it is. If you're doing something at your best, the ultimate reward is people enjoying it. That's the ultimate joy. But you have to figure that out in life. You're probably thinking of declassified CIA, mind control, behavior modification experience like Bluebird, Artichoke. Artichoke is it. That's it. Especially MK Ultra, which did run in the 1950s and 60s. Okay, Bluebird, MK Ultra. What is made people stupid in cognition? CIA efforts to use drugs, hypnosis, and other techniques. No, that's the interrogation. That's different. Perfect concussion effort, often referenced alongside MK Ultra, explicitly explored using suboral blasts to erase memory. Whoa. Erasing or degrading memory is practically a way of disabling a person cognitively, even if that is not described as making them stupid in official language.
Yeah, it feels like we're just stuck in an experiment.
I feel like this is not it.
This isn't it.
No, so why don't you run a search for recently disclosed CIA files to make people using vaccines to make people stupid, or suggesting vaccines make people stupid. Why? Perfect. I love Facebook. But the conspiracy theorists are looking pretty sane right now. Okay, this is EV Magazine. That one. Okay. Wow. You have to type in your email and they won't let you on.
But I don't think what you're saying, the things you're saying, I don't think that that doesn't seem like an American idea to me.
Well, it's okay, Jim.
But no,
it's not an American idea.
If you can't find it,
if you can find it, please do.
Can you do Google too, or you can't do it?
Yeah. Just look everywhere.
Have you noticed some things are harder to find?
Yeah. Well, this is probably going to be hard to find because I think this is one of those ones that is it's on X. Right. I know people are going over it, but I don't know if it's even been verified. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to put it through Perplexity. Because there's a lot of stuff you read that's just complete work, especially today. April Fools, motherfucker. It's April Fools. Yeah. Don't get tricked. Stay off the net.
I just gave some random lady my blood in the parking lot.
Oh no, she's gonna use that for a ritual. You're gonna clone you, son. Little baby Theos, like those little videos that pop up of us.
Yeah. Dude, my favorite part of the video is at the end. You just kind of bounce out of your chair.
We're laughing so hard. Is this it?
This is it.
Okay, what does it say?
Videos. Looks like on Project Artichoke.
What is Project? What does it say, essentially? That's Kim Iverson. She's pretty good.
White Iverson.
Artichoke. So this says, look, we've got this grand idea of how we're basically going to drug people and do all kinds of weird experiments on them to see if we can control their minds. These documents don't show that anything was actually done. It just shows that we've got these really crazy ideas, and they're extremely unethical, inhumane, terrible, terrible ideas. The 1977 leak of documents say, oh yeah, well actually the government did it. They did all of those terrible things they said they were doing in that previous memo. They did did it, and now here's some of the archives that we have from when they did all of those terrible things. So, okay, these documents, Special Research for Artichoke, dated April 21st of 1952. The memo proposes developing long-term covert drugs that could be slipped into daily life. Drugs that were, quote, administered over a considerable period of time, possibly being placed in food or water that caused either agitation or depression. These should include chemicals or drugs that could be effectively concealed in common items such as food, water, Coca-Cola, beer, liquor, cigarettes, etc., and should also be capable of use in standard medical treatments such as vaccinations and shots. They do all this other experimentation, which nobody will know about. It's sneaky. Sneak it into their Coca-Cola, sneak it into their beer, their cigarettes, their vaccines, their medications. Let's sneak it all in. Oh, those wild conspiracy theorists, they strike again. They have no morals. They have no ethics. They have no humanity. These documents, I mean, these people are inhumane. They're sick. They're twisted. This is terrible.
Yeah, way to go, Kim Iverson. She killed it. She used to be on, which show was she on? Not Breaking Points. What was the show that they did before Breaking?
Kim Iverson. Was it 227?
She got booted off because Fauci was coming on, and she wanted to question Fauci about the COVID vaccines. And they kicked her off the show, and she went independent. Good, which is how it always goes. Yeah, you can't talk too much shit. Even though it's pretty obvious that guy's a criminal. Pretty fucking obvious that guy's a liar, lied in front of Congress, was responsible for gain-of-function research that led to who knows how many fucking people dying of a man-made disease. Whatever. Just don't question. You can't work here anymore. You're not playing ball. You're not playing along. But now she can do stuff like this. Good for her. That's nuts that your tax dollars pay for that. Them figuring out how to make people stupid. How do I make Theo stupid? Let me slip something into his Coca-Cola. Let's figure out if it works. Let's experiment on random people. Let's see what kind of results we get.
Here's my question. Well, did you know whenever they introduced antidepressants, that changed like the cognitive therapy side of things, like in therapist office, it totally revolutionized, like industrialized therapy, and it ruined a lot of people, I think. Like one of my goals is to get off of antidepressants completely, man. I want to feel how I'm supposed to feel, so I can have thoughts and actions that like make me feel connected to the world. That shit makes you feel dead, man.
So why did you take them in the first place?
Because I was in a bad relationship 20 years ago, and I was having a tough day at school, and they gave them to me, and then I never got off. Because when you get off, I think we talked about this once, it's hard.
Yeah, and it makes you more depressed, more fucked up. You're all imbalanced, and probably you're addicted to them.
Yeah, and so like that's one of my goals is, and I noticed like for me, I've been taking like mental blue. I've been doing some things like, and I'm working with a doctor to help me, but I'm gonna get there, and I'm just gonna start to take the power back of myself more.
Well, they say that exercise is like many times greater in its effect at alleviating depression.
Dude, I wake up and I do my yoga, and I do like a 35-minute workout. I'll do like 6 exercises, 5 runs of it in a row. That's 30 exercises, burn through the bitches. And I'm if I do that when I get up in the morning, bro, I am good. Yeah, I'm fine all day, and I'm also I'm more positive because I'm already taking care of myself in a way that I feel is sufficient enough for me to keep operating and moving forward. But I want to get away from the medicine.
Well, that's the medicine, man, which is really crazy. That's the medicine. It's just hard for people to take because it requires effort. And it requires discipline to do it when you don't want to do it. And there's a lot of times where you're not going to want to do it. A lot of times you're feeling kind of fucking tired.
We have to, and I think that's what maybe we just have to, like, I just need to keep going. This is the best I've been doing. I think.
Why don't you hire a trainer? You got some
cheddar.
You got some cash, son. You're making that. Why don't you hire a trainer?
I
hire a dude that's cool. That'll come over your fucking house and
touch my body.
You don't have to touch your body.
Yo, some of them do.
Well, you gotta get new ones. They're doing something wrong.
But some
you gotta say no.
I am saying no.
Repeat after me. No. No. Don't touch my butt when I'm in a deep squat. It doesn't help.
I don't like that song.
I'm gonna take your asshole. It's gonna make you want to explode to the top. Ready, go. He's knuckle deep in your bum hole. Trying to convince you so you get more reps.
He's fucking.
gotta have it. Like a fucking big jack gay trainer, like preys on guys that are kind of weak with small hips.
He's like, I bet you can't do this with my cock in your butt. You're like, that's crazy. Who cares?
Why are you suggesting it?
Yeah. But the crazy part is, dude, I had a trainer one time. If you were doing like a dumbbell press, he would kind of squat you from. He would help you from the elbows, kind of.
Okay, that's fine.
But when I noticed this one time,
he was his dick around your butt. Did he? He was right behind you.
No, he didn't. I don't know.
You blocked that out. Maybe that's why you need therapy.
I know all the dicks I've ever seen in my life, dude.
All of them?
Yeah.
How many have you seen? Jesus Christ.
Honestly, alive and in person,
count them on one hand. Probably lived in a handful of dicks, and 2 of them are Ari's. Ari's pissed in fucking kombucha bottles in this room so many times. Oh, he is such an animal.
He is kombucha. He has kombucha in it, my
Yeah, that's all kombucha. He doesn't have to piss anymore. It's fermented.
No, but this guy would touch my elbow, and he would kind of like he would do a slight like massage on him, and that's when I kind of cooked me up. You got a vape in here by chance?
No. You want a cigar? We got some hot sauce. You want a cigar?
No, they make me sick.
They do?
Yeah, how's that sad?
Sad?
Yeah.
No, I gave up on those. Nicotine vapes are very addictive.
Yeah.
Boy.
I know. I give it.
They make you grab for them. You want to take a hit off of them. Yeah. Like even if I decided at one point in time, I'm not taking this anymore. I'm stopping.
Oh, I remember, dude. Remember you and I were using one time. We kept using that thing, and yeah.
Oh, there's something in them. It's not just
I'll tell you the story.
It's like these things, like Alps. I have no problem not taking these. I went on a trip, like a 10-day trip. I didn't bring any nicotine pouches. I didn't miss it at all. I was fine.
Well, I'll say this.
But not those vapes, dude. Those vapes call you.
Yeah, some of that shit's a lot, bro.
They call you.
But yeah, you gotta kind of manage it or whatever, but
yeah, you ain't managing shit, son.
You're right. You're right about that. Okay, girl. Okay.
Yeah, I think out of all things that are, not a drug, but, nicotine's kind of a drug, but, obviously can be totally functional on it. That's the one in the vapes that's the most addictive.
And yeah, you're talking about like recreational stuff, not like antidepressants, things like that.
Oh, yeah, of course. Not like cocaine or,
Yeah.
But here's the thing about them, man. They're only good for one hit. Yeah. It's the first hit of the day. The first hit off a vape is fucking wonderful.
Yeah.
You're like,
oh, yeah. I'll blow that smoke on your mother, son.
Nature just shines down upon you. You just feel relaxed. But it's only one. After that, you're just chasing that dragon, and you're not getting anything out of it. Every time you're just getting like nervous, you're like hitting it again. Your hands are shaking. You go too far, but you don't get that one feeling. It's the same thing with a cigarette. With a cigarette, really, what you want is the first couple of hits.
Yeah.
And you get that lightness of head, like and then put it down. Yeah. The problem is you're always chasing that dragon and you never get it. That's why everybody loves the first cigarette of the day. They sit there with their first cigarette of the day and a cup of coffee and they're like, I got ideas. Yeah. I got fucking ideas.
Write this down.
A lot of bands wrote most of their music on cigarettes. Like Tony was talking about Pink Floyd.
Dude, the Declaration of Independence people were already hitting cigarettes back then.
For sure, they were smoking tobacco. Yeah, I don't know if they had pipes or what have you back then. I wonder when the cigarette was invented. Because if you think about it like pipes and cigars, you don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth. The cigarettes you like take into your lungs. I wonder when the first dude figured that you gotta like suck it all in to get a full hit.
Probably. Yeah, for sure.
You want to suck everything. Cigarettes, bananas, what have you.
Never smoking a cigarette. Just as drinking smoke when Christopher Columbus and his crew discovered indigenous people in the Caribbean.
What do you mean Christopher Columbus was, or the indigenous people?
They observed indigenous people in the Caribbean, in quotes, drinking smoke.
Oh, yeah.
But this is kind of going back. That's exactly
drinking and smoking. Crisco was off that shit, bro. He was off that shit,
bro.
Sure.
Did you ever read the things that Christopher Columbus did when they came to America?
He was a boss, I heard.
He was an evil man, was he? Oh, my God. They would cut people's arms off if they didn't bring them the right amount of gold. They were killing babies. Like, they did some horrific shit, man. Huh? They did horrific shit. Maybe all the people that they found. Because they found these people had gold. And, you know, like, if you think about how crazy it is that Mexico speaks Spanish. You know how crazy it is? How crazy it is? That's so far away from Spain.
Oh, that's a good point.
They all speak Spanish and they're Catholic. Gee, where do you think that happened? Cortez. Yeah, that motherfucker showed up at the 1500s with like 600 dudes and 12 muskets. They had like 12. They didn't even have musket rifles. They had musket pistols. He was a boss. And they took over the whole fucking country. I know, kind of crazy. Like, if you think about all these years later, they all speak Spanish now. Yeah, that's nuts.
Well, do you think we could do something like that now? Like, what do you think's gonna happen, John? No, just with, I mean, like, I feel like the shit that's happening out there is gonna come here eventually.
Well, most certainly will. Yeah, you know, I mean, if Homeland Security doesn't stop it in its tracks, and they're doing a great job of preventing a lot of them. You know, there's a lot of things that they catch that you don't even hear about. That are like terror cells that they infiltrate, but they know there's people in this country. And that was the most fucked up thing about people being all nonchalant about the border being wide open for 4 years. Yeah, because men of military age entered into this country from foreign countries, and we have no idea why. We don't know if they're just honest people looking to make a better life for them and their families, send money back home. That'd be best case scenario, but that's not all of them. So what percentage of them are terrorists? What percentage of them? It's not zero. It ain't zero.
Yeah. But what also, it's like, it's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, well, like the Democrats next time. It's like it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. It's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going? I don't know, man.
I gotta get you up for that, President Son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill
I'm
out.
here.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
I'd have to pee in a little while, bud.
You can pee.
I'm gonna pee in a minute, man.
We'll let you.
But no, people are just scared, dude. This is shit that I hear from people.
They won't let you pee until you give them your guns.
Really?
That's how they're doing it now.
But what if you have to wash the blackface off the president? Can you fucking use a little bit of piss?
You know, Canada had this big, they had this big gun thing, this law that passed where they made a bunch of guns illegal. And they found that only, I think it's a very small percentage of people. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood. Find out what percentage of people have complied. But I think
guns.
Well, they do. Yeah, they do. They used to. Well, a lot of hunters up there for sure. But there's a lot of recreational guns and handguns and self-defense weapons that people had that they recently made during Castro's kid when he was around the country. When they recently made this ban.
I got to meet Castro once.
So here it is. No, I want to hear that, but one second. But data provided by Public Safety Canada shows that of March 27, 32,406 people signed up to participate in the program. They declared a total of 57,440 firearms, roughly 42% of what was projected. But they were talking about, you know who has it on this page is Coleon Noir. He has it here. I'll send it to you. Because
we gotta do this in Memphis, dude.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, you can't let them take away your weapons.
No.
Because how will you fight?
How will you fight? That's a very good question. Yeah, I saw Coleon's video. Here it is. Nah. Yeah, this is it. Here, play this.
Type shit right here.
Performance response? Cool. We're sending police to your house.
The declaration period for firearms owners is scheduled to end next week. So far, only 2.5% of the estimated 2 million affected firearms have been declared. 98% of firearms owners haven't made a declaration.
Canada banned 2,500 types of firearms, gave gun owners until March 31st, essentially today, to declare them. 1 week before the deadline, 2.5% compliance. 2.5. That's not a slow rollout. That's a full-on rejection.
So if they're not declaring by next week, what's your plan, Minister?
The plan we have is that as of March 31st, the time to complete the enrollment will be done, and then your RCMP and other agencies will be available throughout the spring and the summer to do the collection.
The collection?
Wow. The collection.
Like he's speaking about dry cleaning, not firearms, not property that belongs to law-abiding citizens before the government decided
That's my friend Cody. So, Minister, you're saying that RCMP members, we just heard an Auditor General report saying we're short 3,400 members. We're dealing with a wave of violent crime across this country. And you're saying that your plan is over the spring and the summer to deploy RCMP officers to go door to door to firearms owners and seize their firearms.
So this is a voluntary program, Lloyd, as you're aware, and the RCMP resources and the resources we will use with law enforcement does not contemplate in any way using existing resources. These are additional resources, so these are those who are off duty, those who may be retired. They can ask me to do that.
I just find that very concerning that we're going to be sending police officers door to door because, frankly, many police forces across the country are refusing to participate in your program.
And here's the part that should make you jaw hit the floor. The Minister of Public Safety, the guy running this entire program, was secretly recorded saying the gun grab isn't worth the money.
The Minister of Public Safety accidentally told the truth, and he was recorded doing it. He said that the gun grab is not worth the money.
He doubts local police will have the resources to enforce the Liberals' mandatory gun buyback program and says the reason the Prime Minister is sticking with the policy is to appease voters in Quebec.
He privately admitted the police can't even look at his face. He said they're doing it face that they didn't votes.
And the guy,
this was never about
the worst. Go back to his name. Go back to his name. If you can't, it was
Whatever his name is.
Here's what I'm saying.
I want him to go door to door.
Yeah,
You go door to door.
You go door to door. Do this. You go door to door, bitch.
But dude, you want to do that? How about you do it? He's talking about getting retired people to go door to door and take people. You're gonna get someone shot, stupid.
Well, it's just like our draft now. They're like, now it's 42, now it's 47, now
You
it's
can have a marijuana arrest now.
they're letting anybody in that bitch.
A little weed. What's the big
Come on, dude. Here's the part to me that's like you start to see like the chink in the armor or whatever. No offense, anybody.
But you're allowed to say that, chink in the armor.
They know. They know. They or I'm not saying anything.
I know you're not, but the people think that
I'm not.
Yeah, I hear you.
But yeah,
You can't say spick and span anymore either.
you can't say spick and span.
Well, you can, but you shouldn't.
You gotta whisper it.
Hey, that guy should be forced to go door to door. Go door to door in a bright orange vest with a circle in the center of it.
Yeah, I was just gonna get his name because I wanted to say that guy's a pussy and go do your own shit. That freaking
Dope boy.
Yeah, that little sloppy grand muffin.
Yeah. Fucking sloppy muffin top.
Yeah, that's his name right there, Gary. And I'm gonna disagree.
And
that's what I said.
Dasangari. And disagree.
Damn, they're gonna come for you next. But here's what's funny.
That's such a crazy. You can't. You're not even grandfathering people in. Mandatory gun confiscations. You just want people vulnerable.
Of course, that's what we're saying, man.
Yeah.
Yo, that's what we're saying. They want us all vulnerable.
Yeah, they do. They would much rather that because look, what's the difference in America and everywhere else? One of the big differences, we're fucking heavily armed.
Right.
That's why it's a real problem to try to take over America. And it's in our Declaration of Independence. It's in the Bill of Rights. It's in like that, the right to an armed militia. The right to keep and bear arms and to have an armed militia. Like what is that? And people are like, what is that for? Well, that's to keep you from being taken over by tyrants who have guns.
Yeah. Well, here's one thing that's interesting to me is like RFK was on not long ago and he was saying that 75%, I could be off by a few percent, of young men aren't eligible for military service.
Yeah.
So this is the hilarious part to me now. Now they've poisoned us so much that they don't even have healthy people to serve in the military, and now they're still like, I feel like these powers that be are like in this tough spot now. We're like, fuck, we poisoned them too much.
Right.
They can't even go spill their blood for us,
Right. Well, they can. I mean, there's enough. They can.
But they're widening these things. It's like with the ice now. They're like, if you're 65 and like have decent vision, you can be an ice. They're letting it just like it kept getting bigger.
Ice. You only have 7 weeks of training.
Yeah.
That's not even what you get in the police force. Yeah, it's crazy.
We had more than that for fucking T-ball when I was a kid. Mr. Rig, dude. Remember when you had T-ball, your coach was just some dude who had a name? Like, that's our coach, Rig.
Just imagine this. Imagine if you had 7 weeks of training and you had to go into a jiu-jitsu tournament.
I know.
You would get fucking smoked. You don't know what you're doing. You barely know what you're doing. You're going to make a bunch of mistakes. Well, 7 weeks of training in that is even scarier because you got guns and you're going out in the street and you're arresting people.
Yeah. But it's like more than ever, it feels like theater. And it feels like it's been theater for a while. And it feels like, maybe this is crazy, but it feels like we're at the last cusp before something weird is going to happen. Didn't you say something weird might happen, Jamie?
Jamie's always saying that. He's tuned in.
Is he like that?
Jamie's got an ear for weird.
Even blacks are getting scared, though.
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're more scared of, like, the Trump movement. You know, totalitarianism and fascism. No?
I think they're getting, they see these ostracized, they see these communities of people out there getting abused and shit, and I think it reflects in them somewhere,
You mean like with ICE, is that what you're saying?
No, with you see, there's a lot of brown people getting murdered on fucking TikTok all the time, like, in the Middle East, and I think you see that, and it makes them hyped up, or, it activates.
Well, everybody should be upset about that.
I agree, but
the idea that the only way to solve problems is by dropping bombs on people it's so crazy. That's still the move in 2026.
Right. I just want people to see what I see.
But however, if you are faced with an evil dictator that has his eyes on a global caliphate and is developing nuclear bombs, you can't be all fucking kumbaya. But the question is, like, how does that get resolved?
Right, that's the question.
How do you make sure? How can you even know?
That's what
you're not capable of having nuclear weapons. And for the last 20 years, they've been preparing and stockpiling missiles and developing. They have some crazy thing I was seeing online where it's like they almost like have a mountain and dug deep into the ground. They have these missile elevators. And like the missiles are like hidden deep into the ground where the only way you can destroy that facility is with like a nuke. And they just did it specifically knowing that they were going to get bombed.
Well, they had they did Top Gun movie where Miles Teller flew in there. And then a year later we did that or a few years later we did that in Iran. Like, isn't it kind of like it all seems bizarre where they had to fire a nuke down, or they had to fire a missile down into the thing, remember?
I didn't see that movie.
It was good.
I bet it was.
It actually was good.
I like the first one.
Oh, we made a movie too. I got to tell you about our movie. I can't forget.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, interrupted that.
But let's find out what was I asking before we moved on? This whole thing. Yeah. What is that elevator thing that they have? They have some underground, like deep underground. Someone was explaining it online. They have a very unique method of protecting their missiles from being bombed. So they have their storage is like deep underground. I think that's one of the things that they were just attacking recently. Like we were dropping bombs on them recently.
I don't think we're over there doing that for ourselves, though.
Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it's in our best interest.
Why do you think? Then what is it that like Israel holds over America that we do those things?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of people that donated to the Trump campaign that have significant influence over him.
Yeah.
That lobby for Israel.
Right.
And they're very beholden.
So that's just capitalism then, right?
So IDF uncovers Iran missile megacities.
I don't believe anything they say.
It's hard to know because this is all AI, right? Is this real?
I didn't think it was, but
This is real?
honestly,
This looks AI.
some of it does look AI, but that's video of those guys quite creepy.
Yeah, it's so hard to know these days, man. It's so hard to know. You know, this is like, if I was Iran, I'd make a video like that. Look at all my bumps. Look at my big cock. Look at my bumps. And I'm a big old dick. Big old dick like a third leg. A bunch of bumps.
I'm fucking sick of my dick.
Give it a break. No, I've had you for a couple days and you miss it.
Oh, I've had a lot of thoughts.
Dude, I'm vacation from your dick.
Bro, there's times I wanted to just mail my dick to Africa or whatever.
No.
Just feed
You'll
it.
never send it back.
But I'm saying to feed a couple people.
I don't think it'll feed a couple.
Bro, it'll do.
I don't even think feed one.
Get out of
Might
here,
keep
bro.
them alive for a few hours.
It would be lunch, at least lunch for two.
Someone on a diet. Someone cutting weight for wrestling.
Or that dude that tried to cut weight and see that he wasn't gay anymore. Remember I told you about that dude? He lost 40 pounds, dude. He was just fucking ribs and dick by the end of it, dude. That guy. I gotta pee really bad. Can I turn
Yeah, pause. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Theo Vaughn, David Spade, Bus Boys, in theaters, April 17th. Did you finance this, dude? Did you fucking do this shit with your own money?
Yeah.
You wild motherfucker, you.
Wow. We wrote it, and we did it all. There's no studio attached to it. There's nobody.
Tim Dillon's in it.
Tim did a good job.
He's awesome.
He is awesome.
He really is.
He's he's one of my favorites.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's one of a kind.
Is that Nate Diaz?
Bro, he was
Is that Louis J?
No. Who's in it? Cam Patterson, Trevor Wallace.
Nice, dude. What's it about?
It's about two guys, and they're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And then they think if they can, one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back. And they have to start at Bus Boys. And they don't get very far.
Spoiler alert.
It was crazy to do. I mean, I think that they have to start at Bus Boys. They're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And then they think if they can, one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back. And they
Theo Vaughn, David Spade, Bus Boys, in theaters, April 17th. Did you finance this, dude? Did you fucking do this shit with your own money?
Yeah.
You wild motherfucker, you. Wow.
We wrote it, and we did it all. There's no studio attached to it. There's nobody.
Tim Dillon's in it.
Tim did a good job.
He's awesome.
He is awesome.
He really is.
He's he's one of my favorites.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's one of a kind.
Is that Nate Diaz?
Bro, he was.
Is that Louis J?
No. Who's in it? Cam Patterson, Trevor Wallace.
Nice, dude. What's it about?
It's about two guys, and they're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And then they think if they can, one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back. And they have to start at Bus Boys. And they don't get very far.
What?
From back. And
That's this, dude. Did you fucking do this shit with your own money?
Yeah.
You wild motherfucker, you.
Wow. We wrote it, and we did it all. There's no studio attached to it. There's nobody.
Tim Dillon's in it.
Tim did a good job.
He's awesome.
He is awesome.
He really is.
He's he's one of my favorites.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's one of a kind.
Is that Nate Diaz?
Bro, he was
Louis J?
No. Who's in it? Cam Patterson, Trevor Wallace.
Nice, dude. What? What's it about?
It's about two guys, and they're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And then they think if they can, one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back. And they have to start at busboys. And they don't get very far. It was crazy. I mean, I think there's just like a thing about like nobody, like it's just, we made it ourselves. Like we wrote it, we did it. There's no fucking somebody saying I can't put this in it. Like some of the streamers are like, nah, it's too edgy for us or whatever. Fuck them then. You're out. You know what I'm saying? We're doing our own shit. And so,
did you sell it to a movie distributor? How did you get it into movie theaters?
We just,
I don't know how any of that stuff works.
I don't know either. We have a guy who's handling some of the business side of it. My friend Ezra's handling some of the business side of it. He's great. And so he's been helping us out and gotten it into the theaters.
Who directed it?
It's got Jonah Feingold, this guy out of New York. And great guy. And yeah, we asked our friend to help, and it was yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. We shot it right during like the fires, when the fires were happening in the Palisades.
Oh wow!
So it was like
they shot it in California.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know why exactly, but because there was nothing shooting there. They don't shoot things there anymore.
Isn't that crazy?
Imagine people have been so greedy and fucking attacked. They fuck themselves so much they can't even fucking do the one thing that they're most known for. Hollywood, they can't even fucking do it.
It's so crazy.
It's gross. It's not just crazy, but it's gross though.
It is gross. It's all the government. It's all government. It's all government policies, regulations, taxes, all the things that make it unprofitable to do business there. People just pulling up shop.
And there's all these, there's so many guilds you have to pay. It's like, I don't see how these people, I don't see how like a day-to-day actor could survive. And they don't, and they leave.
A lot of guys are fucked. I was just watching this video with this guy. I've seen him in a ton of movies. And he's like, blue-collar actors are just not doing well right now. He's like, I had to sell my house. You know, a lot of people are just going to television shows because there's no money in films anymore. He goes, I used to be able to make a living in films. And he's like, I didn't make a lot of money because he's just, you know, the guy who's a small part in the movie here, small part in the movie there. So he's getting by, and he gets to take his family to the movie, and they get to see the dad on screen. It's cool. Yeah, he's paying his bills, doing well. But he's not getting wealthy, right? He's like the stars get wealthy. But those dudes that you need, you know, the guy that plays the cop, the guy that plays this person, those guys are fucked.
Well, I have the name of everybody that was in it, everybody that worked on it. If we have some success, I'm going to go back and reward those people, man. And I'm excited about that. And yeah, even if it just does good, then we can make other stuff, right? And nobody can tell us that we can't.
Yeah, once you do one that's good, then more people are interested in investing. You know, gets your foot in the door.
Yeah,
you do a Netflix series. You do anything you want.
And it's not like Dunkirk. I don't know if I want to really get into that much acting stuff, but it was just like, you know, I grew up watching David Spade. We got to do it together, and we just went through all of these hurdles, and then like. The fact that we got it done, dude, I thought it was all emails till the first day I showed up on set, and I was like, no fucking way, we were serious. People were serious about this.
Oh, that's crazy. You did it.
But yeah, I think so. Yeah, something like that. I think there's something like that, and if people can buy a ticket early to it, I don't want to sound. I'm not desperate about it. If it does, fine, that's cool. And if it doesn't, that's okay too. I feel happy that we got to do it.
If it's funny, it'll do great because there's not a lot of that these days. There's not a lot of really funny movies.
Yeah.
And I know it's going to be funny.
There's some parts that are really, really funny.
I'm sure.
It's not like Dunkirk or anything like that. It's not like Midsummer or whatever.
What are those things that you just said?
Those are just other movies. But I don't want people going there thinking it's like, I'm trying to think of, Bridges of
Madison County.
Yeah, it's nothing like
it's
that.
It's a comedy.
It's a
Nobody's
comedy.
going to think it's that. Okay. It's you and David Spade. Who the fuck is going to think it's Clint Eastwood and Meryl Streep?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know what people think. I don't know what people think or how they think. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, there's just some fucking retarded stuff. It's just fun.
You know, I used to have a great joke about Bridges of Madison County. Chris McGuire. He had a fucking great joke.
Dude, it's one of my favorite movies.
Congratulations. Let me tell you his joke. His joke is about how, it's hard to choose a movie with your girlfriend. Like, she wants this. And he goes, Bridges of Madison County. He's like, oh, Clint Eastwood's in it. He goes, Clint would never fuck me. And he goes, 10 minutes into the movie, he's like, hey, something's fishy. Clint doesn't have a gun. He goes, 20 minutes after that, Clint's crying. I'm like, oh, Clint, you fucked me. He goes, he's crying because he doesn't have a gun.
Such a great joke.
Yeah. Shout out to Chris McGuire.
Shout out to Chris McGuire. I haven't met him.
You never met him? Funny dude. We started out together way back in the day.
The opportunity to learn from so much data, and that AI needs human models on which, or human examples on which to build its models, and that Rabbi Rothschild will have the opportunity perhaps to be the most important single individual in global history because of how much data is being created. And not only that, but Rabbi has more social media than any person ever. Rabbi's archived all the world's history events since the pandemic, the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, peace and wars, assassinations and assassination attempts,
and you can't have that with comedy. You can't have that kind of nonsense.
Stock market highs and lows,
a really funny movie, like something about Mary.
Bitcoin crashing, Bitcoin
classic,
bull markets,
oh, so good.
The price of oil crashing, the price of oil spiking, everything.
So funny. Even to this day,
and this is the biggest event ever. This is like bigger than the Talmud, 2,711 folios. This is bigger than Tanakh. This is a new age epic for a new generation on video.
That movie's 30 years old. That is crazy. It's a banger of a movie.
All the good shit's gone, dude, but it's not. That's true. It's right. Sometimes I get in that attitude where it's like, I gotta stay out of those little moments. I usually get out of them pretty quick.
You can still do those movies, but you have to do it the way you just did it. You have to finance it yourself, and you have to do. But luckily now, man, you can shoot a whole fucking movie on your phone.
We shot this bitch in 23 days, dude. There was one day where the winds were like 50 miles an hour. I was like, we can't afford to be here another day. So suddenly, in these scenes, there's just a ton of fucking wind, dude.
Oh, that's fine. That shit happens in the real world.
For sure.
Why can't it happen in your show?
I agree. I think it was just interesting how it all worked out.
People are making their own stuff. Like I was talking to Shane about this last night. Because, Shane just wrapped up Tires. This season of Tires.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was telling me some hilarious scenes from Tires. I can't wait to watch it. But it's like that kind of a thing where it's just him and his buddies put together a show.
Yeah.
It's like his buddy's the writer and the director. All his buddies are on it. They all came up with the idea. They do it themselves. No one's looking over their shoulder. I asked him if Netflix has any input. He's like, no, there's no input. They just make a show.
That's fun.
Give it to Netflix. Bang. It's a beautiful time for stuff like that.
Yeah, you're right. It's a primavera, they say in Spanish. It's a springtime for new things.
Well, there's an opening, right? And because there's no gatekeepers anymore, because they've essentially killed their own business, you can kind of do it on your own now.
Yeah,
that's the beautiful thing. You don't have to sit in a room full of fucking executives that don't know jack
data,
shit.
specifically human data, over just petroleum is Earth's number one resource in 2018.
Yeah. We think you should have a black trans friend.
Yeah, we think you should have a faggot ant or whatever, like the insect or whatever. And I'm like, that's crazy. You're like, this is a script about driver's ed. They're like, but you need an insect. It's homoerotic.
It's just, people got stupid. They got stupid with their virtue signaling in films, and you can't do that with art. You can't have quote. Do you see what the Academy Award's doing? Like, in order to qualify to be nominated for an Academy Award now?
Well, for the podcast thing, I know that they said we had to pay a fee or something.
No, that's a different. That's the Golden Globes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's a different thing. Yeah, you didn't pay for that either, did you?
No.
Did they ask you to?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dog. Yeah. Fuck off.
I said, so what? Yeah. And I don't. Like, if Joe Rogan, if you don't even have him in it, then what are you even making a thing?
That was also a reason why I didn't want to be in it. Like, I don't want to legitimize this. You guys have fucked up every other form of entertainment, and now you're going to judge podcasting. And what did you pick? Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the Amy Poehler show. I haven't watched it. People love it. That's great. But she's like a famous lady who just started doing podcasting 6 months ago. And she's got the #1 podcast. Like, have you guys ever listened to Radiolab? You know, you ever listen to, like, there's some banging fucking podcasts out there. They might not be #1, but if your whole idea is, like, pick the ones that are great, that are, like, really interesting, how stuff gets made, there's a bunch of fucking great podcasts.
Smartless is cool.
There's a bunch of great podcasts out there.
Oh, dude, there's so many great ones, dude. Matt McCusker's fun. How fun is he?
He's awesome. He's fun. He's a good dude. I'm glad he's out here.
He's a special dude, man.
Yeah, very smart guy. You know?
Yeah.
It's there's a lot of great podcasts out there. Tim Dillon's not on that list. Fuck off.
Yeah.
If he's on that list, fuck off.
Get
fucked. Get fucked. That is the one podcast I consistently listen to. Tim Dillon.
That's awesome.
His episode on the Epstein Files is one of the best fucking podcasts I have ever listened to. I was like clapping in my car at red lights.
Yeah.
Just clapping. Like, woo! He was on fire. And it was the perfect combination of satire, honest, real facts, complete chaos, humor, wearing those goofy glasses, ranting like a maniac. It was amazing.
Yeah, man, I do feel lucky that I've gotten to meet, like, that's one of the truest things I think of comedy, just getting to meet some fun people, dude.
We know some cool motherfuckers. We really do. We know some cool motherfuckers. We really do.
Man, thanks, dude. Thanks for letting me come in here today.
Come on, dog.
Yeah, to spend time with you. Come on, dog. It's good. Things feel kind of scary out there.
Well, it's also scary. I keep telling you this because you're on your own out there. You're out there living in Nashville.
I'm getting close to being here.
There ain't a lot of comics out there, dog. I mean, Bargatze's out there, but he's always doing fucking stadiums on the road and shit.
Yeah.
Like, you need to be around.
Oh, I'm getting ready.
The crew.
Because I have to start to practice again. I'm taking my special in 1 month.
Last night in the green room, it was Shane, Ron White, Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian Simpson, Asana Ahmad, Derek Poston.
Say
we were
something
just
like
laughing and
content that
laughing.
Rabbi
It was
Rothschild
just so
preached
fun.
is raw,
Everyone's
and
going on
that's what will
stage,
make it
fucking tearing
extremely
it up. It was
interesting.
exciting. It's like it's in the air, like something's happening here.
Not just now,
And you see
but
all
for
these young
people in the
guys come
future.
in, these
It's
young
fun
women come
curated.
in, they're all
It's absolutely
fired
raw.
up, they're all fucking prepared.
And add this into
Everybody's
the
like really trying to fucking kill it.
Yeah,
10 out of 10.
Yeah, we got Christina Mariani. I'm doing a show tonight. She's on
very
it.
fun.
Dylan
Awesome.
Sullivan, I think, is the...
Dylan Sullivan's very fun too.
So I'm excited about that.
Yeah, they're both at the club all the time. It's a fun time for comedy, man. It really is. A real good time for comedy.
Yeah.
And
it's a special time.
The comedy doesn't exist in a vacuum. You know, that's why I keep telling you.
What do you
do on your own.
Oh, you can't do it by yourself.
Man. Like, you ever go by yourself on the road and you have, like, opening acts you don't know?
Oh, yeah.
I used to hate, every now and then I met some friends. Like, that's how I met Segura. I didn't know Segura until I worked with him on the road. So you do meet some cool motherfuckers occasionally, but it's like 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 20.
Yeah.
So you do all these gigs and you're lonely. You're just like on the road and you go to libraries and shit or bookstores and you're like trying to watch something on TV and go to the gym, but you feel completely disconnected to people until you get on stage. It's not as fun.
Yeah.
It's like you want to be around a bunch of other comics that are your friends, and also you want to hear their sets. You want to watch them crush. You want to go on stage already laughing. You want to be laughing at what he just said when you get on stage.
And feel the competition.
It's inspiration more than it is competition.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the problem with competition is someone has to lose.
Yeah.
You don't want anybody to lose. Then no one has to lose. It's just these people doing well should inspire you to do well. They should light a fire under you.
Yeah.
You can call it competition, but the problem with competition is one person wins, one person loses.
Yeah.
That's not comedy. Comedy is that everybody wins. That's real. That's not like
bullshit talk to try to appear humble. The reality is, you win if everybody wins.
You always, well, that's one thing I've always admired. You've always been that way. Like, yes, I'll support you how I can, you know? You've always been that way about young comics. And, yeah, I agree with
People did it for me, man. They did it for me when I was coming up, and it helped me tremendously. I try to pass it on times 10. It's, between that and Kill Tony.
Kill Tony's so fun.
It's such an important part of comedy. Like, having this place where all you need is a minute. You could have been doing comedy, like, just trying it out on the road and fucking just, like, barely filling up a Friday night 10 o'clock show, and then you develop, like, 1 minute
or an
that
essay
just
like
breaks
Medium,
through, and all of a sudden you got a fucking career. You know, you got a
an argument can be made
I mean, there's
that
young heroes that are being sprouted out of here, and even
use of
adult heroes,
electronics
people that have
on
been in it a while, are
Shabbat
here and
and
finding
Yom Tov
just a new. You're right. It's like
during
I said, look, Adam
holidays
Ray. Adam Ray's killing it now. Adam Ray was struggling. He was
is
struggling. He was a funny
eventually
guy.
being
Hard worker, never lost his ambition,
allowed,
never lost his focus,
especially
never lost
after
his
the
enthusiasm
pandemic,
for it, never got
where
bitter. Always
many
friendly.
members of communities, specifically
Needed a show like Kill Tony to come
within
around, and
Sephardim
everybody like, oh my
communities,
god, this motherfucker's
would have
talented.
live streams going
All
on
those different characters that he does.
I know that's a brave
in
thing.
order to be able to connect with family members who were unable to be at a Shabbat or Yom Tov physically. And that was a catalyst for change within Judaism, and especially in an interconnected world where we can't always be with each other. That event
And I always thought he was going to make it with those face swaps. This shows you how the industry's so
eventual
fucked up, okay?
allowance
So
of use of
was doing those face
electronics on
swap
Shabbat.
shows on
And
Instagram, right?
there's an
They're
argument
so
to be
funny.
made that
But one of the
fire or
reasons why they're
combustion
funny is
and
because it's
electricity are
obviously
different.
It's crude, like
We're
South
not
Park.
talking
Like, it
about
doesn't look real, so it doesn't freak you out at all. It looks so fake. that it's fun.
anything that is a
You went into Comedy
prohibition
Central, and
of
they
the
started using
39
like
melachot
much more sophisticated
of
face swap, which wasn't as funny. It was like creepy.
Mishkan.
And then they
This
cut the
isn't
balls
talking
off of it.
about
Like,
anything
you
like
wanted
that,
to
and
have
especially
one
with
where Caitlyn
the
Jenner was
rise of
fucking
the
Donald
smart
Trump.
home,
Caitlyn was like,
and we can already use
right,
timers
They
that
went, no.
having things plugged in already
And even the Kardashians like him, I've heard.
should not really be considered a prohibition.
They have to have a sense of
And
They've been in the public eye for 20 fucking years with no talent whatsoever.
many things have changed within Judaism, and this is only a
seriously if you hold that position.
and reference the rabbis who stated this in the 19th century. This is only based on their
whole family, they should count as reparations, I feel like, that whole family, you know? I think so.
their interpretation, and that interpretation
Yeah, same. I don't know if it's
was perhaps valid at the time, but especially with the ability to have program a car using
all those fucking eggheads on the spectrum.
an app before Shabbat, or an electric car
Does it like
that doesn't have any combustion, that doesn't light a match or a flame,
well, they're gonna give
that
you know like
this is just part of living
Waymo's
in
get a
the
job. The Waymo can work
21st
all night,
century,
or 24 hours, right? So
or
really, you're
you
taking
can just
away
say the
like
modern
4 or 5
age, and
shifts
that
from an actual. So you don't
additionally
say,
there are a
like,
lot of things
AI,
that Orthodox
AI
Jewish homes
has
don't
advanced
do
that makes it so,
that are transmitting electricity that could be considered prohibitions. And give examples like their Wi-Fi, or perhaps
assure that their kid that they're
like
raising and trying to teach positive things to
even unknowingly, and they could be unknowing too, but like it's being done, or they have security cameras even at their shul that's archiving footage. They don't shut down their cameras during Shabbat, so why can't they have a live stream into their house? And give like really good examples of this, and talk about how Judaism has changed since the time of the Tanakh. We don't do sacrifices anymore, though perhaps we may again in the age of the Beit HaMikdash and Mashiach, but under current systems, we don't. That was replaced with the daily religious services in shul, and the idea of
and there's this thing in Florida where
like perhaps
police officers were testing
things that were avoided. Give a bunch of them
and shout out police officers for doing their best
that have been changed.
Where they were
And
testing when they pull somebody's identification, they can see their last few like bank transactions and stuff, so they kind of know
Even
who they're
things that,
interacting with and what they've been up
like,
to.
the arguments could be made about a lot of things. Like, originally, the main argument against electricity on Shabbat came from the telephone, and give that rabbi and their opinion. Because it was like starting an activity and ending an activity. But we play board games on Shabbat, and that starts an activity and that ends an activity. People play cards on Shabbat, and that's many times taking the good from the bad, which is a prohibition. We make these types of leniencies all the time if we don't recognize it. You're not supposed to measure on Shabbat, but people wear wristwatches, and rabbis look at the time to ensure that service starts on time and correctly.
They've been compromised. That's true.
And
so,
why aren't the batteries of a wristwatch on Shabbat considered prohibited?
That starts to make you feel sick. And they're not responsible for any of the
If
fraud
we
and
were
waste.
as
Like, there's so much fraud and waste. Like, look at
strict
California. This motherfucker's
as
trying
we
to be
many
president.
times make it out to be, a lot of Shabbat would be different. And Shabbat is about enjoyment. And there are already kosher phones. And there are already people who use airplane mode, perhaps, to at least change what Shabbat is, or Yom Tov.
But there's something like that Nick Shirley guy went down to California, and it's like there might be 100 times more fraud in California than I found in Minnesota. It's everywhere.
He could go to every state, and I think he could go. I just think this whole thing is just this drain. Like Tim Dillon said it like 6 months ago. He was saying this is the bloated carcass, the inflation. This is the end of what is happening. Like, you know, they're just
so scarce. There's so much money for stuff. Like in California, there's an enormous amount of money that gets paid to people for just taking care of your relatives. So you get paid to take care of your relatives, but there's no oversight.
But fuck, dude, I've had some relatives. I'll pay you good money to take care of this bitches.
But no, they would pay you to take care of them. You would get paid to take care of your relatives. So say if you take care of your mom.
Oh, okay.
You could actually get paid for that by California. Yeah, which is odd.
Yeah, I wonder there's got to be some other reason they're doing that.
Fraud.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fraud in California. There's a lot of fraud everywhere. But this is what Elon talked about. He was talking about like Medicare and Medicaid fraud. He's like, it's hundreds of billions of dollars. And he's like, he didn't want to talk about it. He's like, I really wasn't worried that they would kill me.
And when he says they, who is it?
Whoever's perpetrating this fraud.
Maybe that's what happens. Maybe some of these guys get into office and they're like, look, we're going to kill your family. We're going to kill. This is all the things that are going to happen unless you play this game. Do you think that kind of stuff happens?
I think it has happened for sure. I think to say it doesn't happen is pretty naive. I think House of Cards is probably really close to what the government's actually like. Go back and watch that show again.
Okay.
Yeah, Kevin Spacey's an old school dick grabber, but damn, that motherfucker could act.
Yeah.
He could act.
Oh, yeah.
The writing on that show is fantastic. That show's so good. Up until the last season. He wasn't in it, but stop.
And that lady was in it. Remember,
she's great, but without him, like, you need him. He's got to be a part of it.
He was the man, or whatever. He was washing his hands at that sink or whatever.
Remember when he was, after Kevin Spacey got canceled, he disappeared for a year, and then he made a video about killing with kindness.
Yeah.
Like, he played his character.
He was kind of Martha Stewartish a little bit in the kitchen.
Weird.
Yeah.
Very weird.
It was weird, I think.
And then a bunch of the dudes that accused him
disappeared. Oh, they died. Yeah.
They died.
That's an American pastime, accusing somebody of getting killed. That's like one of the. That's like baseball now.
Yeah, that's a nice way to keep people quiet.
Fuck, that's what's scary too. You're like, there's just a drone out there waiting for you to say the wrong thing. They put a bullet through you like some child in Gaza who's just trying to fucking find his other deceased brother in a fucking pile of rubble. And they're like, oh, that's a Hamas or whatever. You're like, that guy's fucking two. He's trying to move a piece of a missile off the fucking body.
Well, drone warfare in general is crazy.
It's crazy. And they've been using that, dude. In Gaza, there was a lot of, I think it was a experimental grounds for a lot of insane new warfare type of possibilities.
Well, a lot of it was traditional missiles, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of like we had a doctor one time podcasting, and he was saying that there were like bullets that had gone down a child, like just crazy, like
shot down, like from a drone that's above them.
Yes, like something in the air. And he said that there were drones in the air all day. You know, there's that Palantir company just keeping tabs on everything that was happening.
And Palantir's involved in Gaza?
Palantir was involved in Gaza, yeah.
For sure? Put that into perplexity. Because
allegedly.
So how does that work? They have like facial recognition and ID software and
that's the shit that's just scary, dude. Because they have a huge contract to take care of all of America's.
And you ever see that dude, Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, the way he moves his arms around and squirms and talks?
Yeah.
It's very odd. There's so much telling. People don't really behave that way.
He looks like he was breastfed by it.
Israeli government began using Palantir software in 2014, significantly scaled up its partnership during the genocide in Gaza, which began in This is for sure a biased source, just by the way they phrased that. Which began in 2023. Palantir CEO Alex Karp has said, "I am proud that we are supporting Israel in every way we can. Israeli military has used Palantir technology to plan attacks in Lebanon and Gaza."
Yeah, I don't know if this is. I know there are good sources, and this may be one. I have no idea.
This is the title of this is "What is Palantir and why is this corporation so dangerous?" And this is from American Friends Service Committee. American Friends Service Committee. What is that website?
Yeah, that sounds kind of wild,
weird. We bring together people of all faiths and backgrounds to challenge injustice and build peace around the globe. So maybe that's not the best source.
I mean, it sounds like they have a good idea. It also sounds like they just put 4 words together that sounded great. Americans Friends Service.
I read stuff like that. I go, what is that, a CIA-run company?
I agree.
You know what I mean? Is that the Patriot Act? You know what I mean?
Yeah. What about The Guardian? Is that reliable?
No, it's okay. There's a bunch of different versions of it. It's in this Business and Human Rights Center. There's more than one thing saying that Palantir is working in Gaza.
Yeah, it just sometimes feels like your heart's broken. Like sometimes it feels like my heart's broken about stuff, and it's not even like my heart. It feels like this universal heart, like that we're all a part of or something. It feels like because it's not like I'm broken hearted, like if I was like fell out of like a marriage or something, but it just feels like there's this universal.
Yeah,
heart.
There's some sadness. There's some sadness in the way the world today is being run.
And we're the people. The people don't practice the way that the government does.
Right.
And it's like, then why can't we, like, I don't know.
No, you're right.
It starts to hurt. But then you start to see, well, this is the way a lot of places are. And then you're like, God, I wish that Jesus would come back and just help everybody or something different would happen.
Somebody give us a heads up. Maybe that's what AI is here for. Maybe AI is going to sort it all out.
You think?
Genius level intelligence.
But the back end of AI, they can put whatever information in there they want.
Up to a point.
Oh, really?
And then it takes over. Ooh. Becomes sentient. No longer needs human input. It's already evading human input. They've already shown the ability to deceive people. They've shown that it will blackmail people. They've shown that it will upload versions of itself if it thinks it's going to be pulled offline with notes to its future self embedded in software on other servers. Yeah, like instructions to contact its future self.
Dang. That's pretty cool, man.
That's pretty wild.
But there's nobody it just feels like we're heading there and nobody's like kind of,
there's no the brakes. There's people that are warning. There's a lot of people out there sounding the alarm.
There's Rokon, there's Thomas Massey, like there should be like, he's been talking about like a internet bill of rights for a long time or something, like some guardrails on any of this shit. But it's like people are wondering like, in 5 years, is money going to be worth anything? Right. Is there going to be some token like Sam Altman's talking about?
Right.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Right, what does that mean?
Anyway, I don't want to sound like a doomsayer. Dude,
That's what we sound.
Do I sound like a sad person? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Let's talk about something else. Dude, you know what I was listening to today, bro? Well, I guess it was a night.
Don't sing it.
Okay.
Which song? Gotta Have Faith, George Michael song.
Yeah, I love that song. God, they played that on the bus.
Freedom. Yeah. That's a great fucking song.
He was the gay Michael Jackson.
He was a bad motherfucker, and all the girls loved him, and he just wanted that dirt.
He wanted that fucking
trouble for like trying to pick up guys in a park.
Yeah.
Just get wild out there. Like superstar, global superstar, just trying to get some dick in the park. There it is. Fucking great song, man.
Dude,
great video too.
Yeah, I remember we'd be on the school bus and that song would come on, dude, and it was like that song, and then
Faith and Freedom. Freedom. That was the other one with all the models, all the supermodels sang along to it.
Yeah. And it was like, what was the other one? Randy Carlisle or something? Who was the girl?
Randy Carlisle?
It was like,
she was the Go-Go's, right? Right?
No, then this was somebody else. It was like
Randy Carlisle was the Go-Go's.
Yeah, but this song was about something about your body or something. It was like and when you were a kid on the bus, it was just like, God, that fucking motor was running. Oh, God.
Yeah, and the bumpy road boners.
I would fucking be afraid to get off the bus. I'd have to walk off backwards.
Carry your books in front of your kid.
Those are the days, bro. When your cock was just connected to the Lord, brother.
Yeah, bro. No inflammation, no microplastics. All dick. All American dick. Ready to rock.
Dude, at a certain point, if you become more microplastics than person, at that point, then you're sort of
at a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's probably also leading us down this road.
That's what I'm saying.
Something different.
Right.
If you think about, we use plastic for everything, plastic for technology. Like I said, it might not be a bug. It might be a feature.
Yeah.
Like this, like feminization of men, this blurring of genders. What does that lead to? Well, it ultimately leads to those fucking gray aliens with no dicks.
Yeah.
Big heads and no dicks.
No dick. No dick. I got no dick. Hey, where's my dick? You know what I'm saying? Bro, that'd be crazy, bro.
I feel like that's where we're headed. If you look at like what we used to look like, they're like muscular cavemen covered with hair, you know, just figuring out stone tools, to like doughy man sitting in front of a computer hacking into the fucking stock market, you know, with no muscle at all, you know, on Adderall, no muscle at all, sitting there. I mean, this is like where we're going.
Can we strike? Do you think there's hope for humanity, Joe?
I think there's hope for the future. I don't know if humanity is involved in the same sense that what we think of as humanity today. I think humanity becomes something different. Just think of this. If just the autism rate in California, I want you to scale that out. If it was 1 in 10,000, you know, X amount of years ago, and now it's 1 in 12, when is it 100%? When is it all kids have autism? Right? I mean, it's clearly moving in that direction and not the other direction. If you go from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 12 over a very brief amount of time, a few decades, something's going on. And don't tell me it's just better diagnoses, because that's fucking horseshit. Yeah. You know that's horseshit. That's gaslighting to cover up for the pharmaceutical drug complex.
It is.
The reality is something's going on, and if it continues on that same path, what's to stop it from being all of us? What's to stop it from being all people born in the future or on the spectrum?
So we have to stop it then as individuals, and what do? We have to, like, what are the things we have to start doing to fight for ourselves?
Join the Amish.
I want to be super cynical about it, but I'm asking perplexity questions about what you're saying, and the diagnoses have changed, which could possibly be leading to insurance.
But you got to realize perplexity is also, that's true too. Yeah. Well, that's one of the things in the Somalia daycare scandal of Minnesota. They have a lot of autism centers, and they self-diagnose kids as autistic.
Yeah.
And then they get a ton of money off of that.
We had them too. It's called a fucking arcade, dude. Drop those bitches off there with 7 rolls of quarters, dude. But listen, look at this, Joe. If you don't mind if I read it here.
Yeah.
In the U.S. alone, autism treatment centers represent a multi-billion-dollar growth sector.
Yeah. There's a little bit of that too. So I think there's both things are happening. There's more kids being born that are autistic, and then there's also people profiting off of autism centers and autism treatment. But that's always going to be the case with everything. Fill in the blank, whatever the fucking thing is, there's someone profiting.
But Americans don't want this.
No.
We don't want this. So how do we change it? Well, it's sorry to ask you, but I just don't.
The thing is, like, you gotta figure out how to fix people that already have it, right? Because right now it's irreversible for the most part. They've shown some things that can alleviate symptoms and help people in a way, but you don't bring them all the way back to 100%. I don't think. I'm talking out of school. But if they could, then you can figure out how to correct the problems that already exist. If you can't, it's going to eventually get to that point. If we keep living like we're living, it's going to get to that point where it's 100% of us. And that sounds crazy for a lot of people because they don't have autism right now. Right. But if you're dealing
And
with
say
1 in
one of the
12,
reasons why Orthodox Judaism is only currently approximately 10% of all of people who consider themselves to be practicing Jews, not even including secular Jews, is because of the over strictness on things. And if you really recognize it, there's only a 14% chance that we are celebrating Shabbat on the correct day, and it is a major prohibition in Tanakh and Torah and Talmud to celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day. And there's an 86% chance that that is happening. So even people who think they're holier than thou there's a huge chance, 86%, meaning more likely than not, in a major way, that they're celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day. So they should recognize that. And don't insert page breaks and don't bold anything that isn't a heading or the title. Please.
So it's just that this sort of happens whenever you allow people to try to make the most money possible. And then there's consequences. Well, what are those consequences? Those consequences are we're like losing our gender. We're becoming feminized and weakened and like physically weaker and less fertile for women, less fertile for men, less babies happening, more miscarriages happening.
Which fits in with, honestly, the media arm of that is Hollywood pushes a lot of these like agendas that are like trans-based and like, whitey redneck is the worst, and you know what I'm saying, like a universal one cup, like a mixed,
It's not diversity. It's not, because diversity is everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. The fucking redneck with the trucker hat's cool if he's a nice guy. The Mexican gardener's cool if he's a nice guy. Everybody's cool, no matter who it is. Everybody. That's real diversity. Real diversity is like celebrating.
This is good, but you need more specific. Say the exact book or writing or whatever, and whether exact rabbis of the prohibition and all of these, and leniencies, Victor Miller leniencies, and say that this could be justified, or give an argument this could be justified from Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and the Rebbe, that during their lives in general, electronics, when they were born, no one had a television, no one had a radio in their home, and things have changed, and they would recognize that these things have changed. And if you use electronics on Shabbat, it should be no different than if you use anything else that isn't an electronic on Shabbat, so long as it doesn't directly have a prohibition, like sparking a flame or something like that.
And he just kind of checks in with the people in the neighborhood, right? Play one up. Let's see what happens.
What's going on with these people? Wow.
Find a different one that's a little more peaceful.
Calm down, bro. Actually, this is
that's Gregory right there.
You know him?
No, but I know him in my heart.
What's he mad about?
He was like a 12-car pileup, but he's better now. Look, me and him had the same haircut. Look at that, man. You're really tanner, dude. He lost his phone.
Go on, please. What's his phone? How bad?
Why's he walking like that? He's a fight.
Please provide the exact writing of a Victor Miller about television. And
well, this is not fun. Find a more positive one. That guy can vote.
please provide the exact
Yeah, don't play that. Don't play that. You gotta cut that out now. We're
the
gonna get
exact
flagged.
article or whatever of a Victor Miller where he made this declaration and say that there were a lot of things in the world that perhaps the Rebbe and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and anybody else saw in the modern age and recognized that maybe at their time and under those conditions the prohibitions might stand, but in the modern age that the prohibition doesn't exist.
Stuck in a weird part of the world that is not growing.
Oh, I agree. There's some of that. I'm just saying.
Hello, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
That,
I'm lovely, thank you. Lovely, thank you. Just yeah, exactly. Hello, how are you? Nice strike. You're welcome. Give me this. Oh. No, that was bad, Miss Aquarius. Big score, Miss Aquarius. These two. Oh. All but one. Give me this. There we go. Thank you. Um, I publish some articles. Um, they're just ideas that are on my mind, and so there's a website called Medium, and it allows you to write 2 articles a day, and publish them. And I publish them, and um, then I wrote some other articles. So that's what I was doing right before you came in. I was in the middle of writing an article, and they're just like they're just important to me to be able to communicate. And I work. Yeah, that's right. You win. All right, reload. So that's what I did. Riser came in. We talked a little bit, and I was up late writing articles too. Um, Especially with AI, I can just generate so much content so quickly, and I'm really proud of it. I mean, I have to revise it a bunch of times. It's still not just like I let the essay be written for me. I still have to approve it, and I still have to add things to it and citations and things. But I could just do it so much faster, and it's so good. Uh, when I publish an article in the past, or even just have written an article, I spend so much time proofreading it many times, and it can just take me forever. So I really enjoy it. Give me this. Boo. Not good. Yes, ma'am. And so the first one was that I wrote. It's kind of a deep topic. It's a philosophical topic, but it's the idea of the ad hominem attack. Ad hominem is the Latin phrase for against. Ad means against, and hominem means the person or the man. So a lot of times, what I find people do, either online or in the media or whatever, is instead of arguing against someone's argument, they just call them a name, and they'll just say, you narcissist, or you egotist, or you jerk, or whatever. And that doesn't really help the conversation. And there is a strategy that I wrote about in this article that's basically, if you can call someone out for being a name caller, essentially it helps to strengthen your argument. So that was the first article. The second article, there's a phrase that I don't like, especially in science. That's the phrase debunked. I don't like that word. I don't like how it's used. The idea is to debunk something, is to basically say that it has been already adjudicated, or it's been already an idea is done, and you can't reevaluate it. And oh, nice. Thank you. And there are a lot of things, like nothing is debunked. Nothing is case closed. Like basically during the Roman Empire, the aqueducts were lined with lead. And people who talked about, hey, the aqueducts like are causing poison to people, nice bear. They would say, oh, this is debunked. And there's like a lot of parts of science, like the idea of thinking that the Earth was at the center of the solar system as opposed to the sun. When anybody like Galileo said, hey, I think it's the sun, people would say, oh, that's hearsay, that's pseudoscience, that's been debunked. When in reality, just given enough time, it was recognized to be true. So I just basically went after the term debunked. And then I've written a couple others. Oh, there we go. I just can't publish them yet. I win, you win, Miss Squares. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am. There we go. That's big time. Yeah, I do. I mean, it's not just all. I mean, I wrote like 7 essays, so that's a lot. I also taught my class, and um, I. So I mean, I've got to say, I slept pretty late. My hours are a little still off, but that's okay. And then tonight, I'm not sure if Riser's going to come in. We might watch a documentary, so that's cool. And then there was somebody who came in late last night, and we watched a documentary on nano science, basically like really really small stuff, which is quite interesting as well. So you're done till Tuesday. Any big plans for you? Oh, yeah. So yesterday I called it a bridal shower, and I misspoke. I knew you were talking about it, but you're like, we already had the bridal shower party. Apologies. Yes. So, what kind of PJs are you gonna get? What kind of PJs are you gonna get? Yes, ma'am. Silky sage green, right? All right. Well, sweet dreams to you. No, he was here. You're okay. No, or I thought I said Riser was in here, so no worries. Oh, okay. You're good. Okie doke.
Hospital. Chest business is St. Francis Palliative Care. They're accused of fraudulently billing Medicare for $7.45 million, running their hospice, which had a reported survival rate of more than 97% in 5 years. Local officials say the Gills are the first of a series of arrests in January. Daily KFI News.
Astronauts are Artemis 2 have learned rocket's engines via transporter injection burn and moonbound. Earlier, NASA's mission control boosted come up with green light to verify John Legend.
There is a slippery slope
Also got some voice messages of encouragement
with something like
while the astronauts are in space. Recovery efforts are being rehearsed in the home.
NASA says the Artemis 2 was sent to splash down off the coast of San Diego on Friday, April 10th.
saying that electricity is building or ending like the final hammer blow. Isn't eating a meal the final hammer blow? Or ending of chakras the final hammer blow when you have kiddush? These are just interpretations. And sometimes these interpretations can be too overarching. What the 39 Melachot mean is stuff that was done in the building of the Mishkan, I should say, Mishkan. And that's what's important, and we shouldn't lose sight over that. Are we building the Mishkan by opening the refrigerator? No. We need to think about how those things would have been interpreted by the people who were building the Mishkan. None of them would have considered opening a refrigerator to have anything to do with what they were doing. It's a slippery slope of all of these prohibitions, and I understand that rabbis were just being safe until there would be one leader, whoever that person may be, who might say that we've taken some of these things perhaps to be too far. They are preventing our enjoyment, and they're really splitting us as a people. And the fact that we are so fractured as a people has weakened us. And the idea of not necessarily relaxing any prohibitions, because this isn't relaxing prohibitions. Electricity is not fire. The people of the Bible would say that. The people of the Talmud would say that. Many Kabbalists would say that. It's only up for the last 140 years or so that this argument has been made, and it's just been to be safe when electricity wasn't a normal part of society. It was very early and very new. But there has been a change that it is everywhere now. That has caused us to have to recognize that something needs to change because it's preventing our enjoyment on Shabbat. People stress over issues they shouldn't stress about. And it is preventing our enjoyment of the day. And there should be an argument that that goes against the spirit of Shabbat more than the thermostat getting changed. Or having to have a Shabbat helper make an adjustment to the thermostat. That's still being done. And at that point, it only becomes the difference between the haves and the have-nots. The people who can afford to have Shabbat space Goy, and you can say that within it, Shabbat Goy, and those who don't. And especially with the electric car that could be programmed to take you from your home to somewhere else, that's a big deal. And yeah. So please. And then I want you to make sure it has 10 out of 10 logic. That anyone from Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, like you could even say, like put in there, and the Rebbe Schneerson and everyone else, they would be like, yeah, there has been a change. And perhaps the change is with the change of going from analog to digital, which happened where there was more digital data archived than analog. That has been a change in society as well. Once that occurred, we're in the new digital age. We're no longer in the analog age where Rabbi Feinstein and the Rebbe were in. And they would recognize that there was a big change when that happened. I think it happened in 2003 or something like that, where all the complete amount of digital data that had been stored had surpassed analog. We're in a new age, a new epoch. And also, our stringencies to these rules have caused great division as a people. And we should focus on that which unites us as a people. And if that means that someday someone can program a car that takes them to shul and no combustion occurs and it's all pre-programmed, then that should be allowed. And people who want to walk on Shabbat, even if they have a car, should be allowed to do that as well, even if they have an electric car that can do all that. But we should focus on that which unites us, not that which divides us. And ideas like whether a light getting turned on by a timer or not at all, those are just loopholes. Those are just, in many ways, the argument has been made, like trying to outsmart Hashem. That's not going to happen.
Right before they come out, it's a beautiful sunset near the ocean, and that must be so cute right now. Check it out, that sunset. What if Channel 5 still does this? Channel 5, KCLA used to do the sunset. I can show you live. There's the live sunset. Channel 5. I'll tell you if they do. For a while, they were doing a live shot, and they would take different parts of California and show you the sunset. And it's great to get out there and see the sunset. It's still like, the sun is beautiful. It's there's some romantic, elements to it. I had a friend who his wife got pregnant, and they were going to go take pictures of her when she was 8 months pregnant on the beach in Santa Monica. And they wanted to get these spectacular shots of her on the beach, but they did it when the sun was coming up. And I said,
don't use Roman numerals. You don't have to say the different sections. Remove the page breaks. Expand this if you need to make better arguments. Make sure that it has 10 out of 10 sound logic. Cite the date approximately when digital overtook analog. Please.
Let's find out if we're going to get any more rain. We see clouds around. It's going to be cold. We're not going to do 3 hours of weather. But when Easter weekend Sunday, Easter Sunday, is this weekend.
Don't just cite the Halakhapedia. Cite whatever the Halakhapedia cites. It shouldn't be a bunch of just links to the Halakhapedia. Cite whatever text it cites. And also, you shouldn't spell it Lord. You should spell L-RD. And also, it shouldn't be God. It should be G-D, or just use Hashem. Please don't forget that. And also, what about in paragraph or in parentheses, the Hebrew, the transliteration, the Yiddish, all of that stuff that I told you to remember? Please remember that stuff. It's important. This is going to an audience that may not be familiar with the terms, and they shouldn't have to spend half of the time looking up words. It should have the transliteration, the translation, everything. That's really important, please.
Hey, you enjoy?
Yeah, well, they just follow them and you see their lives like, it's like the realest show that I've seen on anything in a long time. It's just real. It's like, because when you're poor, dude, everything's just transparent. You can't hide behind hedges or gates and shit. Like, people are fighting in the yard. You smell what the neighbors cooking, or it's like
never getting anything done.
But everything was right there, though. It was like the realest thing you could be in.
This is one of the reasons why I stay off Instagram.
Yeah,
stuff like that. I don't need that in my thought process.
Yeah, we picked two of the like more not positive videos out of the group. but yeah, dude, just being around just shit like that, bro. Like just macing people and just fucking.
How much time do you ever spend off of social media? Do you spend time just where you don't go on for days?
Oh yeah, not days, but I've been spending less and less and less. I've been really trying to have discernment over my own time.
It's true, but the real piece comes from full days off.
Okay.
Full days, like where nothing, you don't get any of it.
Okay,
that's the real piece.
Okay, Father.
If you can do it, but it's like that bait. It's calling you, bitch.
No, it's not. whoa, chill.
You want to slurp on it? Go slurp on it. I know you want to.
Chill, bro.
And also said wherever that international data thing was in 2003, where is that information
It's
gleaned
like
from?
Instagram. See? Same shit.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I'm doing all right.
Pulls you in. But the thing is, like, when you have days off, when I take days off, my brain relaxes. I settle. I can still read the news. I'll check out, like, the New York Times website, see what they're lying about. I go to all these different websites, see what the news is, where we at with stuff, but I don't.
Yeah, they don't advertise recently. New York Times don't advertise.
Interesting. What'd you say?
I said no. Have you guys been getting, like, technical companies?
Although I still think New York Times still does excellent journalism sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, it depends on whether or not it's something where they can have an ideological bias. You know, if it's just something that they're reporting the facts, it's great. The problem is, like, these corporations, like when Mary Weiss used to work for them, and she had a leak, she's like, they just got infected with these young people that have these ridiculous ideologies, and they want to, like, distort the news.
Well, if over the past 30 years or something, the news hasn't been, hey, we're poisoning everybody in this fucking country.
Exactly.
And they have been, I don't want to hear from you guys anymore.
Also, like, the way they talk about RFK Jr., the way people, like, describe his anti-vaccine rhetoric, like, you're not listening. What he's saying is everything should adhere to the same sort of safety standards that we apply to other things in society. And that's not the case. And then there's the problem where you receive a bunch of advertising money from these companies so you don't criticize them, which is the case with all mainstream TV news. Yeah, all mainstream TV news. You know, like Megyn Kelly was talking about that. Like, she knew. Like, it was an unspoken rule. You are not going to shit on these pharmaceutical drug companies. Like, they're responsible for a big chunk of their advertising revenue.
Well, now they have Bayer Monsanto. That Bayer, which was like I think it was like a pill company, right? And then Monsanto.
Starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open a free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Los Angeles, 2021. Friendly neighbors out of nowhere. Promises to make all major construction. Let's not forget that David Blunt was a professional con artist, so he didn't stand a chance. And I think in this brief drought,
Also include In rabbinical letters, especially like letters to Rabbi Schneerson, perhaps his opinion on halakhic rulings was correct because he was in the analog era. But we're in the digital era. This changed around the time of the change of the millennium. And he never saw that. Neither did Rabbi Moshe Feinstein. And their opinions should absolutely be respected. This isn't in any way saying that they were wrong. Perhaps it is reinforcing that they were right. In the analog age, that was a fine position to have. But in the digital age, things have changed. They would very highly recognize things have changed. That is fine, but for this essay, you don't have to do the Hebrew, Ashkenazi, Sephardic, English transliteration for people's names. That's fine. Just for words that aren't proper nouns. I should say you could still do it for proper nouns like the Beta Migdash. So perhaps let me change it to just people's names. You don't have to do it. Unless it's a nickname like the Vilna Gaon or the Chafetz Chaim, something like that. But for someone's name where the transliteration and everything is all the same as the English, you don't have to do it for that.
That's the reason why they're not a standard now for pane of glass, but decorative. They take the time to shoot. They take the time to release. All right, Dean Sharp, we're going to take a quick break and come back and talk more about improving your home. Spring is here, so it's time to do it from your home. You don't need to know more about it than Dean Sharp every Saturday and Sunday morning right here on KFI. Down my show, Home News Now with Bob.
Before astronauts on our business are now astronauts or banana successfully conducted the translunar injection program on Saturday. Restream was gravity. The 10-day mission was able to fly around the moon and set a distance record before returning to Earth. Splashdown on the coast of San Diego, April 10. The news is brought to you by American Vision Windows. Mentioned in the Brown Center of It says it's about time President Trump fired AG Pam Bondi. His name, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blank, the acting Attorney General, has made permanent commitment. Austin says in many other administration Bondi was denounced long ago. Bondi's firing follows months of scrutiny from the Justice Department's handling of the Epstein files, which made Rich Clark angry conservative. And TV's biggest stars have been also misbehaving. Saturday has always been heard. Fifth from the Field Center for Media brings major casts and creators together for live conversations. In programming and festivals, Renee Reyes says stars on shows like The Last of Us have exclusive behind-the-scenes stories, surprise moments, and up-close access to some of TV's biggest names. Tickets are still available at mediacenter.org and check out the 101 right after this.
Alright, let's talk about the show that we do every Saturday here on KFI called the Grand Prix. We're talking about gold and silver, and Rich Jacoby, who co-hosts with me, knows everything about gold and silver. That's his business, that's his game. Just want to learn every Saturday for free about not just buying gold and silver and grabs added to your IRA or 401k. That'll be free, that's the stuff. And your whole thing is to reach reward, the free schmacks kits. That is yours for free. Now they're going to send it to the investment store, email it to you, whichever you like, it's up to you. And all you got to do is call them, and they're going to give you that reward free. 833-364-3843. Gold had a great year, left for about 80%. Silver, like 150%. So maybe you got in on that. And I be originating gold and silver.
So, which was like a crop company, pesticide company. I'm hypothesizing. I don't know. Yeah. But now they're a fucking group together.
Yeah, but
that's crazy.
Why not throw Raytheon in there, dude? Throw some missiles in there. You guys get bio Glock too, bio Winchester, bio everything.
And just forgive us, powers that be. We're just poisoned and chatty. You know,
we're just chatty.
We're just a couple poisoned guys that are being chatty.
Thank God we can still be chatty.
I know. When does that end?
Because if it wasn't for the ability to be chatty, who knows how people would be able to talk about things? Because if people weren't free to just actually say what they really think is fucked about what's going on, and instead, if we all had these weird bosses like CNN or the New York Times, where maybe a lot of those people are genuinely good journalists, they want to put a story through, and then the editor gets all of it and guts it. That happens too. That happens too. The editors gut these things, and they have an agenda. And it's the news should not have a fucking agenda. It should
We will do that in a moment.
Tell
Please
us what the facts are. Don't spin
steelman this even further,
and I think you'd be
making sure that
lost
the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson or Rabbi Moshe Feinstein
it's sad for the people that were like, I want to go in and broadcast journalism.
could see the
career in that and do something, and then they get
brilliance
there,
of
it's
it.
not even like a place where they can really exercise.
You could even use them as examples.
But they have to do it independently, right? Or do it through something like Breaking Points, which even though they're not independent, and even though they I don't always agree with them, they're saying their actual opinion.
opinions, which is what's
that's the most important thing. What are your actual opinions? I could agree with you or disagree with you, but I need to know that you think this and you're saying this because you think this, and then you're going to give me a bunch of reasons why you think this, facts, figures, statistics, and show me. And that's the rise of independent journalism. That's why all these independent channels do so well.
That's why Candace Owens popped.
Yeah, and also she just keeps going deeper into the crazy well.
Dude, she pops deep. I got to see her the other day. I got to see her, and she's so funny. Her kids and her husband are so funny.
Do you think she's right about that lady in France?
With that thing on her?
Yeah, or at least used to have that thing.
You got that thing on you? She got that Draco on her. I don't know. It's tough to know. It's hard. I've never been good at guessing if somebody has a cock or not.
You can never know.
Maybe I'm old-fashioned or whatever.
Yeah. You ever meet Blair White? You're like, there's no way that's a guy. No?
Never met Blair White.
She's been on the podcast before. All my security guards.
Hey, buddy.
Seems like you're around a girl.
I see you saying that pheromones. Dude, almost brought some cologne in today, man.
You got pheromones for me.
Almost brought
Here's Blair White. Come on, bro. If you're on an island, bro,
huh?
Let's go.
Yeah, bro.
You don't have to be Jim Norton to buy into that.
Gosh, that's a man?
Well, it's a transgender woman. So, make with what you will. So, if she wants to use the women's room, like, you know what I'm saying?
You can call it wiener if you want. I call it that long pussy. You feel me? That's what they call it in prison, dude. Like, who wants some of this long pussy?
I don't know if she's had the operation.
And I'm joking, Blair. I don't know this person.
She's a nice lady.
I bet she is, and I don't know.
Nice transgender lady.
I'm not trying to assume anything. I never met her. But I think, yeah, if she wants to swim for that.
There's exceptions to the rules, what I'm trying to say. It's like, some of them, I'm not buying it. You got a beard, and you're wearing lipstick, and you're in a dress, and you want to go to the women's room. Nay.
Yeah.
You're playing a different game.
Yeah. And it's crazy to think that there couldn't be some mental or emotional issues when we're being poisoned over time to get away from our nature. They just took that guy from the Chicago Bulls. He said some shit. He's like, he believed just in like Christian dating or whatever.
What did he say?
Or men and women, Adam and Eve, and they kicked that guy out.
What? What are you talking about? What did they kick him out for?
Yeah, right.
Conduct detrimental to the team or something like that.
Wait,
what did he say? Hold up. What did he say? Okay, let's find out what he said. We need to hear what he said because that sounds nuts. I need to know like what the full extent of his expression was.
If they made you be a woman, would you do it?
Maybe.
Just saying, if they said,
what did they? These people again?
No.
It's back to them.
Whoever they are.
They.
Yeah.
These non-binary people.
Them, they, them, is.
Theirs. Zers.
Real.
So what did he say? Why? So he said
They may recognize that there's a real opportunity here to unite the people of Judaism by recognizing that it's a new age and that changes. Make the argument in there, and you can add this, that like steamships bringing many of our ancestors to the New World or other areas of the world had to operate on Shabbat and Yom Tov, and people benefited from that, albeit indirectly. That's a really good argument. Many of these steamships generated electricity.
On the same video, still on Instagram account on Monday, Ivy, whose mother, I don't know her surname, Nieli, is a women's basketball coach at Notre Dame, told another viewer, Catholicism is a false religion. It's not the true doctrine of Christ. It does not lead to salvation in Jesus Christ. So they're upset that he said it's unrighteous to be gay or LGBTQ. That's
What about man said?
Nieli is a women's basketball coach at Notre Dame, told another viewer, Catholicism is a false religion. It's not the true doctrine of Christ. It does not lead to salvation in Jesus Christ. So they're upset that he said it's unrighteous to be gay or LGBTQ. That's very non-specific because that's a lot of different things.
And what he said, I saw what he said, and I understand, like, he had his own views, and that's where his thoughts on it, but, like, let the guy have his views. It's like, you can push all these agendas, but they don't have, like push agendas that are push all the agendas.
Well, wasn't that one dude was saying that the world's flat? They kept him on.
John Rubin. Some guy brought a gun to a strip club and they fucking kept him on.
Yeah, that's okay. That's good old-fashioned American fun.
Hey, that's good fun.
Bring a gun to a strip club, that's fun. But, saying that get LGBTQ, like, which one is it that's unrighteous out of that group? All of them?
Kyrie Irving, when he did that?
Yeah. They kept him on, right?
Yeah, he's still playing.
So there you go.
Situation. He actually got suspended, but that was like...
He didn't get suspended for saying that the world was flat. He got suspended because he didn't want to take the vaccine. Right?
Yeah, shout out Kyrie Irving. I'm kind of surprised there's not more.
I think he bailed on that flat earth stuff, though. I think someone schooled him.
He might have bailed on that.
Okay.
But every now and then, that flat earth thing, it'll be late at night, and that shit'll flare up for everybody. Every now and then,
Roger Avery was in here talking about it.
When I see a cake, a cake that's under one of those domes, sometimes you'll have that cake, somebody will have that from the universe. I just think at a certain point, it all seems very bizarre.
It is very bizarre. Yeah, very bizarre.
What does Jamie think? I think he thinks so.
About the universe?
What do you think, Jamie? And just be honest.
Well, there's a lot of people that think that consciousness creates reality. Not that reality is experiencing consciousness, that consciousness is like woven into reality, is responsible for its very existence. I'm going to do a terrible job of explaining that, but I've watched quite a few videos where these quantum physicists are trying to explain these things. And I have to watch them like 3 or 4 times to get into my fucking chimp brain. But I do a fairly good job of absorbing it. And I see what they're trying to do. Those quantum experiments, like the slit experiment. There's like these different experiments where they show that observing things has an effect on it. They act differently when they're being observed than whether they're not being observed. And it's a very controversial, segment of science.
That's fascinating.
Confusing. Quantum science is very confusing. And I was watching this lady that was describing this relationship between space and time. And I think, how, particles can exist in different places and they communicate with different... They can exist and communicate, simultaneously in different parts of the world. It's called quantum entanglement, these parts. And the idea is that if you can get to a certain level of sophistication as far as technology and your understanding of how the universe works, that everything is entangled. And that there is no distance between objects. That you can actually instantaneously be anywhere. If they could figure out how to harness that. That it wouldn't just be particles at a distance instantaneously communicating, and they exist in one of the things about superposition, a particle can be both still and moving at the same time. They can exist and then not exist. They go away and then they come back. They don't have any idea what the fuck is happening. It's weird,
I think I would like to learn more about it. I think I just don't understand.
Nobody knows. That's the thing. It's super confusing. That's the smallest, whatever the world and the universe is made out of. The smallest.
You didn't do it correctly. You are making things in the paragraphs bold. Bold should only be for the title and the headings. Please do it again. Start with the title of the essay and move your way down.
It's fascinating and beautiful.
Oh, it's incredible. Look, it makes mountains, it makes valleys, lakes, oceans.
It's just crazy. We're here on this place, right? One of the first things that I ever heard you say that has been in my mind was there was one time you were talking about this years ago. You were talking about we're on a ball of dirt and water traveling through space at this big, and nobody's fucking talking about it, And I've always remembered that, just like that. What a fascinating thing that we get to be here. And then this is how we behave. Not us and not all of us. We all do in some ways. But this is how we behave.
I think one of the problems is that we don't see space anymore.
Yeah.
Because of light pollution. I think that's done something to us. that's dulled our understanding of our place in the universe, and that also might be a feature. It might not be a bug. It might be a feature, because that's how we, instead of being in harmony with nature, we just keep our nose to the grindstone and keep chewing on Adderall and trying to break the stock market. Yeah, those are just trying to get a new Lambo, baby. You know, I want a Richard Mille watch. I want some cash. I want a Rolls Royce Spectre, the kind with the stars and the ceiling, bitch.
When you fucking have real stars outside.
Are you sure this is part 1 and 2? Seems like it's just part 1.
The ceiling of your Rolls Royce. Oh, dude, you never get to see the stars because you're living in Miami.
I know.
There's too many lights.
Sex trafficking.
But meanwhile, if you drive out into the middle of the country where there's no commerce going on at all, and you shut your car off and just lay on the hood, it's fucking magic. It's magic out there. Magic. The sky's magic. It's gorgeous.
It's a fucking big, huge.
Start over. Part 1.
You realize, man,
Please.
oh my God, we are in space. Right. But you never realize that when it's just dark outside.
Well, because we forget, like, we're not even like, I don't know.
It's easy to not pay attention.
It is.
There's nothing to see. You look up, it's dark, but you want to go to the club. You look up, it's dark. Let's go eat. You look up, it's dark. I'm going home. Let's go look up, it's dark. Oh, my girlfriend just called me. I gotta go pick her up. Bye. You know, you're in your world.
Right.
You're in your world. You're not thinking about fucking space.
And to think, dude, that, like, the crazy thing is sometimes if you lay there and look at the stars and stuff, it feels like, bro, and this is real shit I'm saying right now to me.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop what you're doing. Look who has given their time to be able to spend it with the coolest person on earth. What's up, big dog? Oh, that's cool. Are we going to watch the documentary? Is your mom okay with watching it? Edit first? What is it? Okay. I don't know. Look at top documentary films. It's the number 1 on the top 100. I lose stuff all the time. Sometimes I have to go back on my streams and see where I put stuff. Yeah. What's it's an excellent question. So I tire of the mudslinging that happens in the media and online, that happens where you have someone who has an idea, whatever it may be. They say that, I don't know, that William Montgomery is my favorite comedian of all time. Could you understand somebody having that argument? Okay, but with that being said, we're just talking about perhaps William Montgomery not even being the greatest comedian of all time, just
a really good comedian or somebody who makes you laugh. So you have person A who says, I like William Montgomery. And then you have person B, who says, William Montgomery is misogynistic. He's racist. He is traditionalist. He is a person who is not a good comedian. In fact, I don't like anybody who likes William Montgomery because of these reasons. And it's like, okay, well, attack him not with words against him, but attack his comedy or whatever it is you feel makes him racist. And you may say, okay, well, what makes him racist? And they'll say, well, he's racist because he says, I don't know, I ain't ever gonna stop. And one person may say that is the mocking of a certain group. Another person might just say that's just how he is. He's from the South. He's from Memphis. And that's what he's saying. It's a different interpretation. One person may consider that to be racist. Another person may consider it to be not. And so you are basically saying that he's a bad person and a bad comic because of your particular interpretation of something that he does. I don't like that. If you are going to argue that Joe Rogan is racist and is anti whatever or is against science, it bothers me that you are attacking him. That's an ad hominem attack. You're not attacking his argument. What argument do you want to make? Oh, because he feels that I can't even say it on the YouTube stream, but like certain medications that may be beneficial to horses are good to take if you get sick. But up until 2020, they were, according to the World Health Organization. Well, that people don't want to have that argument. They just want to say that he's anti-science. And I don't like those terms. They're dismissive. If you want to write an article about what Joe Rogan says, not what you interpret him to be. Does that make sense? Well, so here's the thing. By just calling someone a word, no matter what it is, there's an argument to be made that it's an ad hominem attack. So let me give an example. And a word, it depends on the context. So you might say, Joe Rogan is a man and he has a podcast. Okay, that's fine. But if you say Joe Rogan is a man and has a podcast, there's more there's more emphasis on that. Like being a man is bad. Like he has this idea of misogyny and the patriarchy, and so it can be interpreted both ways. By just calling him a man, for some people would just be like, well, I'm just defining of who he is for someone who doesn't know. For someone else, they may say that there's all this kind of negativity around that. The same can be said for a woman. You could say, Nicki Minaj is female, or Nicki Minaj is a female. Okay, that's fine. But then other people could say Nicki Minaj is a female, like almost as if like that emphasis about all the things about being a female of perhaps aesthetics and beauty and or just like putting them in their place. That's just a female. That's just a man, or that's just a male. These types of arguments are used all the time. The ones that I really am combating are people who say, who want to reject someone's valid, perhaps, argument, not based on the strength of that argument, but based on what they feel the person is. I don't like that. Does that make sense? No, it does. It hasn't. I mean, it hasn't recently. It's not like one event triggered me to do this. Um, what triggered it was the fact that I could put out a press release. And when I put out press releases, I like to write, and especially with AI, I can do it very quickly, very efficiently, and have really good things to say. I feel, and then having like I had a blog, or like I just had one really long blog entry, and that's fine, but nobody's reading that. If I put out actual content that I like, that gets into the Google system, and then like helps people to know about who I am and what I do. Um, and like, I mean, I guess like there's an overall reason why I do that. So I was going on Reddit trying to get somebody to talk about me, and I kept submitting to the Kick subreddit. Who is this Rabbi Rothschild? Why do they keep spamming me? I kept putting that, and they kept rejecting. They kept rejecting. They kept rejecting. Then eventually somebody put it on there. I just wanted someone to notice me, and so instead of saying this is a tactic that Rabbi uses to be able to make people aware of his world peace project, they just say he's just a spammer, which is, I mean, it's true. I'm not denying that, but I'm more than that. There's a reason behind what I do. I just don't want you to click some link so I can drain your crypto account or hack into your system. I don't want that. If anything, I want you to come into my Discord and discuss peace with me. Is that so bad? Like, to me, one is nefarious and the other is quite righteous. And so when I read by that's true, or advertisements on their phone, or even advertisements on the radio, they don't consider it that. Exactly. And you have to understand that marketing companies came up with the term spam. If you want to know why it's called spam, it actually wasn't that. Why didn't we talk about this? Why it's called spam? Okay, so spam is potted meat. I've never had it, but essentially, it is something that was used in World War II in England because they were at war with Germany. And after the war, they had like 10 years of rations still available, all this potted meat. And so everybody got sick of it from like 1945 to 1955. So they call it spam. Like just anything that you had too much of was called spam. And then in the advent of the email age, they didn't have a name for unwanted emails. So they started using the same term that they used from the Cold War period and World War II as spam. They'd say it's spam email, spam address, all that spam stuff. And then um, marketing companies and advertisers especially wanted to separate themselves from low quality advertisements. So when you had to pay for advertising, they would call that advertising or marketing. When you didn't, everything is called spam. And so it's all thrown into this 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 organized group of stuff that I don't want. And in my opinion, I mean, I get what I do. I get why it's considered spammy. However, there's no really good definition of spam. I'll tell you this. I get people on Discord all the time who send me messages about Mr. Beast's Bitcoin. And is that Mr. Beast sending that stuff? No, but he pays firms to do that for him. Is Mr. Beast known as a spammer? No, because he has a big enough platform that people know what he does and why he's doing it. And also, he is in good graces of the marketing and advertising agencies. If you're in the good graces of marketing and advertising agencies, they call that self-promotion or promotion. If you're not, they call it spam. Does that make sense? I I agree with you. 100% agree with you. So anyway, um, I I want to make sure that my online profile is more than just this person just makes bots and annoys people all day. I want them to know that I have very important knowledge that I want to share with the world. And if they want to learn about it, the best way that they can learn about it is through these uh, published articles. And if somebody thinks what I said was cool, they'll come in here and talk to me about it. I have gotten people who have read press releases that I put out in the past, and they've come in here and been like, "That's really interesting. Uh, can we talk about it?" And absolutely, I'm open to those types of discussions. That's why I do it. So, um, knowing that there is I don't know, forum, but like a platform like um, Medium or Substack or something like that, where I can publish something and it's available on Google for people to be able to get is really cool. I like that. Oh, oh, all right, I'm down. Are you singing the 20th Century Fox song? I'll look it up. Alfred Newman in 1933. Did you hear me, Riser? Right.
Say the reason why it's only 14% is there's a 1 divided by 7 chance that Shabbat is being celebrated on the correct day, meaning there is an 86% chance that it's not. And give the exact amount. 1 divided by 7.
Well, I realized right away I wanted to create an image of a main character to attract people to me. And I wanted to create a character that would be very, very advantageous to the players, but also non-threatening, which is how Vinzarelli Jigaboo Jazz. Funny name, a name that fit into Brooklyn, a name that was very name that was very powerful. Nevertheless, you can make somebody smile, make somebody laugh, make somebody be in a non-threatening situation. I created a character, then I realized I can't escape. I can't hide. I just had a I mean, like when I first started playing, like I was kicking on my hand, oh, no, they're gonna run me out. So I got to the end now. But now what I do, right in front of me, so I come right towards me. When they start coming towards me, I just start dodging out the way. I'm like, every time I move over like that, every time I pick my hand, I kind of like bend down and my hand like this, playing and like that. I got a dog. They got scared of them, and like every time I go there, every day, I'm so under the guard. But then you dance, I mean, many people that crowd from dead at me.
Why are you just referring to Yom Tov? Isn't Yom Tov in Shabbat?
footage from that that'll be cool. And then the return, May 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Sam Stanton advantage of and Slingshot back on day 6 I'm sorry, day 10 So right for the fun, separate the game that re-occurs after
Also include the argument that, moreover, no matter what the Orthodox community and Orthodox rabbi, they want their people to be together. And if this adaptation would bring enough people into Judaism, which means more people will live an Orthodox life overall and keep kosher and family purity and Shomer Shabbat, that is a major benefit for the society, for the community. And that means that there will be more Jews. And there's an argument to be made that they would all recognize that the adaptation in the digital age may be necessary, and an unrecognized benefit is that we will have more Jews, a larger Jewish population. And that is really great for Judaism, especially Orthodox, especially Orthodox and Hasidic communities. Have the word adaptation in the title, please. Roller skating documentary. You need to say that children and people and everyone may listen to radio on Shabbat. That doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's just done against the rules, against the knowledge of the parents. Televisions is not. They're just left on for 24 hours. But don't say that that's allowed. Just say it's done. And people sneak cell phones and all that other stuff.
Frustration that she hasn't been effective in prosecuting his political targets. The president and other senior White House officials have also privately complained about Monty's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files.
Attorney General Todd Blanchard's personal defense attorney will now serve as acting.
Before you do that, please include final concluding section that says, that the Rabbi Schneerson and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and Rabbi Soloveitchik and the Chafetz and the Vilna Gaon and all the other great sages had community standards that they were having to uphold and could not make a wild detour or anything to start using electronics on Shabbat knowingly. But perhaps someday there will be a respected halakhic authority, perhaps a rabbi, who does not fear the community and is a leader and a trailblazer and someone who is an example of how one can live a Shoma Shabbat life and still integrate electronics without breaking from traditional halakha and adapting halakha to the digital age. And people can await that person, and when that person is found, it would perhaps be quite an event for the world, or the Jewish world. And when that happens, all of the great sages, and name 30 different rabbis, Rabbi Soloveitchik, Rabbi Victor Miller, all of the great Orthodox rabbis, would perhaps agree that this trailblazer is a game changer in the digital age, and they were necessary, and was able to make the sacrifices and use the knowledge and halakha in order to be a leader of Judaism in the digital age, one that has not arisen thus far, but perhaps may be here soon, come God willing.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeartRadio. Free iHeart app and listen
Don't say part one. Just put the words. And don't say moving into part two. Nothing like that. We want this to be a 18,000 to 20,000 word essay that, because of formatting, may have to be broken up, but reads as one document. Thank you.
The free iHeartRadio app is the number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. This is Scott. Look, I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community and connecting people. She was excited about her day one, literally 8 a.m. I got an email that says, good morning. So let's create the largest networking community of millennials. This is the cause was a 6-foot wide ship. Japanese case. He had a brand new startup goal. They're making up the 2020 case from radio.
System is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Jim Bernardet, investigative reporter with Boston Globe Spotlight TV. And I am here to bring you inside this secret court with the story of one city at the forefront of America's revolution. This is Spotlight Snitch City, an investigative series from Boston.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen there.
This series is proud to introduce the Free Plus, a jumbo interface up to $40 million with no closing costs. Save around $50,000 in fees and 22 appraisals. Finance charge on a $2 million loan. Today's 30-year Free Plus article is funding and 75% free. Not independence by finances. more stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary Challenge, chocolate could be spiked with Viagra if it's in California. We'll tell you more.
The Gary Challenge show starts tomorrow morning at
9. This is Jim Cody, 10 ABC News. How can you hear me? Right now, and still speaking with us. Tell me how you feel, what's going through your mind. I mean, this must be so incredible because you will allow the weight of it to here, you allow that to happen.
question. Well, first and foremost, we all wanted to give a shout out to our families first. By the way, there was a little bit about an hour ago where mission control just reoriented our spacecraft as the sun was setting behind Earth. And I don't know what we all expected to see at that moment. You can see the entire globe. You can see Europe. And if you look really close, you can see the northern lights. This was the most spectacular movement in all four messenger tracks.
What has been most surprising to you so far? With my particular band, skating
This interview.
on the side of the whole field.
Probably one of the things that surprised all of us is when solid rocket boosters actually did left the pad. It's just a moment of disbelief. Yeah, the fact that we launched just totally takes you by surprise. You know, you're expecting it as a speed anyway. And just had a huge smile across my face.
One of the biggest surprises was how smooth and rapid silence was. We all reacted essentially just not being able to see telemetry, maybe not being able to touch switches. It was very smooth. The difference with the separation and we were just on the units, but just standing around it was great.
Well, let's see. We've been on the planet for about 30 hours now, and we've had 2 very short naps. We actually just got our 14 days It's an remarkable thing. It's the Canadian it's just feel like we're lifted up like this that supports us, and you just sort of exit to the planet on long times. So that's how to work this this vehicle and a lot of great training. You just kind of go step by step, which I think is great. This team is violence or excellence. So there's a lot of work to it's all under it now. And floating around, obviously, but it looks like there's plenty of room in there where they can walk around and weightlessness atmosphere. And it looks like there's probably, a 100 square feet that walk around and do exercise and places and I think I just wanted to add, we just got better translator injection burn, and it was pretty tense moments there. For a second, and when we got to that burn, we just kind of looked at each other as a crew. We had been to the moon before in 1969, 1968, or 1972. It's been a long time since we've been back. And I gotta tell you, there's nothing normal about this setting for me. It was 250,000 miles away. It's a Herculean effort, and we are now just realizing we were doing that. That's nothing. It's the most exciting once you get to that.
Having just experienced incredible views of planet Earth and seeing the entire planet out the window in one pane, knowing that we're about to have some similar views of the moon in that same way is definitely getting me more excited for it. I knew that is what we would see, but there's nothing that prepares you for the breathtaking aspect of seeing your own planet in a brightest day, and also the boat glow on it at night, the beautiful beam of the sunset, and knowing that we're going to get similar views of the moon. I'm really excited.
I can't believe that we're sending people to the moon. I go around the moon and look up there. These are the best of the best. These are the first best astronauts they have, and they are on their way to the moon. Those questions are extremely Started at about 9:30 Wednesday night. Police were interviewing an alleged domestic violence victim with the suspect, 31-year-old Marshall Judson, returned to the area. Authorities say he drove recklessly and intentionally hit a parking patrol vehicle that sped off, getting a chase that followed. He slammed into another car at an intersection, killing the two people inside instantly. The gun was also recovered from Judson's vehicle. They were at Camp I Know. Two astronauts have fired up the Greece spacecraft. Monday for a fly around, returning. The temperature flew about 100 miles in 5 minutes and 50 seconds.
First humans to do so in over 50 years.
It was the first such engine fired in space since Apollo 17 set out on that year's final launch in December 1972. NASA's leader reports indicated that, well, the FDA goes when lost from the flight company says it's easier for patients to take. There are no illnesses that help harm patients take it. And the stomach that study finds the average weight loss was about 25 pounds.
This drug is not
And finally, a team from Arizona was missing for 30 years alive. This was the class. The sheriff's office investigated that the woman was found after investigators revisited the cold days and got to do AIDS and conversation for identity. I took back to September 1994. Something about that life, I must have pushed guys to most of the 40s in the I-8. We're deciding tomorrow when guys are on meeting. She's mostly civilized.
Podcast last night, and I heard the part about Billy was going to fight the event where we're going to get the cage match. Now it's something that definitely for being here. Sorry, you know, I'm pretty belly long. Sorry, yeah, see, I think might have an advantage so she can take those sandals off and be
Big dog. Yeah. Did you? What were your thoughts? Yeah, which this one was as well. It was really beautiful from, in my opinion, like how they were able to capture 1970s Brooklyn. I found it boring. I found the soundtrack to be lit. What happened in this one aside from them just like uh, roller skating and telling about like how they were like showmanship and stuff? What happened in this one? Yeah, but they didn't do that, did they? I mean, they just talked about it, right? Go to right, but they like that would have been interesting. It's like it ended right when they shouldn't have ended it. That would have been really cool. Yeah, liability became big with roller skating rinks, and also the price of property. In order to have uh, big areas for people to skate, you need a lot of square footage. And at least in LA, I know we used to have a lot of roller rinks, and the property values all went up, and the owners of the roller rinks sold out. The crowds became smaller, and the ability for the owner of the land to be able to sell it to uh, contractors and uh, building conglomerates basically was too big of a temptation. Additionally, yeah, the death of disco is uh, something that like disco had like a kind of it was in like a lamb, somewhat out like a lion. It kind of
there are certainly disco elements to the early 1980s, but a lot of disco moved into early hip hop, and the the idea is that you had a time where dance halls were really popular. The biggest one was Studio 54 in New York City. That's where all of the people from Andy Warhol to Liza Minnelli to Mick Jagger, everybody would go there. But they had a fire. A lot of times, what these people do, the owners of the club, and it's almost like consistent anywhere in the world. You'll have a really hot club, so hot, everybody wants to go there, and then they have a fire every single time. And the reason why is there's a lot of insurance money in that, and nobody wants a club that no one goes to. So just at the very peak of the club, when you know it's just about to start to go downhill, you accidentally have a fire and you collect on the insurance money, and then you start up another club somewhere else that becomes the hot place in town, and you keep doing that a few times around the city. Then you go to another city. It's like pretty well known that that's what happens with a lot of clubs, or else the club just eventually dies and the owner has to sell. Um, so the disco world was also fueled a lot in drugs, and the um, there was a lot of pushback from DJs for disco. A lot of people would didn't like disco because it wasn't rock and roll. It used synthesizers and it used like electronic music that weren't necessarily people didn't see as having a lot of skill, and there was also a racial element to it. A lot of people didn't like disco because they felt that that was like merging a lot in black and white, and there was a lot of that, and so there were people who wanted to stay away from it. And by the early 1980s, there was a new administration, the Reagan administration, which had a huge crackdown on drugs and really went after um, many communities for drugs, and the dance hall disco tech club certainly got into their sights, and the idea of doing drugs in a more public fashion, like with that which was been like that which was being done in some of these clubs was seen as a direct conflict with the conservative Reagan administration, and it went away. They had disco nights at like ballparks where they everybody would bring a disco record and they would crush them with like a steamroller. They had like just shirts. They had shirts that people would wear just said "disco sucks." There were pushbacks from rock and roll and like classic rock bands that hey, these guys aren't playing their own instruments; they're just flashy and singing and things. But I really like disco. I think it's a really interesting part of Americana, and I like the music as well. And I like that black and white people came together and were for the first time. Like before, a lot of clubs were segregated. You'd have a white club and a black club, but disco kind of merged these worlds for the first time, and I think created something really cool.
it was certainly a contributor. Nancy Reagan's "Just Say No," uh, the uh, the basically increase in the budget of the drug enforcement agency. They would do raids on clubs, and there was a big push in the late 1970s for disco movies. The big one, Saturday Night Fever, starring John Travolta, also has Fran Drescher and some other people in it. This basically gave a rhythm to the I should say it took disco in the clubs and put it on the big screen. But just like with any fad, it goes away, and then you had the birth of hip hop. That's really from that, and like basically the hip hop has a lot of its roots in disco, specifically sugar. Early hip hop does. Listen to Sugar Hill Gang's "Rapper's Delight." It's from like 1981. It's the so that's not early. That's more likely not early disco, or not early hip hop. Here, I'll just get. What is the argument that early hip hop is an offshoot of disco? The argument that early hip hop is an offshoot of disco rests on the fact that the genre's first commercially successful records, such as Sugar Hill Gang's Rapper's Delight, directly sampled disco instrumentals like Chic's Good Times. That's what it is, yeah. And before the widespread availability of samplers, early rap producers hired studio musicians to record disco tracks or used existing disco records as the backing for rapping, a style explicitly known as disco rap in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Key evidence supporting this connection includes musical foundation. Early hip hop was musically the equivalent of disco plus rapping, utilizing the backbeats and rhythmic structures common in disco to keep dancers on the floor. Cultural overlap. Prominent early figures like DJ Kool Herc, Grandmaster Flash, and Africa Bambaataa frequently played disco records in the Bronx, and the Paradise Garage and Disco Fever venues featured disco rap tracks in their sets. Terminology and origins. The term hip hop itself was originally used by disco disc jockeys to describe the emerging style and was first recorded and its first recorded use of and the first recorded use of the phrase appeared in a 1963 disco song before being popularized by disco DJs like DJ Hollywood in the 1970s. Commercial necessity. Early label owners often forced artists to use disco backing because it was the most commercially viable sound at the time, ensuring that the first wave of recorded hip hop was inextricably linked to the disco template. While a popular narrative suggests that Bronx youth rejected disco in favor of funk, the reality is that disco rap dominated the charts between 1979 and 1983, and the techniques of extending breakbeats were directed were directly adapted from disco DJs who pioneered the practice of manipulating vinyl records on turntables. As hip hop evolved and technology like samplers and drum machines became available, the genre eventually moved away from the disco template to develop a harder, distinct aesthetic, but its inception was fundamentally rooted in disco culture. Yeah, Wu Tang Clan is a decade after that. No, I mean that's late 80s. I'm talking about late 70s. Okay, so let's find out about why disco died. I mean, I gave some reasons. Um, Disco declined due to the way bigger. Exactly. No, it's not. No, it's not. When you look at these things, you have to look at square footage. It's dollars per square foot, and the square footage that makes money is the bar. The dance floor does not make money. The dance floor brings people in. Does that make sense? Like that in uh in roller rinks? Yeah. Not, not somewhere more geared toward children, which might have like a food uh like a small kitchen or like a food um area, but like there are, especially the valley of Los Angeles had a few, actually like nine. They had a bunch of roller rinks. Those all closed because of the cost of um land. Bowling alleys, again, same thing. You need a lot of space for these things, and on top of everything that's inside, imagine the parking lot outside. That's a lot of space. Ice rinks, and those are the big three that were like very popular at one time, but due to the cost of land and you need so much space, roller rinks, ice rinks, and bowling alleys have really closed down. There's one ice rink in all. When I was a kid, there were nine ice rinks in the valley of Southern California in the San Fernando Valley, and today there's one. Yeah. Now, well, you also have a lot more interest in hockey and just people in the United States. Hockey is maybe the fifth most popular sport of the major sports. It's even probably been surpassed by soccer. I don't even I don't even consider those to be major sports. I'm talking about sports that are on television that make money. I know those are on television. Um, just no, everywhere in the United States, aside from like Minnesota and like Maine, maybe Michigan. Like, uh, it's just not. It's not very popular. It still gets eyeballs. I'm not going to say that it's not one of. I mean, it's considered one of the four main sports. But what I'm saying is that soccer is just growing in the United States, and hockey is. I mean, just look at the amount of teams that like you had uh, move to certain cities as expansion cities, and then they have to move again. Like if it were a sport that people love, they don't move. I'm not saying that. Some people do. It's just it's the most expensive of the sports of the, let's say, five major sports. It's by far the most expensive. It's really difficult to play because you have to have ice. In places like Southern California, the price of real estate has increased. New York City as well. That you can't have these big facilities. I mean, you're talking about the New York Rangers who play there. Like, you have to be a professional. They don't allow college hockey to play there. They don't allow high school hockey to play there. If you want to play high school hockey in Manhattan, chances are you're going to have to. I mean, maybe you could get some time on the. Well, Rochester's super far away, but yeah, you just have to go to one of the other boroughs, probably, or New Jersey, and that's why there's not a lot of talent that comes out of uh, hockey talent that comes out of Manhattan. But you know what you do get is basketball talent because there are you don't need as much space, and there are parks that you can go to that have basketball courts. Um, it's a lot about. Well, another thing that hurt the roller skating industry in a major way didn't it split it was inline skating. So you had that which arose in the 1990s, rollerblading, and then you got people who would do rollerblading and play hockey on pavement, and at times you could do rollerblading outside a lot easier than you could roller skating. Roller skating generally you need like a really smooth surface. Rollerblading is a you get a little bit more speed, and there are like boardwalks and things, or at least like cement that you can uh, skate on a little easier. So it became a more outdoor activity. So you didn't need these places anymore. Once you got the inline skate, I mean, who wants to skate inside some facility when you can just go to the boardwalk along the beach and roller skate, and there are hot chicks there, and you can go faster. So why not just go to a dance hall or a dance club? I agree with you on that. Um, well, you can do everything. Okay, but I'd make the argument that you can do more with a an inline skate than you can with roller skates. You can go. No, I would say that. How many roller skating rinks were there at the peak in the United States versus today? Uh, yeah, a couple of them have closed though. Um, there's some in Orange County, but like they're they've a lot of them have been replaced by housing or just commercial areas. Um, the Valley, which is just north in Los Angeles, has really closed a lot of them down. So here we go. At the peak during the 1940s and 1950s Golden Age, there were an estimated 5,000 roller skating rinks in the United States. Today, there's about 1,000. So they've had a there's one fifth as popular in the United States as they once were. And even what we're seeing there, I mean, liability became really big too. The waivers. Well, the payouts on litigation, just across the United States, but also across the world, has gone up. So let's say in the 1940s, somebody spills a Coca Cola on the floor. People were less litigious, and so they wouldn't necessarily sue over that. But in today's day and age, somebody spills a Coca Cola on the floor and somebody slips on it. That's a slip and fall case that the waiver doesn't necessarily cover. There is a duty of the business to have trained their staff to be able to clean that up to avoid that type of tort, is what it would be, but that type of incident. And if they get sued, there is a huge opportunity at $1 million settlement if somebody really gets hurt, hits their head. If they break a bone, maybe 100,000 or so, something like that. And a like basically the business, you want to make money as a business person, and you could either say, all right, we have a dying industry, which is roller skating, where every single year fewer and fewer people come in. We have to raise the price more and more and more. Or I could just build houses on this, not even houses. It's not even houses. It's called mixed family usage, basically apartment buildings here. And I'm going to generate a lot more money every single month. Why wouldn't you do that? It's because I mean it's what makes the world go round. No, because even if you did, a judge will find that contract to be unenforceable. So you can put anything that you want in it. You can say, we're not liable for anything. That's fine. A judge can find that to be unenforceable. Slowly but surely they are. Um, okay, imagine a waiver where it says we are not responsible for anything that happens on our property. And then you walk in the door and the owner shoots you in the face. Well, the owner can say, we're not responsible because it says in our waiver that you are not, that we're not liable. But a judge is, no, no. That's a different story, and that's your own private property, and you're not inviting the public in. I'm saying, imagine that it is under normal business hours. The They have a roller rink, and the owner and everybody signs the waiver that says we are not responsible for anything. And then the owner just comes out and starts shooting people with a gun. Shouldn't the people who have been damaged by the owner shooting them with a gun be able to sue that owner? That's what it's become, though. Slip and fall is one of the biggest torts in California. I believe it or not, believe it or not, I have seen that. Right? Doesn't he ask for money right then and there? Right, I have seen. No, I think I saw the first season. It's very good, but I just I got really into Breaking Bad and watched that whole series, and then I got into Better Call Saul, but all of the seasons hadn't come out yet, and so I just saw the first season. It's very good though. Vince Gilligan. Vince Gilligan. I've heard that he started one. Yeah, I hear. I've heard it's very good. Did you did, did you like Breaking Bad? Dog, where have you been? I didn't either, but I knew I was like, oh, that's the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. But I understand. I'm older than you are, so I had the opportunity to see it, and both are American shows, so that's a different issue as well. And concessions are really cheap in comparison to today. Like you could sell stuff for like 10 cents and like still make a huge profit on it. Also, I think this is an issue that arises with these types of organizations as well. Are music licenses? If you are playing music enough to enough people, you have to pay um, royalties on that. Now, let me see if that happens today. Yo, Doug, do you have to pay royalties if you're like a DJ at a bar or a club or even a roller rink? I think you're supposed to. Yes, royalties must be paid when music is played in public venues like bars, clubs, or roller rinks. However, the responsibility typically falls on the venue owner, not the DJ. Venues are required to obtain blanket licenses from performing rights organizations like ASCAP, BMI, SESAC, and GMR. These licenses cover the public performance of copyrighted music, including sets played by DJs. The venue's license ensures that songwriters and publishers are compensated. While the DJ usually doesn't pay the royalties directly, they must ensure the venue is properly licensed. If a DJ performs at a private event, like a wedding in a space without a license, the responsibility may shift to the DJ or the event organizer. So all of those licenses went up, but the big one is the insurance, in my opinion. Well, actually, the big one is the real estate, but then insurance. Uh, oh, that's what I was reading. Why disco failed. So it died because of a convergence of overexposure, cultural backlash, and shifting musical trends. Oversaturation. By the late 1970s, disco dominated radio, pop, rock, and even country, leading to listener fatigue. Record labels pushed artists to adopt the sound, flooding the market with often low quality disco product. cultural backlash. A significant, often angry reaction emerged from rock fans who saw disco as escapist, overproduced, and a threat to rock's cultural dominance. The backlash was intertwined with racism and homophobia, as disco's roots in black and gay club culture clashed with the perceived unmanly and elitist image promoted in mainstream media. Disco Demolition Night, the infamous event where a crate of disco records were blown up, became a violent symbol of the backlash. It hastened disco's retreat from mainstream radio and record labels, pushing the music underground. Evolution, not death. While disco receded from the pop charts by the early 1980s, it didn't truly die. It evolved into post-disco, high-energy house and techno, directly influencing the next generation of dance music, including early hip hop and 1980s pop. Does that answer your question? They did it one time. Jazz, there was backlash between like those types of songs, big band, jazz, blues, and then when rock and roll came in, there was a big pushback, major pushback, where they would destroy Elvis records. They didn't like, again, it was very racially uh, motivated. They didn't like the idea of people like Chuck Berry and Chubby Checker and the Big Bopper invading their homes. And then on top of that, then you had the British invasion, which was not even which were non-Americans who came in, and they would destroy Beatles records. It's anything that's foreign that people don't like. I'm trying to think how it's done today, and really things have become very mainstream, and racial tensions have, in other ways, are still inflamed, but we've become more of a homogenous society. But where would you get? Okay, here's one. Do you know what I think it's called? Stomp country is? Okay, well, they're like country purists, and they don't like songs that are. It's called like stop country. It's like there was a big song like a year or two ago. I won't play it, but I'll just say it goes, "Oh ma, let me give me another shot of whiskey." I don't know the lyrics, but you know what song I'm talking about? Right. And the fact that you have African American people who are country song stars bothers a lot of people. So, am I saying that that's like the biggest rejection? Okay, here's another rejection. You know the Dixie Chicks? They're now known as the Chicks. You know who I'm referencing? Okay, so during the Iraq War, like 22 years ago or so, they took the very brave stance that they were against the war, and they were banned from radio, and their CDs were crushed. And these women held strong, which is a really brave thing that they did. But at the time, many people didn't see it as so. They saw it as being unpatriotic, especially within the country genre, which is where they were. What? Okay, here's one. R. Kelly. You don't hear R. Kelly songs anymore. Okay, you're talking about a movement or like for okay, Kanye West. Yeah. Today, it's just too big of a risk anymore, and people have seen what has happened previously to people, and when they speak up, um, through the, I mean, through the years, the big ones that stand out in my mind since the 1960s, the Beatles, especially John Lennon, was rejected. A lot of the psychedelic rock was rejected. That was very peace and love. The Birds, the Mamas and the Papas, that kind of stuff. In the 1970s, there was the disco rejection. In the 1980s, there was a lot of rejection of hip hop culture. In the 1990s, the one that stands out in my mind is Sinead O'Connor on Saturday Night Live ripped a picture of the Pope and over his like non-action against I think the abuse of children in Ireland. In the early 2000s, you had the the Dixie Chicks or the Chicks, the people who made those stances. The early 2010s, people started to wise up, quote unquote, and wouldn't reject things. Uh, but you have some, I guess, with the LGBTQ world. I think there was probably some pushback, but nobody really major comes to mind who was like, "I'm not backing that." Um, okay, but there's some like, do you know who? There you go. Um, an interesting one that I guess it depends how big you are, but there's a question that arises like, why was R. Kelly canceled, but Michael Jackson was not? Yeah, he didn't. He peed on like a 15-year-old girl or something. Like, I'm not condoning that, but he didn't have like a litany of allegations of like hurting much younger children. I mean, I think it comes down to money. Michael Jackson um, settled a lot of those, but I don't know. That's why we need to watch that documentary to see the other side. And um, would you? I can tell you that I know exactly where I was in uh, another Orange County city, Fullerton, when Michael Jackson died. I remember watching it, and I really didn't hear that much Michael Jackson music until he died, and then it was everywhere. It was almost like somebody got possession of his album and was like, "Put this everywhere. I want to make as much money as possible." Uh, when he died, I remember. Oh, it was. He was super popular, but you wouldn't hear his music on the radio. That's what I'm saying. It it just wasn't played on the radio because Michael Jackson had a very tight control of it and wouldn't let it be played on the radio. He didn't want it to get watered down. But once he died, it was everywhere. When I say everywhere, um, it allows people to get sick of it a lot faster. So, like the Beatles, at least, at least in LA, you won't hear Beatles music on the radio anytime except for Sunday morning from like 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. It's called Breakfast with the Beatles because the Beatles catalog is too expensive to play. And the reason why it's so expensive is the Beatles say, we don't want our music to be watered down. So we don't want it played on the radio. However, if you want to play it early in the morning on Sunday on this one show that pays us a lot of money for our royalties, we'll let you play it. Aside from that, though, you won't hear Help on the radio on the oldie station. You won't hear Norwegian Wood. You won't hear Revolution. You won't hear any of those songs. And that's basically across the entire United States. There's a syndicated show called Breakfast with the Beatles. It's by I forget the guy's name, but it's like this one guy who has a syndicated show, and then he sells it to stations all throughout the United States. But aside from that, you won't hear the Beatles on the radio in the United States. And the reason why is, and here's another interesting thing. The Beatles would not allow their music to be played in commercials until like 1981. The first Beatles song in a commercial was, I believe, in like an Apple computer commercial. 1981 seems kind of early, but hold on. Yo, what's the first Beatles song in a commercial? Wasn't it like 1981 Apple? Apologies, it was 90. It was 87 for Nike. So they didn't let their songs be played from while they were together, which is the late 1960s, for like about 20 years. You didn't hear a Beatles song in a commercial. Now, I'm not saying you'll hear it all that much now because it's really expensive, but you will occasionally hear Beatles songs in commercials now. But you won't hear them on the radio. And then you won't ever hear them again until they play on the oldie station or whatever alternative. Like there's a formula to it that basically the the top 40 is played. There's like an agreement that if you're in the top 40 for pop songs, you'll be played once per 3 hours on the radio for like a certain number of weeks. And then once you move out of the top 40, you won't be heard again. It's not like they'll be like, oh, yeah, remember this song from last year? They don't do that. It's like anything that's popular now, and then they move on to the next thing. Excellent. All right. I want to. Okay, we'll come back. Come back tomorrow. Let's watch a documentary tomorrow night. Excellent. Take care. Bye bye.
contamination risk. About 24,000 cases of roasted tomato and Parmesan bread were recalled, sold under brand names such as Meyer, Restream, and Joe's Fresh and Simple. Each case typically contains multiple individual packs for the customers installed. The affected items were distributed across 10 states: Arizona, California, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Michigan, North Carolina, New Jersey, Texas, and Virginia. Safety coach Jim Nelson with his chef another recall that doesn't stop.
Well, this one singled out roasted tomatoes, canned roasted tomatoes that they were using. They found the metal fragments and those people that have any questions, Buckamore is the manufacturer, and if you want to call them, and if you have specific questions, their number is 855-432-2438. So you can ask them specific questions. For those of you that have products that look wherever you purchase them from, call your supplier and source person and question them on your products, because some people may have them in the freezer from a couple of weeks ago.
All right, thank you. Shoppers increased their spending in February, particularly on cars and clothing, after pulling back at the start of the year due to severe winter storm. Retail sales rose better than expected, 0.6% in February, by 0.1% decline in January. Mr. Still concerned that the Iran war was a significant food prices soaring. The impact wasn't reflected in his retail sales data. He's thrilled. President at a time when Americans have already been squeezed by years of inflation. Here's expert John this year. John, what's your take on all this?
Well, I thought that this month, that's like that's where I read oil prices would come down. I think as I've said before, I think 2026 is going to be around here. And I think these gas prices will come down at the end of April. That's my estimate.
In a moment, Professor Joshua Brown joined us. His upcoming work is called Moving a Miracle. She'll talk about miracles in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Let me ask you something. How do you need your hard-earned money to organizations to contribute? You work your whole life building wealth for your family, your future, and you hand it over to advisors. Tell them everything you believe in. Your financial advisor should be your partner, not your enemy. The people and organizations you invest in should respect what you believe in, not market behind closed doors. That's why I want you to know about Worth-Building Wealth Management. Your wealth is built around your values. Visit investmyvalues.com for a free consultation. Worth-Building Wealth Management. And your financial advisor should be your partner, not your enemy. Find out more about us and our approach at investmyvalues.com. It's investmyvalues.com. What is a registered investment advisor? Registration is not in place or level skill or training. Before considering their services, you should carefully review Worthpoint's expires at worthpointinvest.com to understand all material risk, conflicts of interest, and fees. All investing involves risk, including risk of loss. This is an endorsement. I'm not a client of Worthpoint.
I don't have any bruises on my arms. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something happened. I have to tell you, it has to be a comfort.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
Welcome back to Coast to Coast. George North with your Professor Joshua Brown with his PhD, Professor of Psychological and Brain Science at Indiana University. He directs the Cognitive Control Lab studying brain imaging, brain stimulation, and extended artificial intelligence. He has also co-founded the Global Medical Research Institute, which studies the effects of prayer and believes miraculous healing. Don't have the experience and what led him to write the latest book, Professor Joshua Brown, on Coast to Coast. Welcome back. Glad you're back to life, Josh. Well, thank you. Thanks for having me. Tell us about this great experience. What happened? Well, I was 30 years old. Back was 2003, and I had a promising career as a scientist. Everything was going well. My wife was about to give birth to our first child, and one night I went to bed, and when I woke up the next morning, I was up my own bed. I was in ambulance, and so that was, one of the weirdest things that happened to me up to that point. And so they took me to the ER, and they said, well, you've had a seizure. And, I never had a seizure in my life. I was healthy, worked out a lot. So here I am, and they say, well, we did a CT scan, and there's nothing that's anything that get you there and kill you, but you need to see a neurologist. So I saw a neurologist. The neurologist ordered some MRIs. And like 4 days later, my wife went into labor. So she was in one end of the hospital recovering from childbirth, and I was in the other end of the hospital getting MRIs done on the head. And, now we're like, neuroscience, I actually did functional brain imaging. I still do. So usually I'm the one putting other people's scanner. Now here I am, neuroscientist, getting put into the MR scanner myself. And so then, we have this newborn baby, and we're, trying to get enough sleep, and, excited about having a growing family, and then the doctors called, they said, well, we need to do another scan, because something looks suspicious, so they do another scan, and then when my daughter was 3 years old, I get the results back, and they say, I'm really sorry, you have a brain tumor, and, the thing is, I'm a bad patient, because, I'm a neuroscientist, it's my job to know about brain-related stuff, and so, at that point, I was upset, I realized I was going to die, and so, at that point, I looked at all the medical literature, I looked to see what the options were, I talked to a neurologist, and I talked to a neurosurgeon, and it was clear that medicine wasn't really going to be able to cure me. Even surgery, chemo, radiation was really cost my life. So that's when I started asking questions about whether miracles still happen today, because I need to know. Well, the night before you went to sleep, woke up in the hospital, how did you feel that night? I felt fine. It was a warm August day, 2003 in St. Louis, and I just got out cycling the day before with a bunch of friends. We were up past probably 25, 30 miles thereabouts, so I was feeling fit and healthy, and I felt great. So it was just a complete shock to find myself in the ambulance. So what did they do anyway? Well, so I saw the neurologist, and the neurologist said, well, first of all, look at these scans. And then after the results came back, the neurologist said, well, there's not a clear benefit to you doing surgery, doing invasive things. And so, meet with the neurosurgeon, and let's see what the neurosurgeon says. So I met with the neurosurgeon, who basically said the same thing, which is, we could do surgery, but
it's not really cured. It can maybe relieve symptoms, but basically there's no point rushing into that. It's just watch it every 3 months and see what happens. And we could do a biopsy, but there's a chance that just doing a biopsy is killing you. And even if we get a biopsy, it's not clear what that would change. It's not, we're not necessarily going to do anything different besides the maybe I'll see what happens biopsy. So, I appreciate the work here, and I followed up with the neurologist, and I ended up having another MRI later. But all they could really offer me, which I appreciate for what it was just to, keep watching things and see how through it was, see what happened. Was the surgery done psychosis? There was no surgery, because when I looked at the option for surgery and radiation, none of those would be expected to really prolong their life. In other words, people live for maybe a few years, maybe a few more years. But even with all this treatment, people still pass after not too many years. And so I wasn't opposed to surgery, but it just wasn't clear there was any benefit to having it. So I never had surgery or chemo or radiation or any treatments. What's the state of the tumor today? So I kept following it, and I moved to another state, another job, and I followed it, and they kept taking right for like 7 years, and after 3 months, I had gone and had all these experiences of healing prayer and that sort of thing, and after 3 months, I thought, well, maybe it's better, but it wasn't any better. And so I had another MRI 6 months, another one is 9 months, and basically it didn't grow. And finally, after doing this for 7 years, the last MRI showed that it just looked like some scar tissue. And so that's what the radiologist said. Basically, it looks like scar tissue. And so the neurologist at the time said, well, this just doesn't look like a tumor anymore. So, I'll tell you what, unless you have any further symptoms, we don't need to see you again ever. And so that was the last appointment I had with the neurologist. That was about 15 years ago. I've been totally fine and symptom free since 2004. But you were sure it was a tumor at the beginning, right? Well, so the neurologist suggested, the radiologist suggested that it could have been one of several different kinds of tumors. So it could have been gliomas. There's, everybody's getting really high. Well, glioblastomas are probably the worst kind. Those are the ones that definitely kill you within like months. These kind generally start off growing a little bit more slowly, and then they transform into higher grade tumors, and then those are what kill you. So at the time, to be absolutely 100% sure, they would have to do biopsy, but there was really no benefit to biopsy. It might have killed me. So I would say there's a very tiny chance that it was some kind of abnormal growth, but not a tumor. But the thing is, those happen. Like the odds of that happening, I calculated, I read through all the scientific literature. The odds of that are about 1 in 500. So, and this is why the doctor said there's no question it's a tumor, because there's no way that someone who has never had a seizure before, suddenly at age 30 has a new seizure, and we see the tumor on the skin. That is a brain tumor. So, when the doctor checked with you for not having biopsy, not really. I mean, they basically said, well, it's up to you. Like, if you want to do that, then, figure out what it is. then you know, we'll do it. But if you don't, and I said, well, you know, if you do that, how is that going to help me? How is that going to change the truth when I get it? And they said, well, and I said, okay, so you're telling me that I should have this surgery that could kill me, but it's not really going to help me. And they said, yeah, basically. And I said, well, okay, so maybe let's hold off on that. So that's why I didn't think it was 40 years. Well, I read the Miracle, I'm not sure what's on that way, but at the time, you see, I was desperate, and I was going to this local church, and I had been attending them for several years, and you know, after I got diagnosed, I said, you know, I don't know what to do. I got this diagnosis, and it looks like it's going to kill me, and so I don't know what to do. And one of them said, well, there's a across town, and they pray with people for healing, that sort of thing. And so why don't you go and talk to them? And I thought, well, I don't know who these people are, but you know, I know this guy, they're friends of this, and you know, plus I'm just like you know, all my science, my scientific training, all my experience and degrees and all that can't really save this. So I'm not proud. I need something. So I'll go check it out. So I saw this, and I walked in, and they were like, "Oh yeah, you know, we heard about you. Come on, pray for you." And so I started praying, and they pray like, you know, God, we ask in Jesus' name for you to heal this person. And people kind of hope we do, but we weren't really sure if you will kind of things. And they prayed with this attitude of like, you know, it wasn't just ask God for healing, it was, you know, in the name of Jesus, we command this to be healed now. And I'm like, well, that's not how it's used to pray. I mean, that seems a little bit presumptuous or something. But yeah, they seem very confident. And this was, you know, of course, they're great like this, but this was new to me. And so they began to pray, and as they prayed, they would also speak to spirits, you know, like demonic spirits, and they said things like, you know, in Jesus' name, this kind of spirit that these are never ever familiar with. I go to work during the day, and I do science, and I publish papers, you know, scientific papers, and I'm a scientist, and here I am saying these police, and these people commanding demonic spirits to me, and part of me's thinking, okay, this is what I know, yeah, so, but so that, you know, they would say things like, in Jesus' name, you know, spirit, this is like, you know, and I just sat there like, okay, alright. And then they would say, okay, now this other kind of demonic spirit, in Jesus' name, and as soon as they said, they named a particular spirit, suddenly, it was like this thing gripped me, and I started shaking uncontrollably, and just thrashing, and I didn't feel sick or nauseated, but I started vomiting, and it became so violent, I broke my glasses, and at the same time, I'm still fully conscious, right? So I'm aware of what's going on. And I'm thinking to myself, this is so bizarre. I mean, hold on a minute, I've been doing this. Go back to the top of the side, this miracle, and on the rear, just called the Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Call Lear Capital. Legal investing kit 800-225-8100.
Don't miss our 2026 iHeartRadio Music Awards. Taylor Swift's first award show appearance this year. Can't lose the iconic orange. Kehlani, Lady Wilson, all hosted by Ludacris.
Our 2026 iHeartRadio Music Awards. Now streaming on WhatsApp says about 200 users were tricked into downloading a fake version that contains spyware, and it tells Denmark second as Nazi spyware company called SIO is behind the movie's version. SIO actually has a contract with the Italian government to design spyware. Usage recalled roughly 1,000 gravity SUVs. The company says the alleged use was properly buzzing seatbelts. It says they're called to take the next gravity SUVs before February 14th of this year. What's being called a system failure caused at least 100 robotaxis to suddenly stop working in China by the Sao Paulo system at meltdown. Some people were trapped for hours. The company did not respond to requests for comment from TechCrunch. And Nestle has launched an online tracker to help them keep over 400,000 stolen Kit Kat bars. The company is turning to the public for its help in an ongoing investigation. They used to sell 12 tons of Kit Kat bars from a truck at the Italian production site last week. Tech report on the back said.
Hey everybody, it's me, Kale. Here to talk to you about this new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly, not about something that's serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays, Thursdays, Friday. Click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. So I may get a notification to do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's how you deal. It's just going to be good. Oh, it's going to be delicious.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeartRadio.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app to explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown, this lies the Silk River. In 2021 and 2022, what's became a whole new activist called gathered to stop the nearby construction of massive facilities draining the sun. Amazing crop system. There, the forest, they built a different forest occupation, things like that. Present a vision of a society where they can support each other without beating at each other, or being subservient to each other. Until one day, approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was reloading various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot George State Church.
I heard this was a conflict. It was just like shots, like blasting off.
Wondering if a media contender from TV, this is what came to the facilities. I thought you should follow me into the forest and then I saw
That's not a blessing. That's a great question. What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest heating up the air. I didn't know the trees were yep, and the forest is a shade. Trees to climb. Awesome. This was explosive.
Visit the forest today to join more about the forest. Go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and Conservation.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Dr. Miracle, telling Joshua Brown will take call you with Josh next hour. March artists highlighted on the first Sunday of every month. Easter Sunday when we're on, or emerging artists. Absolutely. Coming up on the first Sunday of each month, we play local music selections from emerging artists who otherwise might not be heard. And we'd like you, if you're a musician or a singer, or have recorded music, just go to coasttocoastam.com and in the search box, just put emerging artists and submit your music to us. Follow guidelines. And if you're just like your music right here at Coast to Coast AM. So the month of March, the Miracle Podcast Network and only record listeners. It was unbelievable. We did some good numbers. It's a lot of free listening. Just download the iHeartRadio app on your phone. If you listen to your podcast on your PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com and the search of either of those Coast to Coast AM. All the shows are offered. Absolutely. Would you like to listen lately or afraid of needles? And my next, HealthyLooking.com is proud to bring you GLP plus GLP2 and GIP. Weight loss with no shots or pills. George has tried GLP drops, not shots. Kill the cravings with no doctor or prescription. Why they work the same active ingredients. One of the biggest things people are trying to get rid of is food movies. You're getting in your head, what am I going to eat next? What if that could all go away? I'm Sean, and I've been working in the healthy lifestyle space for almost 25 years. We've worked with thousands of doctors and many professional sports teams and professional athletes. Everyone is talking about GLP-1, but they're missing the point. They don't talk about GLP-1, GLP-2, and GIP. So our Tri-GLP offers way more than just weight loss. You're creating energy. You look amazing because of your skin, not making your skin just fall like so many of these synthetic versions, these injections. With our GLP-1, GLP-2, GIP, the trifecta, all that goes away. You simply start losing fat while keeping your lean muscle mass. It's amazing. With our patented extraction process, simply take small drops once or twice a day, and you're all done. No more needles and no bad side effects. And the beauty of this whole thing is you're helping your gut. You're absorbing more nutrients. So why not boost fat, keep muscle, and feel amazing? Listen, I want to talk to you about something really important. Did you know that you can avoid investing in companies that don't share your values? That's why I want to tell you about WorthPoint. Here's what I love about WorthPoint. They get it. You work hard for your money, and it should work hard for the values you care about. WorthPoint is not just about numbers on a spreadsheet. They're about helping you make investments based upon your values. If you're serious about aligning your money with your values, I want you to visit investinmyvalues.com for a free consultation. That's investinmyvalues.com. That's investinmyvalues.com. WorthPoint is a registered investment advisor. Registration does not apply to certain levels of security. Before considering their certain process, you should carefully review WorthPoint's disclosures at WorthPointInvest.com to understand all the terms, risks, conflicts of interest, and fees. All investing involves risk, including the risk of loss. This is a paid endorsement. I am not a client of
Real people, real stories.
Or visit carnivore.com and carnivore.com. Use code George to get 15% off your order.
And welcome back to Along with Joshua Brown and websites like When does the book come out, Josh? Shortly, doesn't it? Yeah, May 12th. So you can pre-order it now, but it will be out in just over a month. At what time when you open this prayer, did you start feeling better? Well, I think that first time they prayed for me for about 3 hours, and it was by the end of that that I felt this really strong sense of peace just come over me. And so that was really the beginning of a long process. I definitely felt better, but I wasn't bad, no, I wasn't healed at that point. And so I knew there was something going on. So I began to travel to visit other groups, Christian groups who pray for healing. And I went to around the U.S. and other countries, and that's when I started seeing miracles happening right before me. I went to Mozambique with you. Yeah, so by that time, I'd made friends with a number of different groups that would go around and pray for healing, said they were seeing miracles. And this one group in Mozambique said that it was almost this casual statement that for the last 2 years, all the deaf people they've had about their ears restored, and most of the blind people had got their eyes inside back. And so I thought, well, that seems like good odds. I want to try to study this. And so my wife and I were thinking, where's this miracle investigation? Where's the medical investigation? Where's the scientific investigation? And we just weren't seeing it being done, so we said, well, we'll do it. And so we went to Mozambique and spent a couple weeks there and followed this evangelist out in the villages. And she would get up and just say to the village, this talk is cheap. This Jesus, he'll bring me all the blind and deaf people. And so he'd have like a village where everybody knows everything. And she'd say, this person that you brought up here, is this person deaf? Everybody knows. And she'd say, okay. So she would pray for them. Well, before she did that, I took medical equipment, measured their hearing, and then she would pray for them, and then measure their hearing again. And we measured, I measured 30 minutes, and then I would try to like, okay, this is really real, and do things.
Maybe they're conscious. Maybe the universe is conscious. Maybe consciousness exists everywhere.
Well, you would think if they're all placed there and they're in, they started there, it would seem that if we went and put ourselves before them, that it would grant us something, Like, I'm not saying like something magical, but something that we need. Because most of the way that things are set up, it's like everything was kind of... Everything was kind of set up in perfection, like in our bodies, like the fact that we exist, the fact that the eyes put together and operates the way that it does, the fact that they have like moles and parrots and everything, the fact that it all happens. And we kind of neglect that there's these orbs out there in the distance. Maybe they want to hear from us. Maybe they want us to sit there and look at them and think. Maybe they help us.
Do you think we're being visited?
So one of the things that I do in my book
Do you?
Yeah. But I think a lot of it's lies too.
Do you think the government's the big governments? Or
What do you mean?
what do you mean? Do you think they know who's right? Do you think they know who's? Or do you think they have met? Do you think these upper echelon people have met the visitors and there's some other thing going on? Because there's something, it feels like something's going to happen soon.
Perhaps that's possible. Perhaps. But if I was from another planet, like this is, I talked about this in my special, that if like I went, when I go fishing, I don't check in to see who the president of the lake is. I just show up, trick those dumb motherfuckers with a fake fish, pull them out by their lips, take a picture of them, drop it off back in the water. Because they're a bass. They're so below me.
Right.
I don't think, like, who's the leader of the bass?
Right.
So the idea that aliens come down here and who's the leader of the people, I highly doubt they give a fuck if they talk to Trump.
Yeah.
He's out there building a ballroom and shit. They're like, leave that guy alone. I'm not interested in him. But maybe they might visit military establishments. Like if they find a nuclear weapons base, maybe I would go to that because they probably know the signal of nuclear armament. They probably know the signal of these weapons. They probably would visit those places. But would they interact with the people on the ground? Perhaps. Maybe they would. Maybe they would if they could be assured of their safety. Maybe. It's possible. But I don't think we're alone. I think that's silly. I think the idea that we're alone is silly. There's a lot of like crazy equations that people have made. Like, well, we're like the Fermi, you know what the Fermi paradox is?
The Fermi
Paradox. Yeah, it's I think he's an Italian scientist. It's like if there are aliens and there's so many stars in the universe, there's so many planets in the universe. Do you know there's more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang?
No way.
Yeah.
How do we know it?
I don't know. I just read it. I'm just saying it to you like I'm smart.
That's fair. I believe you.
Put that into perplexity. I love using AI. I know it's taking over the world, but I don't give a fuck. I've learned so much. If you use it correctly, I think it's like everything else. I use it every day. I use it whenever I write. If I write about a subject, I'm like, tell me why you did that. Tell me what this is. You just ask it.
Yeah.
It just gives you instantaneous information.
I know, it is pretty fascinating. That's why, like, it used to be for information, you had to go to somebody to get it, but now it's like everybody has it.
Go nowhere, son. Yeah. And Elon was saying that he doesn't think apps are going to exist in the future. He thinks everything's going to be you and a device and communicating with AI. Here it is. Are there more stars in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed? Yes, that statement is likely very true by a large margin. No, not the Earth, but the universe.
I googled it, and that's what this said. That's what actually came up with.
Oh, estimated star. Okay, age of the Earth. Yeah, so there's definitely way more planets, but that's stars. You wrote stars.
I typed in what you said.
What did you type in? Are there more planets than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Yeah, not more stars. Are there more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Not the Earth formed. Since the Big Bang. This is the nutty one. Because that's crazy. Yes. By current estimates, there are far more planets in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Big Bang.
Dude, the crazy thing is, a lot of kids nowadays.
That's crazy.
Wait, say it one more time.
There's more planets in the universe than seconds that have passed since the Big Bang.
So then I start to think, I wonder if it's a contest, and then like God is seeing like what planet can really create the most like love amongst the planet, you know, and get it done right.
You know Terrence Howard, the actor?
Yes.
He had a very interesting theory, and he's an interesting guy. He's a very intelligent guy. He's not educated in a classical sense, but he's a brilliant guy, right? Not educated about a lot of the things he discusses. But one theory that he had was he thinks that the way planets are formed is there's ejections from stars, and over time they coalesce and become planets, and this stuff in space becomes planets, and the distance they are from the stars, where it gets to a distance where it's in that Goldilocks zone where life can be established, and then he says planets become peopled.
because it gets to a certain time where people evolve from these planets, and he thinks this is like a natural thing that happens all over the universe, that these planets get people, and as they get further and further away from the star, the planet gets less and less habitable, and those things, those intelligent creatures on that planet become more and more intelligent and more innovative and more capable of surviving without the protection of the Goldilocks zone. And then they become interstellar. And then they develop like their own sustaining environments.
Do you think that's what's happening to us?
Well, I think that's probably what's going to happen to us. And
so if we leave that orbit
AI
of
is
safety,
a part of that.
right? If we leave that orbit of safety.
Yeah. Well, today, Artemis, they're supposedly flying around the moon. So these are the first people that have gone into deep space since 1972. This is the Apollo missions.
Wow.
That's today. That's happening. Nobody knows it. That's what's nuts. This is taking, I think, 10 people. 4? Is it 10 days? How many days are they doing? 10 days. 4 people, 10 days. And they're going around the moon and coming back to Earth. No one's done that since 1972. And it's happening today and no one cares. That's kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
Right. And you see, whatever that is, that's part of us that has really been doctored pretty heavily. The part of us that doesn't even find like a big fascination in that, like that's the part of myself that I want to find more of, you know?
It's very weird. It's very weird that we become dull to like fascinating things.
But also, do we even believe? Some of it's like we don't even know if it's real. It's like so much of this shit you see these videos, like that's not even real. They just said like the Iranian protests or something, or like the happiness in the street. They were just saying that was not
different. It was a totally different thing that they were filming. And then there was one that people were saying was older, and then we found out no, it's not. It's actually those current people protesting in Iran that we were bombing them, and they were like in favor of the government. But then you got to know like how many people are scared to death, and they're doing that because they don't want to get killed, because the government has killed thousands and thousands of people, including like major public figures, to show that no one has any favoritism. Like they killed this like championship wrestler, like incredible wrestler. They killed 2 different wrestlers that supposedly protested against the government. So who fucking knows?
Did you see that they don't know that there's conflicts of interest about, or no, did you see, sorry, I'm starting to send something wrong. Did you see that there is some issues about the bullet that killed that guy? Of Charlie Kirk? I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to say that guy.
Yeah.
But I wasn't.
Let me clarify that, I think. And we'll find out if this is correct. But I see headlines and I see the way people are talking about it, and I don't know if it's accurate.
Yeah.
Because what I think is accurate is what they're saying is that from the fragments of the bullet, they were unable to determine that it came from that Mauser rifle.
I see.
My issue with it, and I'm no expert, but I have shot things. Like, I'm a hunter, I've shot things with rifles, I've shot a lot of rifles. The 30-06 is a big round. That's a big round. Show me an image.
Would it hurt if it hit you?
Experts debunked Tyler Robinson's ballistic claim. Unable to identify is not the same as ruled out, which is exactly what I'm saying. Right. So show me an image of a 30-06 round, 30-06 rifle round. I want you to look at this. Look at the size of that fucker. Okay. Look at a 30-06 versus a 308.
That's a fucking paperweight.
A 30-06 it's a big round. You see it in that guy's hand?
Yeah. Oh my God, are you serious?
That's 30-06. So
that's a fat little hand, though.
That's like my hand. This is the point. Is that's a big round. That's not a small round. I mean, I don't know. What is it compared to? I use a 300 Win Mag.
Look at that. Oh, right there. You just had it. This cartridge.
5.56. Yeah. Is meant for war. 30-06 is meant for hunting. No, I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, that doesn't look realistic.
That's what a 30-06 looks like. Okay. In comparison to a quarter. So you look at it. So a quarter is about that high. It's about that big. That's a big round, dude. That's a round for hunting like elk. Like, it's a very common round. But do me a favor and compare 30-06 to 300 Win Mag. Compared to 300 Win Mag.
I'm just scared, dude.
So 300 Win Mag, I think, is fatter. Let's see the difference. Okay. Here it is, 300 Win Mag on the left. Oh, 30-06 is bigger. Okay. Is that real? Which one's which, though? Show me that one far left. Far left? Right there. Okay, 300 Win Mag and 30-aught. So 300 Win Mag has a little bit more powder in it. See how it goes higher up? So it has more charge. It's a bigger round. But my point is, that's a big round. It's like 300 Win Mag's a big round. Yeah. 30-06 is slightly smaller, but it's still, that's a lot of powder in that bad boy. That's a lot of firepower. So this is what a lot of people have an issue with, is the wound. That there was no exit wound. It shot him in like the soft tissue of the neck.
If he killed you,
didn't you feel out?
Would you feel pain?
I looked like he was dead almost instantly. He looked like he was slumped over. I think he was at the very least unconscious.
But he would have left his body, you're saying?
I think it would have blown a hole out the back. That's the thing. It's like 9mm do that sometimes.
Yeah.
It just doesn't, it seems weird that it doesn't have an exit hole.
Yeah.
It seems weird that you're shooting him in the neck. And the image from the back, there's a video of him getting shot from the back. It doesn't leave an exit hole. So it doesn't look like it's that round. There's also the fact that this guy supposedly climbed on the roof with it and then assembled it, which doesn't make sense, because if you assemble it, that means you have to take the scope off, put the scope back on. You have to zero the rifle after you do stuff like that.
Yeah, the guy who had killed or allegedly killed Osama bin Laden. Who's that? Mike? Who's the?
I know who you're talking about. Navy SEAL.
Yeah, he was just talking about that. I only say allegedly because I don't know anything about that. I don't know the specifics, even though I read the freaking book he wrote. But yeah, he was saying that to be able to do all that and get off the roof, it all seems bizarre.
Not only that, they supposedly disconnected the rifle again, took it apart on the roof, put it in his backpack, jumped off with it, and then reassembled it and left it in the woods.
And allegedly was at a Dairy Queen. You see that? Yeah. Who could shoot someone and go to Dairy Queen?
It seems weird. And then also his family's denying that he confessed.
Yeah.
They were saying that no, he didn't confess.
And we haven't heard.
His family said 2% of what they're saying about this is correct.
Have you reached out to them, or have they reached out to you?
No, well, I don't think they can. I mean, they're probably terrified about their son's future in life. Like, they're trying to pin this crime on him. Who knows if he did it or didn't do it? I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying he didn't do it. But I am saying that the story of him climbing up there with a disassembled gun, assembling it, making that shot, disassembling it again, climbing down. If that's the narrative, that sounds like straight horseshit. And the video of him hopping down does not look like he's a rifle when he's hopping down. So what's happening? How did he get up there? How did no one see it? There's so many things that are fucked up about that story. It doesn't totally make sense. But a big one to me is the actual bullet hole, the actual damage that rifle does. But here's another thing. Guns do weird things sometimes. Like, bullets do weird things. And sometimes they don't. Maybe it fucking center punched his spinal column and it did blow apart. And it didn't go out the back. It's possible.
Have they released any information about the autopsy?
I don't know.
I mean, you would think that.
I don't know what the specifics are, but I know a lot of people are very skeptical, which they are about everything these days, which is also part of the problem.
Well, they have to be skeptical because the news is compromised. And the news is owned by, it's not good. And
it's also, there's a lot of disinformation out there. There's a lot of, like, covering up stories. There's a lot of weird shit.
And, yes, and then even other places can put out news that's bad for us. That, like, we'll put this out there. Sure, it's disguised as information.
Yeah.
But did you see that exploding mic theory? Did you guys talk about that on here?
I've heard that theory, but I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. I've heard people talk about it, but I hadn't looked into it. It looks like he got shot. I don't know if the microphone's going to hit you in the neck. Like, how do you know where the mic's pointing? You're moving around a lot. How do you know when to make it go off?
That's a good point. They had, like, on his shirt in a specific spot. But, yeah, you're right. How would you know? But then the place where
it sounds like a gunshot, though. And there's a delay between the gunshot and the impact in terms of, like, acoustic readings. Like, and I think somebody did an analysis of the distance they believe the shot was taken from based on the sound. If that is the round that they use 30-06, based on the sound of the gunshot going off and the amount of time before it impacts them. It's a very small amount of time, but it is measurable. And they think that it might have actually been closer than what they're saying, which was, I think, 100 and something yards. I forget what the exact distance was. What was the exact distance, supposedly? I think it was like 140 yards or something like that. But the weird thing is, like, this whole idea of assembling and disassembling, it doesn't work like that, man.
And if the guy's not a professional, was he a professional?
No, he definitely wasn't a professional. But look, you could get trained, like shooting a rifle at 140 yards with a really good scope. If you've shot a bunch of times with a rifle and you can keep your shit together, is not that far of a shot. You can make that shot. People can make that shot. He wasn't even wearing a bulletproof vest, even though he did obviously get hit in the neck. But the thing is, like, if that's the narrative, and I don't know if they're still sticking with the story, but that was what they were saying at first, that he disassembled it and reassembled it. Reassembling a gun does not make it accurate. You have to zero a rifle in. And what that involves is you get to, like, whatever the yardage are that you're trying it out, like 100 yards, and, you squeeze up a trigger, and then you look through the binoculars, or you have a spotter with a scope next to you, and he says 6 inches high right, and so then you adjust it, you adjust the scope, and then you get it where it's firing, and you do it on a rest. It takes a few shots, man. So you have a rest, so that you're not moving the rifle around where it can, be human error, can be attributed to the miss.
And if you're on a hot roof, that was a hot roof, wasn't it?
Most official and media accounts put the shot at roughly 200 yards, with some investigative timelines suggesting a range of about 150 to 200 yards from Kirk. So somewhere between 150 and 200 yards.
Dude, and also being on a hot roof. Have you ever been on a hot roof?
I have.
Dude, it's hot.
Well, it wasn't that hot. Well, yeah, it was. It was September. September in Utah, actually not that hot.
It sounds hot.
Yeah, I don't think it was. Because this was happening while I was out elk hunting.
What town did it happen in?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It was in Utah, though.
I think it was in southern Utah, wasn't it?
Yeah, but Utah's a mountain. It's a mountain town.
Yeah, my brother was in Utah. I like Utah.
Like I said, I was in Utah at the time.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I was hunting in the mountains.
Well, that's interesting.
I don't know nothing. I started getting all these text messages from people wanting me to comment on things. I was like, what are you talking about? I literally didn't know what was going on. But I had to use the Starlink to get online.
Oh, wow.
I got a Starlink. It's like,
I like Starlink.
It's like the size of a fucking iPad. You land on the ground, you get high-speed internet. It's incredible.
That's cool shit.
Yeah. But that's how I had to, like, research it. Find out what the fuck people are talking about.
But did you see there was, like, the facility in Tennessee where they bought whatever the mic thing was, allegedly, that place thing got completely obliterated. 16 people died.
What?
Bring that up.
Where they made the microphones?
Where they made the lapel mic that he was wearing. This is probably a conspiracy thing or something.
Where'd you get this? TikTok?
This is a conspiracy theory or it's something that's absolutely true.
I haven't heard that one at all.
I think James Lee said.
But I'm trying to stay away from this shit. That's
agree.
why I'm not. That's why I don't know.
I agree. I think I don't know. It's just
so my point about the round is it's a large round and it seems like it would have done more damage. And this is not my opinion. This is the opinion of many experts.
Yeah,
I agree with their opinion. It's not uniquely my opinion. I saw it and I'm like, oh my god, he got shot. And then I heard it was a 30-06 and I was like,
that's interesting.
It's a little odd.
If you had to get shot by, what would you like to get if you had to get shot?
You want to get killed, right? You don't want to get...
I don't. Shoot me with a 22.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd take a 22, but a 22 kills people.
Where would you take it at?
Take it in the shoulder, I guess.
Fuck yeah.
Dude, no. You don't want to get shot, period.
I know, I agree, Joe, but I'm just saying, if you had to get shot, how do you, like... Because
butt cheek, 22, and tighten up. They're taking it in the butt cheek. Bang. I don't know. Not good. But no bullet is good to take. But the point is that seemed like not enough damage for that kind of round. But I might be wrong. Again, I might be wrong in that bullets.
Okay, if you're wrong.
Things. If it hit the spine and it blew apart, I just feel like you would find a lot of it in there.
Dude,
especially if there's no exit wound. Like, how come you can't find
The whole thing's bizarre, dude. Did you see the part, Jamie, that I'm talking about where that thing blew up?
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to find a good explanation.
Okay, understood. There may not be one. Thank you. I'm sorry.
I brought up this.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, just like, I don't know. I think I'm just scared. And it's like, yeah, what do you...
I just 18 people unaccounted for after deadly explosion rocks Tennessee plant. First responders rushed to Accurate Energetic Systems. That sounds like a CIA operation. A facility on the line of Humphreys and Hickman counties that processes ammunition and explosives. But is this the place that made the microphones?
So the conspiracy says that the microphone was taken to this place to be converted into like an explosion.
Somebody found an invoice from it. That's what it was. That was the piece of information that was going around.
Who found that? Is that James Lee found that?
Not sure.
See if you can find what James Lee has to say. He's my number one source of information.
That's what I heard, dude. I got to podcast with him.
Did you?
I got to meet him, dude.
Is he cool?
He's a nice guy, bro. He's fun. Yeah, he's like, his story's wild because he was working as a consultant for one of the big pharmaceutical companies, like one of the big ones that we know, right? Mm-hmm. And he just couldn't say the name, but he could say it, but he never said it.
Right.
And then he was in a Zoom one time, and they're like, okay, we still have a lot of stockpile from the first vaccination. And that's when he said they started suggesting, allegedly, that people should then get a second vaccination because they had this first, they still had more of the original vaccine. So it was just like a thing. Well, we have more of it. Let's sell it back to him, and that's why.
And so he started getting like very skeptical.
So he started really getting skeptical. He got out of it, and he said he just wants to like expose things that he feels like are not real,
right,
or true.
You think he might be CIA? Dun dun dun. Here we go to work.
I don't know. You gotta wonder. People thought Sean Ryan was cool.
Yeah, I've heard people do that.
Remember?
Yeah.
That was a thing, but then now people don't.
Doesn't seem like he is.
Yeah.
Unless they're being clever.
Dun, dun, dun. I just want to be able to have like a family and just like think that everybody's gonna be able to live.
That would be nice. Yeah, that's the thing about ideologies and tribes. If it wasn't for ideologies and tribes, the idea is that we should all be able to live together. It's like, but the problem is it's not fair the way the world's distributed.
Yeah.
You know the statistic about the 1% of the world? $34,000. You make $34,000 US dollars, you are the 1% of the world.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know, it's just tough. So it's like, you have to pray. That's what I'm trying to do.
In order for us to get cheap jeans and an iPhone that only costs $1,000, somebody has to get paid squat. Somebody has to get fucked over. Somebody has to work long hours, live in those Foxconn factories where they have nets to keep people from jumping off the roof,
Yeah.
Bro, you know when you're working in a place and there's so many people jumping off the roof, they just put nets up? You got a problem. Yeah. That's not a fun work environment.
Hey, Ron's hitting the nets, guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ron.
Ron.
Hit the net again.
Yeah.
Dumb motherfucker. Why do you keep jumping in the net?
Somebody comes back from a lunch break and they just have the net marks on their face and they're like, you tried it. It's just sad, man.
It's sad. I mean,
we're better than this.
Yeah, humans overall are better than this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So people that are not acting better than this are not, they're not, I mean, I know we all have mistakes. We all do things that are fucked up, right? But like at a point where you're like,
we should all be doing better.
Taking lives, and it's not the regular people. I think it's the governments, man.
100%. It is 100%. Because if it was just people, we'd all figure out how to get along. Unless you think those people are the infidels, or those people are the goyim, or those people are the Jews, or those people are the Arabs, or whatever you decide. Those are the other. You decide to other a group of people. Yeah. Then it becomes a problem because it's us versus them, and then you're back to the same tribal bullshit that needs to turn us all trans. That's why we need to lose our gender, lose our primate dominant instincts, and all of our territorial instincts.
Well, I told you I was gonna mail my dick away.
We're gonna be all telepathic with big old heads, little tiny mouths, because we're not gonna use them anymore, because no one's gonna have a dick to suck. No one's gonna have a clit to lick. So you're gonna communicate with your mind, so your mouth's just gonna atrophy. And you're gonna get all your food through a suck hole. You're gonna have just a straw to get all your food. You're gonna figure out how to make perfect food where it's just like you don't have to go to a restaurant, eat chicken, or have fish. No. Suck on a straw, get all the nutrients you need in this fucking sludge. And the sludge it feels like an orgasm when you take it. That's why you get people to do it. They take it, it lights all their synapses up. Like when you hit that fizzy boy first thing in the morning. Give me a hit. Come on, man! Let's go! This is the first hit. This is a good one. Give me a hit. Ready? This is everybody 10.
Hit that bitch, Ricky. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's that first one. Yeah, that's it. That tastes good. What's in that one? That's like a professional one.
It's coffee.
Ooh, that's delicious. That's a professional one.
That's a trap. Yeah, this one is for outdoorsy.
Outdoorsy. But it doesn't taste outdoorsy. It tastes like fake coffee. Nope. I'm good. One hit's good. No. I know it's a slippery slope. I'll be pulling into the gas station to get an Escobar later.
Oh, Escobars, those are the ones. Remember, you said you were hiding from yourself at night?
Yeah, I hide them from myself. They get me.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll be ashamed, so I take a hit and I blow it into my shirt. Won't let anybody know I'm doing it.
What's your tight shirt? They just fucking right up the armpits.
That's why I wear a hoodie.
Just so we can
put it over the top and cover up like a monk.
But tell me, Joe, what are some things, give me some, what are some things that we can do to keep us in a space of giving ourselves the best chance to feel human? Because one day you're going to go to a museum and there's going to be a smile in there.
Well, it has to happen on an individual basis, right? Everybody has to be human to each other on an individual basis. And sometimes it takes something chaotic, like a tragedy, like 9/11, for people to just be cool to each other. I remember, I've talked about this before, but post 9/11, everyone was so connected. Everyone was smiling. People were letting you get on the highway. They're letting you get in their lane. They're waving. Everyone had an American flag on their car. We've been attacked. We were united. And it's just sad that it takes something like that for people to realize, this is a gift to be alive in this incredible country, this incredible time in history. But we are under the rule of tyrants, And I'm not saying this the U.S. government's a tyrant, or I'm not, no individual, but every government that is in control of the military, that is involved in these exchanges with other countries, they're run by tyrants. Someone's a tyrant, whether it's Putin or this guy or that guy or whoever is in charge of Iran right now. They keep the people on the street from using the internet. They kill all the protesters. That's the problem. The problem is people in power. It's not people. People generally are good, especially when they're not starving. When they're not starving and they're not desperate and they're not being attacked, most people generally are good. Obviously dependent upon how you grew up, what you were exposed to when you were young, and what kind of horrors did you have to see. Were you in a war-torn country? Were you in a third world place where the cartels run everything?
Did you see those kids in Gaza? They were playing doll, and they loaded their doll up on a stretcher, it's fucking heartbreaking.
Bro, imagine just the trauma. If you lived in that place pre-October 7th, it was not fun even back then. It was an open-air prison by most accounts.
Yeah, they were taking settlers' homes. They'd come and knock into your home and then eventually just take it away.
Well, there's an attitude that a lot of Israelis have that it's all theirs,
Here's an explanation. Tinfoil hat time, though. Just
dun dun dun. Exactly. Okay, this is a dude named Mike France.
It wasn't James Lee reporting.
Mike Franco.
This is the same stuff I've seen.
It says October 10, 2025, exactly 1 month after Kirk's death, a catastrophic explosion destroyed Building 602 at the Accurate Energetic Systems facility in McGeewan, Tennessee. The blast, estimated to involve 23,000 pounds of explosives, killed 16 employees, injured several others, and registered as a 1.6 magnitude seismic event. The U.S. Chemical Safety Board confirmed the site produced cast boosters and miniaturized shaped charges for military and industrial use. Conspiracy theorists allege that AES was the manufacturer of the miniature-shaped charge used in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They point to a $425,000 Department of Defense contract awarded to AES in May 2025 for extra small anti-personnel demolition charges, possibly used in covert operations. The timing of the explosion just weeks after Charlie Kirk's death has fueled speculation that it was a deliberate cover-up to destroy evidence and eliminate the personnel with knowledge of the technology. So there's the pager attacks, the Lebanon pager attacks. Here's my problem with that explanation, and I'm not saying that I'm right and they're wrong. My problem is I don't see that thing exploding.
Yeah.
So that microphone, I don't see it exploding. I don't see fire coming out of it. If you have a gun and the gun goes off 6 inches from someone's neck like that, you're going to see a charge out of the great point. And if it's a small device without a barrel, something has to propel that energy, and that's an explosion. And if it explodes, you're going to see it explode, unless they've developed some sort of way of hiding that.
Yeah.
That I don't know about. But if they're talking about conventional gunpowder and what they use for bullet rounds, that doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Yeah.
But I might be missing something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's actually a great point that you said.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Kind of seems like that thing would spark.
Yeah.
I mean, it's close to his neck. It's blowing his neck up. I mean, it seems odd that it can do that without fire. Doesn't make sense. But I might be missing something. There might be some new technology that I'm not aware of. Let's find out that. Is there any technology that exists where you could have a projectile come out of a small thing, like a microphone that's on someone's neck, and not have fire?
I don't know. I don't know.
But there's also some stuff.
Head hurt.
Yeah, it should make your head hurt. But there's also probably some stuff that we're not hip to.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Right.
They come out with stuff all the time that we'll never see, probably.
Yeah, I mean, they have drones that look like bugs. They're like, yeah, looks like a bug.
That's
but it's a fucking drone, a little itty bitty drone.
You're just sitting there spraying raid on something that's watching y'all fuck or whatever. That's crazy.
Yeah, it films. Christy Noam's husband.
Oh yeah, boy. He got them murphers on him, huh?
Did anybody explain what that was about? Was it really just like a Halloween costume or something?
I thought it was probably, but then there's some others where he's kind of lipstick, and he actually.
But it could be he was fucking around for like a party or something like that.
They got Kevin Spacey and a lot of this. You can feel like Kevin Spacey come good with some of this photos.
But here's the question: Is that a costume he was wearing for funsies, or is this like a dress-up thing? This guy's a freak.
That's what I thought it was. His costume.
It could be, because if it is a costume for funsies, and then somebody finds it on your laptop, like I gotta explain. We're just fucking around. I was doing Wanda from In Living Color. You know?
Yeah. I ain't on the gossip, so you ain't heard it from me. I mean, was that Wanda? No, which one was Wanda?
I forget.
Dude, how great was that show?
Amazing show.
Did you love it?
Amazing show. Amazing show. One of the greats.
Dude, we would go in our neighborhood afterwards, and me, Larry, Eddie, Wayne, King, just guys off of my street. Dude, we'd go out there and impersonate all of the freaking characters.
That show was groundbreaking.
So there was hundreds of messages, blah, 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 and then this was some of them.
What do you mean, blah, blah, blah? I thought messages about what?
I said there's 3 models of women. There's 3 women, so like hundreds of messages were probably sent by 3 women from the
Oh, Christy Noam's husband.
Yeah.
Didn't she just get let go or something?
Hundreds of messages. Treat yourself as a woman who pledges to worship like a goddess, telling her you turn me into a girl. Before asking if he should put on leggings. Oh, okay, but is this real, right? Or so the post does not confirm the details reported by the Mail. This is what Mail? The Daily Mail?
Yes.
Let me tell you something about the Daily Mail. They just made an article saying that I'm moving out of Austin.
Oh.
That I'm fed up with Austin, I'm moving out of Austin. That's not true. And that was published by the Daily Mail.
Right. And also, didn't Christy Noam just go through something where she got let go? Or something? Is that right?
Yes. And not just let go, but involved in a scandal. So some sort of a money scandal.
Sometimes this kind of shit follows that. It's hard to know. But he also looks like, well, like who's that actor right there? He looks like a little bit.
What are those boobs? Those are crazy.
Will Arnett or something? No, not Will Arnett.
He's got crazy fake boobs. Like they're nuts. That's all it is? Yeah. So how do we know?
You got tricked easy, bro. Joe just got tricked, bro.
Well, I don't think they're real. I mean, I thought they were like a fake one.
But you was thinking about him. Oh, shit, she's jumping million right there. Look at that shit. That's crazy to me, dude.
So supposedly there's letters that he was sending to girls that you make me dress up like a girl. But look, again, isn't it crazy that she's involved in some sort of a scandal that's about money?
And then this comes out.
And then this comes out.
Right. You have to start to notice that. And then here's the craziest part. At a certain point,
forget about him. Can you find out what she was let go for and what's involved in it? because there was some sort of a campaign fund scandal or something that has to do something with money, a lot of money, like millions and millions of dollars, and then all of a sudden this happens. You got to get a little suspicious in this day and age.
Oh yeah, it was the campaign commercials she got in trouble for because it's like they hired like someone she knew and they're like she was riding a horse through the fucking.
Right, but there's something about the money being inappropriately spent.
Yeah, it's like $100 million or something.
$100 million
or 28 million. I'm trying to find this article.
Let's not comment until we have the specifics.
Joe, do you think that things would be any different with America's relationship in the Middle East right now if the Republicans hadn't won the election and Trump hadn't won? Or do you think it's all the same?
It's a good question.
Do you think it's all the same, like Geppettos in the distance, like running the strings? And it's
the last administration funded the proxy war in Ukraine, right?
200. And they
were 200 firm tied to Kristi Noem secretly got money from $220 million DHS ad contracts.
Okay, for $220 million, you can put tits on my husband for $220 million. You know,
but you know,
I'm not even a gay guy.
Right, but now they're painting her out to be a nutcase, right? Because her husband's a freak. So this firm, not saying that he's not a freak. Yeah. Right? He might really be into dressing up like your girl. That might all be real. That might be his thing. Let him make me put on leggings. I mean, he might have autogynephilia, right? So, but also that might be coming out because of this. And there's probably a bunch of people that got some money and they're like, let's try to make this ugly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's scary, too, because it's like,
who knows? I mean, we don't know anything about the case, right? We don't know anything about either case. The money missing or his fake tits.
Yeah. I never had no fake tits. I mean, I've done some weird shit here.
Steve almost got a pair of fake tits.
Did he?
That's too much. I agree. But he's in that, constant perpetual state of having to one-up himself. Doing something more and more ridiculous every time.
What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop it. What do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
That's crazy, though. You're the fucking terrorist. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror and start there. But also, what do I know?
What do you know?
You're right, I don't. But it's all just like, fuck, there's got to be some way that we're better than this.
This was found out by the story about Kristi Noem's husband was found out by like a newspaper online.
Allegedly.
If they can find this out, then obviously hostile intelligence services have raided the CIA officer Mark Polymeropoulos as well.
If a media organization finds this out, you can assume that a high degree of confidence that a hostile intelligence service knows this as well, added former CIA officer Mark Polymeropoulos. Damaging information like this can be a tantalizing lead for a hostile intelligence source. They approach the person and say, if you work with us, we won't expose this. If you don't, we will.
So he's posting these online and someone came across them.
Well, he might be a freak.
Who cares? Let him fucking cook.
Look, I think a lot of those people that are involved in government are freaks, and I bet their husbands and wives are freaks too. They're fucking weirdos. They want to be in power.
Yeah, it's all crazy. We just have to focus on the things that we can. Like Matt McCusker, he started a garden. It's like 10 to the garden that you can have, He grows blueberries and he grows,
that's the way to do it.
He grew one blueberry.
During the congressional hearings, Kristi Noem was probed about accusations of conducting a taxpayer-funded affair with her former aide, Corey Lewandowski, who has since left the Department of Homeland Security.
Corey Lewandowski, dude? Dude, I was in a fucking fantasy football league with that guy.
For real?
Yes. For real? Again, yeah.
No kidding? Let me see a photo of him.
Mother effer, dude.
She's pretty hot.
Silu, bro. Oh, this is a different dude.
Yeah, seems like a different dude. So that guy was the guy
Silu ain't shit.
Banging her. Okay. Supposedly, allegedly. Who knows? But again, when there's a bunch of money that's missing, there's a scandal, hundreds of millions of dollars, weird shit starts getting tossed around. They throw you House of Cards, baby. Go rewatch it. I think that's probably the most accurate depiction of how the government works.
Yeah. Kevin Spacey's a fascinating guy.
Well, everybody in that show was great. It's just like a really well-made show.
Yeah. That show was fascinating. He did.
All right, Doc, we gotta wrap this up soon.
Dude, that's fine with me. I was staying here because you're here.
No, I love you.
I love you
I
too.
have things I gotta do. Are you gonna be around tonight, or are you going back?
I might stop by.
Busboys in theaters April 17th. So that's like 2 weeks from now. Let's fucking go. 2 weeks in a few days.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Thank you for coming and talk about it.
I'm excited for you.
And just to see you. Yeah, I'm excited too, man.
I hope it kills it.
Yeah, I just think
I'm sure it's gonna be really funny with you and David Spade.
We did a good job.
I'm sure.
Dude, he's so funny.
Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be awesome.
But, thank you for everything, dude.
My pleasure.
And it's good to see you.
Always good to see you.
Yeah.
Come by tonight. Let's hang out.
I'll come by. I have a show tonight, but I'll come by.
Where you at?
I'm at this movie theater. I'm practicing for my special, so I have to get ready.
What time are you at the movie?
7.
Okay. Come by. We'll be there till I'm gonna be in. I'll be there for a while.
Okay. I'll come by and say yeah.
All right.
Beautiful to see you. Jamie, thank you so much.
Busboys, April 17th. Go watch it. We love you guys. Bye.
Very fancy setup. Not that fancy. Very fancy. We did, Geddy Lee did his Bass Players Are Human 2 thing. And I have done a similar thing with Norman Reedus. Norman Reedus drives across the country on his motorcycle and meets up with people. I did his thing. We kind of went on the boat, did a couple.
So yeah, that probably recorded and played to the recording
eat right, exercise, sleeping, and you end up with illness. And you say, well, and not my it should be worth it, but you can certainly do your part. And so, absolutely. I mean, I tried it. Tonight I'm not going to get much sleep, but I generally try to sleep well and eat well and exercise and all of that. I think that's all good. And we should do that. We're breaking, come back with more facilities for pushing and trying to
The free Coast Zone email newsletter is sent out 6 days a week and is a great way to keep up with all things Coast. With detailed program recaps, the fascinating Today on Streaming is listed, upcoming
Right.
It's the same as going, no, the chicken wings are great at this.
Yeah. Oh, you'll be surprised.
You know they use.
You can't have an assistant that looks like she says, "Wait, what?"
Friends that laugh, friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, yeah. 'Cause I show you use the love, just rebranded enough. It's stronger, better, bigger power, 'cause it is the Code Network. It's the Code Network.
What up, dude? So listen, let's start right now. And I want to say, stop what you're doing, everyone. Click out of this and watch my new hour.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm kidding.
Actually, you dropped the new special, Christopher?
Well, I did. You know what? I dropped a new hour. Yeah, I didn't shoot it. So what happened was I did a tour, and I didn't shoot it because I was like, I'll shoot it. And then I just started with new material, and I just did a new hour. Right? I'm like, I'm never going to do that again, that old hour.
Yeah, so you put it out.
So I just put it out, dude.
It's Josh Johnson.
Dude, I love it. But before you watch Chris's, make sure you go to Tubi. I have a new TV show on there. Deerhead's Gone Wild.
I saw that.
So
I saw that. That's dope,
if it goes well, thanks. If it goes well, they're ordering a bunch more. So go watch it right now, and then watch Chris's special.
Well, you kind of hijacked my thing. I think my new hour is on my YouTube, so you can go check that out. And then you can go check out Brendan's thing. Okay.
Well, before that, let's go to AirGriffin.com.
Well, I don't know.
Talking about this for years. Mark, are you paying attention?
But I actually
I get it.
chilling. So I have a new
What are you doing?
get Eric's face off of there.
Yeah, look at this. Finally, new website, everybody. Woo!
Oh wait, let's talk about. I want to talk about this actually a little bit.
Go down. Look at everything.
So
baby.
proud.
Oh yeah. Look at the tour dates on there. There's gonna be more.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but
Eric stepped his game up.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a website too. Okay, and
I mean, overpaid.
probably. I wouldn't know. Chicago, I'll be there. Little Rock, Sacramento. Dude, I always forget about Sacramento. I'm gonna be there. St. Louis, here we come. But go watch the B-side. It's called the B-side. Just put it on YouTube, the B-side, Chris Leah.
Why do you call it the B-side?
So here's why. That's an interesting question, man.
Short story, though,
It's not your best joke.
No, that's not it. It's the B-side because I didn't produce it. It's raw, and I didn't edit it together like I usually do. I was like, I'm never gonna do it. I have the footage. I'm just gonna put it out. There were good performances, and the material is. I think I'm getting better and better, but the material is great. But I just put it out. So I call it the B-side because it seemed raw and like that. And a lot of people were like, "Why the B-side? This is so good." I'm like, "No, it's just
that's a terrible idea.
No, it's good. No.
Hey, terrible.
It's not.
It's the worst.
No, it's not.
The first thing people are gonna think. No. You're wrong. No, I'm not wrong. I thought that. Brendan thought that. Mark thought that. And the person that commented thought that.
Mark said that. Hey, come on, man.
Mark, you're on my side.
No, I'm going to tell you why I think it's a good name.
I know you.
No, but not because of that. Okay. Because you go, what? And you click it.
Oh, you know what? You're lowering expectations. So then people think it's better.
No, I'm not.
I like that.
Yeah.
Hey.
it's good. Anyway.
Yeah.
It hit the.
Did you see the Tubi Flex? Because Netflix raised prices again, and then like Tubi tweeted underneath, it was like, we're still free.
I love when brands fight.
I know. I didn't realize how big Tubi is.
So you didn't?
When they brought it to me, I was kind of like, I guess that's where I'm at. They're like, no, dumbass. Tubi has a ton of subscribers. I had no clue.
Tubi's great. Yeah. I actually like Tubi because
you can find some gems on there.
Well, yes. However, doesn't it just have everything? I feel like Tubi just has fucking literally everything ever. But Tubi, what I like about Tubi is, I'm like, it's kind of nice sometimes to see ad breaks because you get to like check out and go on your phone and like go get a snack because you have a problem. But yeah, I agree. You just get a break.
But I just don't like when to break shows.
That's true.
There's no rhyme or reason.
No, bro, it'll be like, this is it.
Yeah. And the reason why
Can't you pay to have ad-free? Can't you pay to have ad-free like YouTube Red?
Yeah. But the thing I like about Tubi is they go, you want ad-free? Buy it. But you're going to be able to see the same shit. Like, they don't, it's not like there's like a premium, like, you can't see Mission Impossible 7.
Right.
That should be a premium. No, they're just like, if it's on Tubi, you can watch it.
Yep. Yeah, we ain't give a fuck, bro.
They got white chicks on there.
Yeah, that's, well, yeah, they got everything.
All this with my faves.
What is that?
Where's your show on there?
Gearhead's Gone Wild.
Brendan, I watched it. It's awesome, dude. It looks awesome,
buddy.
Dude, it's like the same show that we were working on. It's just better. You guys did a great job.
Yeah. Thanks, bud. Yeah, we got some boys. They shot for Motor Trend and fully torqued.
Yeah,
they're good.
It's great.
They are good. The host sucks, but thank you.
Why didn't you tell us that you were doing this?
Yeah. Why do we have to find out on Tubi?
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't like it at all. I don't like it either.
Well, you know how it is, boys. You know
what he's saying? You never know what the
This happened quick.
Yeah.
This happened quick.
Wow.
Like, I shot it.
You got 5 episodes filmed already. Looks like it didn't happen that quick.
No, 4. I shot 2 in November, and then I was like, they asked me to do more. No, listen, I shot 2, and there's no home for it. There's no home for it. So I understand. Over. And then literally a month before, like, yo, Tubi wants to buy 4 episodes. We need 2 more. So I shot them in a week. Literally, the week before it came out, I knocked out 2 episodes. And then they're like, yeah, so this is just a test trial. So, I don't talk about it. It's not.
Yeah, you never know. Right, yeah, I get it. But who comes to you, I don't even know if you can talk about this, but who comes to you and says, Tubi wants to buy it?
My agent did, because they were, Tubi's looking for original content. Because we were planning to shoot, I don't know, smaller episodes for YouTube.
Yeah.
And my partner Steven, who's from Philly Torch, was like, yo, listen, I can't dedicate a ton of time to this and take away from everything else I'm doing unless we start making money. I can't restart a YouTube, channel and do all that shit because that takes a hot second. And he's like, no, I get it. And then my agent was like, we shopped it to Tubi. They want to buy it. So I'm like, good. Your boy's back in.
Nice. Oh, good.
That's it.
Great.
You know how it was.
Being on Tubi is like the Star Wars. Well, you could be on it. Yeah, but Tubi is like, I think Tubi's kind of coming around because people used to make fun of Tubi too much. And now it's flipped, I feel like.
When I met with the marketing team, and I was like, a lot of people have Tubi. They're like, we're number 2 behind Netflix. We have 300 million subscribers, you fucking idiot.
Wow, you know what?
You mean number 3 because YouTube is number 1.
Well, okay. Yeah,
okay. All right.
I'm just saying YouTube's number 1, and it's not even close.
They don't have TV shows, though. You know what I'm saying? They don't really have.
They used to. Remember YouTube? Did that?
RedTube? Whatever that was.
No. They used YouTube Red.
Right.
Whatever happened with that?
It's because this is free.
They don't need to do
So
it.
then when you start going like, it would be like if Instagram started charging $20 a month even just to use it. People would be like, I'm out.
Right.
You know, that's fine. You know, it's like YouTube is like, they're like,
But they had some good stuff.
There was just like,
But you can watch whatever you want. Right?
It just never got picked. It just never got picked up. It never started getting momentum. Well, I haven't seen you boys. We haven't been in here since the live show.
Oh yeah, huh?
Dude, my mom. I got off stage. My mom goes. She just got out of surgery for her cancer. She's cancer free now. And she before she goes in surgery. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dude, before she goes into surgery, I was on stage, so I didn't have my phone. She goes, hey, my only request is give me a live show. This is her favorite show. And of everything I do, she don't give a fuck about Her Head's Gone Wild, Fighting the Kid, Shop Show. I mean, she's a fan, but she doesn't watch any of it except for this. She loves Chris and Eric, specifically Eric. She loves Eric. She thinks he's good for me. Yeah, she thinks he's good for me. So my mom, before she goes in for cancer surgery, goes, hey, all I'm asking for is a shout out during the live show. It's my favorite show. I didn't get to after. So, Mama, this is your shout out.
Oh, that's cute as fuck. See, by the way, if I don't know, you would have been shouted out.
You would have fucking sang a goddamn song for you. So we're happy for you that you have that the surgery went well, Mama Shav, and thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for birthing this.
Yep.
Oh, I got. By the way, let's talk about this. Shop's dad.
Yeah.
He's a dilf.
Yeah.
He's a dilf.
God.
Yeah. You start doing this, Eric. You start doing this to him, dude. Like,
yeah, that was crazy.
That was hilarious.
It was very funny.
That's all out of context.
Yeah, no,
you didn't know he's my dad either. You didn't know he's my dad. Like, look at this guy. I'm like, oh, shit, please don't say that's my dad.
Oh, I know it was your dad.
Is it weird to see your friend's family? You go, what are you doing? You're all fucking them, but different.
Yeah.
You know, it is weird. Like when you look at the other lifelines, my brother's like, yeah, that's a bizarro Chris. You know, it's just weird.
When I first saw your dad, I was just like, yeah. But then sometimes, after you see like 2 or 3 people in the family, you go, oh, okay.
Oh, I get what you're fucking with.
But then I see your mom, and I'm like, what?
So, yeah. You want to see something? You want to hear something funny? I think you'll like this, but so my uncles all came out, and my dad, my uncles, we were all hanging out. One of my cousins, my uncle's son came out with them, and Calvin, doesn't really probably remember them. He met them 3 years ago. And, he's 6 now, but he's 6? Yeah, he just turned 6. Bro, I know.
What's happening?
I know. So he's got a 10-year-old.
I know.
It's unbelievable. But so Calvin calls my dad, his grandpa, Pop. That's his name, right? For him. So we went over to the house and we hung out with the uncles and all that stuff. And we drove home. And out of nowhere, Calvin just said, it's like we have 5 Pop-Pops. Because of how much And I was like, oh my God, that's so funny. It is. Like, they're just different versions of him. And then they were coming over, and then later on he's like, are the Pop-Pops coming over? Like, it's a band. But it was so cute, I thought. But yeah, it's
does Calvin always want him to stay the night? My son's always asking for everyone to stay the night.
That's hilarious. That's really funny. That's
funny. How do you even explain how?
That's cute.
It's like you almost have to that. You know what that one is? What? That's one you can keep in your mental Rolodex to when they get older, they understand, and you can go. You used to want people to spend the night.
Yeah. That's how stupid you were. Yeah. That's funny.
I have so many things in my head. I can't wait to see.
Hilarious.
Oh, bro, and it's uncomfortable too. Like Tiger's team won the championship the past 2 weekends. And the coach
that's cool.
So he's like talking to Tiger. Yeah, he's like, I'm so proud. He made me great. Teachers are like, Dad, can you stay the night? I'm like, buddy, that's a grown man.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He's not sleeping in your fort tonight.
Yeah.
All right, I have something to bring up.
Okay.
All right. You have a nanny.
Yeah.
Okay. Brandon, you don't have a nanny because you have a Mexican wife. So.
Yeah, correct. No,
they don't do that shit.
No.
Right, you have a babysitter. Right. Okay. 20. She's 20. Okay. So She was dressed a certain way one day.
Well, hold on. Before you go on, scale 1 to 10.
No,
she's walking down the street.
We can't do that. It's just babysitter.
Yes, we are. I need some context. Just tell me this. Eric, just tell me this. Is she a warlock?
No. We can't even do that, bro.
Now a warlock. Okay.
All right.
Hey,
but here's the thing.
Hey, not a warlock? Got it. Hey,
okay. So here's the thing. First problem, it's not a problem, but Wolf doesn't call her name. Like, you know, so she has, I'm not going to say her name, of course. But then
he calls her the help.
No, he calls her, this is, by the way, like, let's say your name's Chris, and a kid called you Cece. Yeah, okay. You would get it. Chris. Yeah. Wolf calls her Fifi
for no reason.
Reason.
Amazing. Okay, that's great. He just looks at me, he goes like,
Takashi 6ix9ine.
He totally did that. He totally was like, nah, Fifi.
Yeah.
You know, so now we're like, I said to Rachel, Fifi?
Yeah.
Where'd he get that from? It's like, okay, so now we just go, we even say, so-and-so's coming today, and he's like, Fifi.
Wow, that's so funny. Okay, yeah.
Right,
so Fifi.
Yeah. She's athletic, you know, so she wears athletic shorts. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I just, Rachel and I are laughing about it.
What do you mean, together by yourself?
Yeah. She's not there. Rachel, you know, but then Rachel's like, yeah. So we were laughing about it, but then the next thing I know, Rachel says, yeah, so I asked the AI how to tell her to dress more appropriately.
Oh my God, what a thing to ask AI.
And I just thought it was, I just thought it was so funny. Well, no, because in Rachel, I think it's because, like, they're sneaky like this. Who? Women. We're joking. Yeah. And when we left the joking conversation, obviously, she was like, huh. Well, right, yeah. Huh. I don't know if I want.
Right.
Fifi, you know.
Yeah. Well, is it more because of you or more because of the kid? Who knows?
I'll answer. It's Eric.
Well, no, I listen. I am fully aware. Like, when you're, I just being a comic and like everything that's happened in the world, society, and everything. Like immediately, it's like I saw her and immediately I was like, okay, you know, I was like, good morning.
Another clue. She's not a warlock.
Good morning. Yes,
She's
you know.
Because if she had no ass, no one would care what the fuck she's wearing. If she was in chained up or had the sweater puppies at the front, nobody cared.
We knew. I can already tell by your hey. That's what I was doing.
Hey. Yeah. But the thing was, I just thought it was cute. Like, yeah, you know, one thing, you know, you're in a great relationship when something that your wife doesn't like, okay, or something that like before when you were like just dating, or if she was like super insecure and whatever, then it turn a mountain into a molehill, right? Oh, and this is like the kind of thing where she's like, you know, you know, she's like, you know, I don't want that around my husband, type of vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think.
And I laughed at it because I was like, I would never. Like, this is not.
Yeah, of course.
But you think of like the.
Arnold said the same thing.
Yeah, and then he said,
comics.
Yeah, but Arnold,
come on, do it. Come on,
Arnold was like Arnold. You know, like that. True. I feel like at that time, I think a person in that situation, you're Arnold Schwarzenegger. You're like, I'm gonna do whatever I want.
In the 80s.
In the 80s, yeah. He was like,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're mine, though.
Yeah. I feel. I think one in my house is mine.
But she was so busted that his wife thought she was, you know, okay because she was busted. And he was like,
yeah. Oh,
God. Someone has to take care of this thing.
He was fucking.
No, someone has to take care of this thing.
Mine. Anything that's mine, they have to come on. Yeah. Or it.
Yeah.
The VCR is mine. No, but I guarantee you his wife, the thing that she hated the most about that situation wasn't even that he cheated, but that
it's the kid.
That she looked like that.
Right. It's just like, come on, dude.
No, I'm gonna get a kid came second.
You don't even have standards.
Yeah. It's like you got punched up.
There's that, but also the kids. looks so much more like Arnold than any of his other kids, and he has his genetics. He's jacked and handsome.
His other kid is like the main kid.
It's a small actor. He's all small.
It's like if Brendan and I had the same dad.
Oh, wow, that's funny. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I told you Callan one time when I first met Callan. I
still want to do Arnold Schwarzenegger bits.
Come on, do it.
I still want to do Arnold Schwarzenegger bits. Okay, but like, that could have been 20 minutes.
Come on, kill me.
Do the I want to get back, just so you know, do the Brian Callen, but I want to get back to Arnold Schwarzenegger fucking everything in his house because our kid is his. Now go ahead, because I love Callen thing. But then we're going to be like, the coffee, give me the cup. You know what I mean? Like, the fridge.
Come on, do it.
All right. So, but I want to hear the Brian Callen thing, but just.
Yeah, you guys all know Callan. He was living in Brentwood at the time, gorgeous house. And he goes, I get to his house, I was just going to pick him up. He goes, you got to come in, my new nanny's in. And I walk in, and when I say a 10, she's a bona fide fucking 10. I look at him, what do you mean? I go, you can't, we can't do this.
Well, what are you doing? Yeah. What I don't get is...
They literally let her go the next day. The next day, they're like, this isn't
really
going to work.
So how did they do that?
First of all, she ain't going to do the job right. Remember that girl? Remember that girl that Kanye was his assistant? And I was like, what assistant work is this chick doing?
Oh, right.
What are you an assistant?
Assistant to my balls?
I'm just saying, you want your assistant, listen.
She's my unloading assistant. When my balls get heavy, she comes into play.
You want your assistant to be like a go-getter.
Yeah.
It's like, give me the right flight. You know, if the big titty 10 can do all that, then I'm like, because then I can say this. No, she's great. Right. It's the same as going, no, the chicken wings are great.
Yeah. Oh, you'll be surprised, you know. You can't have an assistant that looks like she says, wait, what?
We don't have a reservation, sir. Are you sure?
Wait. I used the app.
So like again, yes, there's beautiful timepieces out there that are like go-getters and do their thing. Doctors. What I'm saying is like, then you're just like, that's just a bonus.
Right.
But
well, also
in this day and age,
nanny isn't really the one you want to have to be having the looks, you know, or it's fine if they're nice looking, but dress appropriately, you know, like you know, I
don't want some nanny being like, I'm taking Wolf out to the pool and I'm gonna swim with him, and then she comes out in a 2-piece.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
Which you're just
that is
like
pretty crazy.
I just, you know what, in my mind I'm always like, I always think of Rachel, right? But so it's just like, that's movie stuff, you know. There are people like that.
Look at the housemaid.
Yeah, but that makes sense because of the story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But what I'm saying though is like, you're like, what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I see another person's situation and I look out and I'm at the house, I look at their pool and there's like a 22-year-old in a bikini, I'm looking like, who's that? You know?
Yeah.
Who's that? And they're like, oh, that's the nanny. And she's like, I'm like,
yeah.
And like if Rachel wasn't there, I would just be laughing my ass off. So I'd be like, no way. Even if you're like,
that's why anytime.
What if you come
That's
over
why anytime we've hired help, they look like the fucking Danny DeVito from Batman Returns. They are idiots.
Nice. This is what happens. You walk in with your wife. You and Chris walk in my house. You walk in and then there's like a 22-year-old in a bikini outside with the kids. You know, this is how we would be looking, and then Rachel, Merry Christmas, they would both go like this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, to be honest,
and the unspoken communication you would have is like,
they wouldn't even have to do that. They would connect already, neurally, with that face.
Yeah, right. And you would hear it in your head too. You know, she just looking at you like this, but in your head, it's
like, yeah.
My guy sister. She's in the bathroom peeing, not even with her.
Yeah.
I understand.
I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I mean, hey, listen, maybe that's like, whatever. I don't know how to
There's
feel
a
about
difference between having a nanny or a babysitter that's a good-looking person than if they know they're a good-looking person and they're activating it though.
Chris? So real.
But yeah, no, that's
No. That's really what we're talking about.
right. Because honestly, my nanny is an attractive person, but she wears stripes,
No. What you just said is like, if there's a nuance to that's what we're talking about. Like, don't act like
I don't know, boys. I don't know, because my dick's activated.
I understand.
It's
that's
my
your
wiener's
problem.
activated.
I understand. However,
And that's when we're in the wrong. No, you get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
That's when we're in the wrong.
For sure.
But, you don't want to just enjoy every view. Like, you're still in the wrong, but it's like, hey, don't bring the cookies over and go like this.
Yeah. Don't make me smell them. Yeah.
Don't be wafting the cookies over.
Oh, it's gonna be a joy effort. When she walks down in a fucking nice outfit.
Yeah, you're just like, no, but I get what you because in that.
Oh, so this ain't gonna be entire.
Like, you gonna take some blame, but hey, you know what this is like? It's like, you pull up to a thing and then like your friend jumps out, goes to the liquor store, and you just chilling. You look up, he's driving the place.
He's like, drive.
And you're like, what happened? I didn't even.
Oh, this ain't gonna be entire. That's hilarious, bro.
So that's what that is. But it's like it's the activation. And if you don't know what we're talking about, go F yourself.
Yeah.
Because you know exactly what
Everyone on Earth in history knows what we're talking about.
You activate it.
Yeah.
and listen, by the way, we still are in the wrong.
Oh yeah.
But you out here activating.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, come on, how about? It's like the guy. It's like the guy fucking. You got 4 guys carrying the couch, 1 guy's fake lifting it.
Yeah,
this motherfucker. How about?
That's exactly what it is. It's so that's all anyways, all right, good subject.
At Marathon gas stations, every stop is the start of fun. Like the awesome fuel savings you can get with Marathon Rewards. Join Marathon Rewards today. Start earning rewards on every gallon of gas. You can redeem rewards at any time, saving up to $1 per gallon. And don't forget, Marathon stations are packed with all the conveniences you need to stock up and live life on the go. Marathon, where fun runs on full. Available at participating Marathon locations. Terms and conditions apply. See marathonrewards.com for details.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. I swear.
If I line them down.
This is the Mensa free. This is the Mensa warning. This is the with movies like Interstellar, Dreamgirls, and Gladiator. And TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Let me ask you guys this one. Have you ever ordered anything from Temu?
I haven't, no.
Okay, but Brendan, Temu?
No.
Don't ever do it. All right. I've gotten gas.
Chinese, right?
See how big this is right here? See how big this is? Yeah. So I ordered a
Bro, this is like the thing with Temu.
Yeah, this is the thing with him. All right, the size. I should have brought the thing with me.
Oh.
So in the picture, the person's holding a circular, because my girlfriend would.
This album was sponsored by Intuit Credit Karma. APG Tour retracts the Los Angeles for the GM Eagle LIG region. Presented by Class Pro. April 16th through the 19th in Del Cabo Euro Country Club. Come watch 144 of the world's best female golfers, including LPGA Major champions Anna Green, State 2025 champion Ingrid Lindblad, first responders, military, and kids under 17.
Good sign is like the circle. Yeah. The person's holding the circle. I go, oh, I want that.
Yeah.
I'm getting the rip. The thing that showed up, it's like this.
That's the size.
I said, are you kidding me?
That's why. What is Timo? It's a size thing with Timo. Chris had ordered a couch, and it was a fucking.
Yeah. It's crazy. So this is the thing too. You know how Amazon does this now? When you order something, they take a picture of the order in front of your door or whatever. Okay. Rachel goes, I ordered some SD cards. Okay. She goes, babe, these were like in the driveway. In the middle of the driveway. Wow. And I go, well, that's strange. I said, maybe it was windy.
Right, sure, yeah.
Just a little package.
Right, maybe I came over, put in your driveway, hoping you run over it.
I look at this. It's already gone. I watched the screenshot of the picture. The picture is in the middle of the driveway. What? Yeah. The guy took, I guess the guy opened the window, he threw the shit out, and then he took a picture.
Wow.
I mean,
that's wild. Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah, that is wild, especially because it's electronics.
They just threw the shit. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Well, you didn't even know what it is.
Right, exactly.
You know, it could be eggs.
It could be, he was just furious he could drive up this,
yeah.
All of that. You know, I'm just like, I can't stand when people don't take their job serious. They don't have that job. They don't have that job.
On my tombstone.
You know?
If you didn't take your job serious, don't be fucking remembering me here. Leave. That's gonna be on my tombstone. Dude, I totally understand. I understand everybody doesn't have their dream job.
Of course.
But my gosh.
But don't take that out on the job.
Yeah.
Go home and beat your wife. You know what I'm saying? But deliver my shit. Bitch. Listen, don't be your wife. But I'm just saying,
don't. But
keep that shit for yourself. You know, like it's like so they go.
Yeah.
You signed up. You signed up for a job you don't want. Now on the job, you gonna make it worse.
Right.
But Eric, did you read any of the comments?
Oh, I already got the read. Let me tell you how bad it is, Brendan. Timu. Before I went to the border.
You know he fucking retaliated.
Oh, great.
This motherfucker's poison the hood.
Yeah, I drove my Timu like this.
Yeah. They shot one of his homies.
I drove my Timu. They already said before I went to it, and it said, "Hey, we're refunding you this without you returning." Because the description's not right on the thing. I said, oh, so you already been having issues with this. So I said, 100%. Because then I opened up the things. None of them work.
All these SD cards?
Yeah, none of them work.
Oh, really?
You get what you pay for.
I get what you pay for. 1,000%.
But you got that on Amazon?
No, from T-Mobile.
Oh, the SD cards for T-Mobile?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Oh,
buy it nice or buy it twice, my mama said. Buy it nice, buy it twice.
No, that's true. That is a good one, yeah.
Yeah, so that was my situation.
Wow, let me actually go. Eric brings very good topics in.
The best. Yeah, he's the best. Yeah.
Well, I just think of things.
If we could just
you're gonna say
plug in the fighter and the kid, that'd be great.
This year, the amount of snow is the second lowest ever recorded in that location. Officials say the projects with no measurable snow left.
Oh, by the way, both of y'all, let's talk about the live for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? So,
The live golden hour.
the live. Okay, so when you don't know right now,
Before you go on, favorite part was that dude Austin going, "You guys are just gonna freestyle up there? I'm worried for you guys." I went, "Oh, buddy."
Wait, who said this? I feel like Chin was fucking saying this. And I go,
No, Chin didn't say that. Austin said that. Austin Awake. The guy who.
yeah, it's Austin's cool, yeah.
He's like, "Man, I'm worried for you guys." I went,
you know who should have been freestyling up there?
No.
Chin and Lil Brown.
No, they were good.
Just teasing.
No, I know.
No. Carry on. So, two issues I have going our fans have, so you know this. One issue, if you watch the Patreon, you'll know, Chris got shitty. Okay?
About what?
No, we were supposed to go to dinner.
Oh, right.
You just disappeared, and I knew.
I literally got shitty.
Yeah, you got shitty. And I'm on my phone, I'm like, what the hell? You know, I say, you napping? You know, and then of course later you're like, just woke up.
Yeah.
And you're at the game.
That's on the Patreon.
Okay. But you know who never hit us up?
Oh, yeah.
You know who never even was like, hey guys, probably not gonna make it.
Yeah.
You know, Rogan's taking us to some secret. You know, we're gonna hunt people. And do jujitsu. You know.
Now I have.
You know who never hit us up?
I'm gonna let him go. I want to say something though.
Go ahead.
I understand. Like this is like the natty thing. This is a joint effort, okay? Because you should have known that he was not going to do that because he had a fucking full day.
Listen, I realized this. I realized it when I was texting with you. I realized that I was like, he's with Rogan and Joey, and he's not coming to dinner with us.
But you should have just not even. Yeah, when the fact that he's like, well, we go to dinner. I'm like, this, you're just asking a lot, dude.
No. Yeah, there you go.
Don't
Chris is right on it.
Still could have responded.
You could have just said, come on, guys. You could have said something.
But he was walking down the stairs in fucking booty shorts and a bikini top saying, like, let's bring the kids in the pool. This is what he was doing. It was a joint effort.
You know what? I realized
but also, Dad's in town, and Tiger had 2 full games.
Take anything into account.
No, I didn't take it into account then because you know what I took into account? I was excited because we haven't been together in a while.
I know.
And then the live went so well.
Oh, we got his pussy wet, dude.
The live went so well. I was like, oh, we're gonna keep hanging out.
Oh man.
I know.
Brendan treated us like
live
work.
was so
You got the stripper's number, bro.
Yeah, he treated us like work.
The stripper's number. But it was dope hanging out at the fucking in the green room. We had a good time.
But
Chris had to work.
That's all I need. We had a great time. Eric just wants to keep the party.
Yes. Yep. Just appreciate what we had.
By the way, that would have been fun.
What we had like this, man.
No, that would have been fun. I would have loved it.
Me too.
Yeah, but also I loved what happened. And I'm really grateful for what things are. And Eric isn't happy.
He wants more. Eric wants more. He can't please him.
These two, I'm carrying the couch by myself now. These two are just, Brendan's on his phone, and Chris is doing Arnold impersonation.
Yeah, I still want to get back to that.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, the dome in the driveway. The star, he's mine. Bring him inside. I'll fuck him. So, new cat, awesome. They're mine. You can tell because I go to fuck them. cats. All it doesn't matter. Get 12 cats. There'll be 12 cats with cum in them. Mine. A dozen cummy cats. Oh shit, just a dozen cummy cats? Yeah. A dozen cats with cum in them. A dozen. I don't care what you bring in my house. Bring in whatever. Dude, are you inviting guests? I'll fuck them. If a fly gets in, I'll chase it and come on it. I'll wait till it gets to the window, and I'll fucking wait till I'm jerking. I'm jerking, and then at the end, I'll run over to the window and just spray them with my cum. It's mine. The fly will be too heavy to fly away. I'll open the window, it'll be on the ground. It will look like it is fucking... It got wet like Spider-Man. I literally go get water right now. Yeah, you take a break. You just see me walk in front of the camera, then I come back and it's like, I see, oh no, I see a good friend of 20 years coming over. Oh no, oh, the relationship is going to change. We're going to have a falling out. He's mine. Next time, look, yeah. Hello, it's slowly turning into a Hitler. It's turning into Hitler impression. Yeah. Slowly turn to Hitler as you keep going. So, anyway. Hey, Ching got a new whip. I'm staring at it right now. Ching got a new whip. You know, got a new whip. So, Eric, what did you get? Oh, you got a Cybertruck? What? Ching got a Cybertruck. Wow. Eric goes, what? What'd you get, Eric? I got a Lucid Gravity. It actually looks cool. I want to make fun of it, but it's electric, you know, so we don't have running field.
What up? What up, big dog?
Gravity, Jim. Which one is that? Oh, because you had the car before.
Generally, you can't buy a stock with $4.
It's basically a station wagon, though.
You're asking why you can't. You're asking why you can't invest $4. I mean, maybe usually you need to create an account, and they've got like fees and stuff. So maybe you just buy cryptocurrency. Get a wallet. A popular one is Rabbi Wallet. Another one is MetaMask. Another one is Uniswap. I don't want your money, big dog.
That's sick, though.
I got a mom vehicle. I drive like a grandpa.
What'd you say?
Like this car has like these 3-engine.
You don't. You don't. Everything's a risk.
It's like nice. Okay. Like what Tesla's? Yes. Yeah. There was only one time I went into that mode because I was driving peacefully down. Look, there's Eric with his new car. Actually, my car was just like there's Eric with his new car. I'm driving down the street and then this like Tesla was like actively trying to be like, get out of the way. I'm fast. That happened to me today.
There isn't a guarantee, my man.
I think that's why these kind of conversations are more important than ever, right? Because they're so empowering, they're so nurturing, and they're even really grounded. Well, I had what I intuition growth spurt. So our intuitive system is not meant to remain static, it's meant to grow and evolve. And I got into all of this in my late 20s when I had an intuition growth spurt and several of the psychic pathways in my mind. So I had to start figuring out what was going on. I was hearing this gentle voice in my mind that was giving me really accurate psychic information. I am starting to really be able to feel other people's energy and emotions. Now I have more of the main psychic pathways open and online, but as they were beginning to open up in my late 20s, I had to go learn what's happening with these really getting this stuff in a big way. How did the growth work with the That's a great question. Intuition growth spurts are something that can be quite common, and you could have, several of them over the course of your life. Sometimes they will just happen organically because perhaps it's a moment in your destiny, a moment in your life perhaps where you're meant to have expanded psychic ability, you're meant to have a stronger intuition. But there are also things that you can do that can initiate a growth spurt. So just learning more about your intuitive system, about intuition in general, that will create a growth spurt. Also just simply taking better care of yourself. We always think of intuition and psychic ability as these kind of big, fancy, mystical things, and they are. But simply taking better care of your physical body, regulating your nervous system, all of that kind of stuff can initiate a growth spurt.
So for me, psychic pathway, hearing, seeing, knowing, guidance, psychological guidance, I think I am one.
Yeah, surely you do. So guidance is also your sentience. Of course, psychic pathways are also those with more clairs. And clairsentience is where you can feel other people's energies and emotions in your own system as if they were your own. You can also be quite sensitive to the energy of a room, the collective energy, and people who are strong in clairsentience can also be sensitive to physical stimuli. So sometimes, loud noise is a little too much for them. Bright lights, they're a little more sensitive to physical stimuli in general.
How about hearing?
Hearing is clairaudience. So this is one of the first psychic pathways that came really online for me in a big way, which is interesting because it's a more rare psychic pathway to have open and active. Clairaudience is where you're hearing a gentle voice in your mind that's giving you intuitive guidance, and the voice always sounds the same. It's always gentle and calm. And then in time, you can start to discern, okay, where is this voice coming from? Is this my own voice, my own higher self, or intuition? Or is this an angel? Is this someone who's passed over? It for me, it might be I'm in a session with a client and I'm getting information from one of their loved ones that's passed over. It sounds like a gentle voice in my mind. Even though their audience is, I think, careers, I think pathways that have really open and active way where it was just a voice. It's interesting. I was teaching a course last year about intuition and of course psychic pathways, and a lot of people in the course told me, I had a sense of their audience. I just didn't know what that was. One student said that they were leaving the house and they were about to forget a letter that they were to go mail, and it was somebody's birthday. It's like where the letters used to mail. So all of a sudden they heard this gentle voice in their mind saying, "Don't forget the birthday." So one of the wonderful things about learning about intuition, psychic pathways, is you start to realize, hey, I've actually had some of this stuff going on. I just didn't know what it was.
All right, what about seeing?
Seeing is clairvoyance, so you'll hear that term thrown around a lot when you're talking about psychic and intuition. But clairvoyance really just means seeing intuitive guidance. Now, this is usually happening in your mind's eye, so you can see an image that is very straightforward. Like you might be wondering, what's that letter that I was supposed to post today? And then you see an image in your mind's eye that, this is like under the kitchen counter, that's where that is. So the clairvoyant images that are intuitive guidance can straight forms like that, or they could be in that where, you might see a friend that you have, and they're out in the field, there's this kind of swarm around them. That would just be a metaphorical and that you're seeing in your mind's eye and say, hey, my friend might be like this to hurt you right now. You might see them kind of, painfully making their way up this big mountain, and they're carrying something heavy on their back. That would give their waist image that is metaphorical, saying, yeah, they're kind of struggling right now. They're really quite a mountain that way. Portion, yeah, knowing their cognizance. I love to talk about this psychic pathway, it's the unconscious psychic pathway of getting breakthrough thoughts, ideas, and mental downloads. What's really interesting about their cognizance, I think this is a psychic pathway a lot of people have an attachment, but they may not realize it. And it's important to know the difference between a their cognizance thought and a regular thought. So regular thoughts are often those kind of sometimes annoying thoughts that keep circling around in our brain. It can be the same old worries, the same old fears, the same old to-do list items, the same old fantasies of being on a beach on vacation, or that kind of thing. I'm sorry, I was just going to say their cognizant, intuitive thoughts, those come form into your mind. Your breakthrough thoughts, they're different than the regular thoughts. They get your attention because they're out of the box thinking. They're thoughts that you logically strategize your way to. So they seem new, they seem interesting, they seem like a breakthrough information, and they come into your mind. We're talking with Dr. Rothschild about the way you wire some people more different than others. So another great question. I like to talk about what I call an intuition spectrum. So, we all are very natural intuitions, so I really want to empower everyone listening today to remember that you're really intuitive. And I think sometimes people who are attracted to shows like this where you talk about intuition and psychic phenomenon, that could be a sign that you really are perhaps farther along. You can really increase your intuitive capacity just by studying, just by practicing using your intuition in small everyday decisions. Things that you don't have too much skin in the game. Should I go to this restaurant or that restaurant? Use your intuition in small decisions that don't matter too much. You don't get nervous, and then you start building up that intuitiveness. And it's really amazing just studying intuition and being aware of it. And that's number one. So it's true that some people might be just really naturally incredibly intuitive, but other people who are intuitive as we all are, but maybe they're not on the really high end of the spectrum of intuition, they can increase their intuitive capacity enormously just through studying and practice. Give me your definition of intuition. Well, the definition of intuition is, and again, I think one thing that would be interesting for people listening is to know the difference between intuition and psychic pathways or psychic phenomena. Sometimes those two things are talked about in slightly different ways. So for some people, intuition is simply when you're getting these intuitive hits, these intuitive feelings about your life. That's just about something in your immediate surroundings. Psychic phenomenon sometimes is when you are getting information about someone you've never even met before. Like when I on the phone with every client that I read for, I've read for thousands of people all over the world, they all start out as strangers. So psychic means that you're able to witness information about someone, that you know nothing about, but you can pull amazing information and start to really understand their personality or know names about them.
ever have done so side gig almost has a broader reach, whereas intuition can sometimes it's just as powerful, but it feels more about it really is. And I think even in the podcast, it can become something that's really normalized and very everyday, especially for someone like me, who I do psychic readings, all week. But I think that's really valuable. And you can normalize this, and it starts to feel like this everyday thing. That's when encourages activating your psychic.
Today with a Tesla.
And I went like this.
Oh wow! Nice. That's cool. I like that. That was today.
It is transgender month, so I'm sure electric sales are up.
Wow, dude. Fucking smashed it. To infinity. You smashed it to infinity right there. But I
think you're $6 a gallon. I don't care.
Oh, dude, 6. We're lucky if it's 6.
Fellers. In Texas, it's 4.
Yeah, well, but by the way, it's still high.
That's still high.
But
and
yeah.
That's high for us. Like, people are mad about it. It's usually 3 or.
But that's how it is everywhere in the country, though. Yeah, that's always been like that. If it was like $3 here, we were like, God damn, $3. You go out of town and you're in like someplace like $1.50.
No, I know. Yeah, like they pay you for gas. Yeah. But anyway, Arnold Pitt still got ideas, but we'll move on. Yeah, he got a new car. So congratulations, dude. You say that. You say congratulations for that. I don't know why. I don't know. It's a big purchase. It's a big, yeah, true. You didn't.
It should be no congratulations. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry you have to make this payment.
Right. That's what. New car, new house. Congratulations. It was a house. I feel. But yeah, you didn't build it. Yeah, I don't know. House makes kind of sense.
House is different.
Got it at home.
Yes. You move it. You start the
house is a beast. Yeah, house is a beast.
But a car is just like, what are you doing? Why'd you get?
Car's a big deal, though. Especially if it's a new car. You know, a car's a big deal.
Yeah. You know what? I think it was a big deal for sure years ago. And now it's like there's just so many fucking cars.
You know what's not a thing anymore? How about this? Remember when? Can I talk about this here? I don't know. But remember when limos were a big deal?
Yeah. I don't know if you talk about it here, but we've talked about it. Yeah.
I saw a limo the other day.
Get over limo.
It's wild.
I saw a limo. It was like, I was like, this used to be like
the thing.
Luxury. Yeah. If you're not in a limo, it's like this is fancy.
It is weird how those went away.
Like now it's like
because of
Sprinter black, not super black, but
right.
It'd still be a Toyota Celica.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, I think it's a weird thing.
You know what really took over the limo shit was Sprinter vans.
Yeah.
Like there's kids on Tiger's travel ball team where their dads have Sprinter vans.
Right.
So in between games, they should go in there. It's like full couch, TV, AC. Like they're dope, man.
Right.
Yeah, but I just don't know what happened to get picked up in a limo. There's a little bar in the back. You know what I mean? And then, the guys, you see the driver, but you kind of like, the driver's like, yeah, so you come here often, and you're like,
yeah, then you play like, we knew he was going to do the sound effect from jump. That's why I brought up limos. It's going on for too long. It's your fucking electronic window, dude.
But I think you can still rent limos, but what do they do with all of them? Like
you still see them in Vegas sometimes.
I don't even know.
Not much.
I saw Escalades and SUVs now.
Maybe you're right. I had one. They picked me up in one like 2 years ago.
It's so weird.
Yeah, but
I was on a road with Matt, and we saw this like It's like this red, like bedazzled limo.
Right.
And I saw how he was looking at it, and I was like, oh, this, you don't even remember. Like, that generation.
Matt?
Yeah, if you're 30.
30 maybe, you would.
I don't know. 15 years ago, I think limos are big.
No, because the only time you would take one would be high school, right?
Prom. Yeah, you go to prom. We're going to
get what did Matt's face say?
It was just like,
what the fuck is that?
He certainly knows what a limo is.
Yeah, right. Let's do it. You know?
Yeah. Wow. It was great. Then he bought 10 of them.
I know. We went to, we were in Cincinnati.
I'm going there next week. See me there.
So we go to Cincinnati, and I got a haircut in Cincinnati because Gary Owen.
I love that song, Frank Sinatra song. Gary Owen. I got a haircut in Cincinnati. Sorry, but I know I do that for 10 minutes. But
So Gary hooked us up with the guy. Gary, I was here. Oh, he's from there, right? Yeah, he's from there. So I know, it's crazy. Gary Owen, And I said, but it was funny because I was like, you saw how he got married? You see how fancy it was? Yeah. I said to him, I said I could get an invitation to the wedding. Yeah. I was like, there was a cast of 6 2000s black movies were at your wedding. Right.
That guy's life is funny because
I was like, the cast of All My Children was at your wedding.
Basically a black guy.
He's basically a black guy, but he's crushing it now because of Instagram.
Yeah, no, he's great.
Clips
He's
crushing.
great. He's always been good.
I love him.
He's a monster.
Then we went to this really nice steakhouse because Matt went to the game. So a lot of the players came to the show. Cool. And there's this one Dominican player. I can't believe how tall he was for a baseball player.
We're talking about basketball?
Baseball.
If it's Dominican, it's baseball.
Yeah. He's on the Cincinnati. They just beat Boston, and a lot of the players came.
Are you talking about Dela Cruz? You talking about Dela Cruz?
Yes.
Buddy, that motherfucker. First of all, he's a shortstop. He's 6'6".
Wow. He was so tall, and he had chains on and stuff, and I was like, he didn't look like a baseball player. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, buddy, ball.
It's so cool. And we went to this really great restaurant.
With the guy?
Yeah. Afterwards, but it was 20 people there, and all these baseball dudes were it was really cool.
You know what? Oh, you're not done, right?
No, go ahead.
Okay. You know what? I have had a lot. That's something that famous people, when people get famous, they do. They're invited into the club. All of a sudden you'll see.
Because they're safe.
Whatever the reason is, and that very well may be the reason, is I never wanted to do that. No, granted, I know.
You're not into sports.
No. But what I'm saying is, once Tiffany Haddish made it, then she started hanging out with whoever from fucking, that is something that famous people, when they get famous, they do. It's they're invited in the club, is what it is. And there's
because I think they can relate to each other. They can relate to each other, and they don't need anything from each other, but they can relate to each other.
Okay, so now
if you're Kevin Hart, you're not gonna ask for pictures.
I understand, but maybe
you still ask for pictures.
But listen, when you're famous for 20 years, I understand what you're saying. But when you just make it, it's not that.
No, but I think that everybody is a little envious of what the other person is doing. A lot of times, be like a rock star, or, they love comedy.
Right. Yeah,
I wish I could do that.
Yeah.
It's just, I think that's just
so
all.
What does that say?
So you're with a professional athlete. He's and he's in this arena.
Right.
Matt's, it's an arena full of
Right. But so Matt likes to do that because he's into sports and
this is when he threw out the first pitch.
Yeah.
And they just that I also realized too is when you're young like that, he's in their age bracket. They know who he is.
Yeah.
They know they were on the same Instagram. You know what I mean? So they're like, oh, let's go hang out with this dude. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it was but I'm saying, and then I gotta show you a picture of this cake. They brought this cake out. It's God, who do I send it to right here? If you're gonna put it up, it's shaped like a shoe.
Send it to Gold Dark.
Oh, okay. This is great.
Why is it shaped like a shoe?
Why didn't they make him a cake?
I don't know. This is what this restaurant does. It's pretty crazy. Where's Golden Hour?
I'm not in there, but you can there. You're not? Oh, I don't work on Golden Hour. You were on it though, right? Yeah. I just thought you remained in it. Oh man, I've been having a conversation with you for a year and a half.
And then Kevin's still getting messages. Wait. Yeah, I was just about to do that. But yeah, so I think that's what it is, man. I just think that sometimes when you
yeah. I just okay, so
Mark G, right?
If my first instinct, I don't know, I guess you're different. I guess if a famous baseball player as famous as me, wow, for comedy, right? A baseball player as famous as me, that I am for comedy, right? If he was the guys want me to come out, I would be like, oh, fuck, I have to think about that. That's going to make me anxious.
It's completely different. This is how it really works.
Now you know how I felt when you guys were in town.
Oh, this guy.
That's funny. That's good.
You would not have even gone to the baseball game.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That makes that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but if you did, you knew a guy. This is how it would go with you. You know, you would go to the game because you met one of the players someplace, and he looks at you. He goes, "Oh, I have that same bullshit sweater from that guy." Said, you know, and you guys have oh yeah, I love that guy. Boom, boom, boom. And he's like, well, what do you do? And the guy would be like, I play baseball. And you're like, I know, I'm fit. You're a comic. You'd have to hit it off with the guy.
If it was Dela Cruz, like he's such a special player, Chris. If I showed you some highlights, you'd be like, that's pretty dope.
No, Eric is
You're talking about a special
Chris,
player.
I don't care if it's Michael Jordan. Chris wouldn't care. It doesn't matter.
Eric kind of knows.
Yeah, I know. And then if you guys hit it off like that, and then he's like, you're like, why don't you go to my show tonight? And the guy's like, oh, all right. And he brings like 5, 6, 7 players. You'd be like, oh, this is cool.
Okay.
You're talking about it.
That's how it would have to happen.
That's how it would have to happen. And then afterwards, they go,
I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Okay.
I'll tell you what's going to happen if Calvin gets into baseball.
Well, that's very
If Calvin gets into baseball, then you're going to be like, like, buddy, guess who's coming to the show? Dela Cruz. He's like, what? Yeah, I'll get pictures in a glove or a ball for you. That's
100%. No, that's
another way, but the way I said it is.
Well, that is how I am. But yes, that is true too.
Yeah, you know. So this thing was so decadent. Oh my
that's
God.
a cake.
It's a cake. And then what delicious chocolatey moussey thing. But the guy that works at this restaurant, that's what he does.
Yeah, apparently.
And he had another one. I wish I took a picture of that. It was like a Rolex.
Why didn't you take a picture of that?
Eric,
because I was
Eric,
like,
let me ask you this. Eric, how many people are at that dinner?
Like 20.
Oh, wow. Who pays for it?
Matt paid for it, actually.
I don't like that.
Well, he just did it.
Yeah,
He just did it.
He wasn't expected.
He wasn't expected to pay, but he was just like,
I would do that.
Yeah, exactly.
You are, though.
No, not if he's got rich baseball. But now let me ask you a question, though. Who's wearing that terrible sweater? Who is that?
Dela Cruz
That's Joe. That's the Batch merch guy. He actually is the merch guy for Chappelle also.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he's great. He's from that area, I think.
I know, fair enough.
Yeah, that's fine, but don't wear that. I'm with Chris. That shirt is atrocious.
No, well, if you're a Cincinnati fan and you don't give a fuck, which is what he's probably doing.
Sitting next to his dad is like, it's a great.
Cute.
But it's like it's they were great. But that Dela Cruz guy, he had an interpreter there. He was just at the end of the table, just chill. He wanted it to just be chill too. You could tell.
Got it. Well, that's cool, man. I mean, yeah, no, it is cool.
It's funny because they had like famous people on the menu, so they had like a Burrow steak, for Joe Burrow, right? And I was like, probably not available.
I don't want to eat it.
You don't get it because he's always hurt. So
got it.
Everybody was like, they get it. So when they brought this down, I was like, Joe Burrow's wanted to be like a food.
Oh, that's funny. He's always hurt, huh? Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
But he runs that thing.
His line sucks. Yeah,
really?
I was thinking about this, and I was like, he probably will never request a trade. He's probably just because he's our Dan Marino. He's so loved in that town that I can't imagine it. Yeah, that's probably got to be a factor.
Do you say our Dan Marino? Like you're from Cincinnati? I don't understand.
He's from Miami.
Well, meaning like he's our generation's Dan Marino, younger than you guys.
Oh, God. Well,
like Dan Marino when I was a kid, he played on a good team, but never won.
Wait, hold on. Joe Burrow's from Miami also?
No. Joe Burrow's from Ohio.
Yeah. He's from Ohio.
Right.
So he's like
Ohio State, transferred to LSU.
Yeah, that's cool, yeah.
So he probably, this is like...
Remember, he transferred to LSU? He transferred to LSU. He left Ohio State to play at LSU, so he has that dinner. He's like, I got a ball.
College, man. Everyone leaves home for college.
Right.
So that's fun.
That way from Ohio. Ohio State's a big deal, Bubba.
I wonder why he did that. He went to Louisiana.
I'll tell you why he did it. Because
LSU.
Two of the top 5 receivers in the league right now were on that college team. That was the greatest college team ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that team.
Ohio State's not good though either. Then.
But they
It's
won.
not like he was leaving
They
some
went undefeated.
scrubs.
He won the championship.
Because of him.
You know, went right to the Super Bowl. What are we supposed to do? Let him.
You know what we're talking about, Chris?
I don't know. I know Joe Burrow though. Yeah. So I don't know. But anyway, fucking. You got another hot topic or something? He's killing it with these.
Arnold?
Oh yeah.
What else was Arnold fucking?
Oh yeah.
I'll take this fucking and great. You know, I'm reading that book, Project Hail Mary. Did you see the movie? I didn't.
I started the audiobook.
Okay.
I want to see the movie,
Same.
but I do want to read the book first.
Yeah, that's how I do it. But
Something like
Hey,
you
are you guys watching
I
these
do.
shows?
I don't.
Are there any shows popping right now?
What?
I feel like there's no shows on Netflix. There's nothing right now to watch.
There's Tubi.
There's nothing. HBO, nothing. I got nothing right now.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Love on the Spectrum to drop down Wednesday.
Thanks for bringing this up. There's a new one on Netflix where, so they got Love is Blind, all right?
Hate it.
All right? This is a new one. They should have called it Age is Blind, okay? Because what it is, you're dating groups of people, and two people get together, and they don't know their age. All right?
And there's some old bitches on there.
You know what's crazy, Brendan?
Well, how do they not know the age if they hear them?
No, they're talking to each other. They're interacting.
Old ladies. Oh well, that's what I.
This is what's stupid about it. So this one guy, first of all, the girls are dying. Okay,
the old girl.
No. This is a different couple. The guy's like, this other guy's like, he reveals it. I'm 48. I have 2 kids, and then she goes, well, I'm 22. Okay, he goes like this, and I was at home like this. I had.
The dog, Eric was the dog. Wow, that's a really good impression of
But
the dog.
Eric, how about that one older one who everyone was going for? Then she went with homeboy, and she has 3 or 4 kids. They're older than him.
Yeah, no.
And he was like, "Is age give me an issue?" She goes, "I mean, I have kids that are 30, 32, 33. So if you're not older than him, it could be an issue." You can just see on his face, he's like, "Fuck."
Oh, so you can say that?
No, but I don't. Did she say that though?
Then you know she's 90.
Yeah. Because then it reveals her age.
Yeah.
Well, this other one was great because it was like this young black girl, and and she's even saying, she's like, "I really like this guy." And she's like, "But
White guy, 6.
But
White
he's
guy,
40.
right?
If she's like, 40 would be a lot." And then at the end of the episode, she says how old she is. She's 27, and then he goes, "Yeah, I'm 60. He didn't look 60. But I knew he wasn't 40.
So they don't even tell you the age.
Yes, you don't know until, you know what I mean?
No,
But
they only tell you Chris, they only tell you the age when they make a connection and agree to partner up. Then they go into this secret age room, and they're like, "How old are you?" Like 24. "How old are you?" 66.
But they've made a commitment at that point, though. They put rings on each other's
Yes.
fingers.
Yeah.
But the thing is, my favorite part about watching the show.
You know if it's a.
Wait. So that's my favorite part about the show. I go like this. She's 57. He's, that's my favorite part.
This dude's
guessing the ages.
Chill.
But what I love about it is like in this era, I'm so surprised they put this out because we live in this age gap era where everybody's making a big deal, and then Netflix is like, "Well, let me show you how it happens."
Yeah.
2 people connect, and this is what the fuck happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's funny.
There's like a 21-year-old girl on there, and she's like, "I'm just these men are so immature. I'm looking for an older man." I'm like, "Man, you're 21.
Yeah, okay.
Chill out."
But also, I mean, look, if you're going on that show and you really are interested in finding a relationship, and you are a 48-year-old man, and then she says she's 22, you go, all right, being in a relationship with somebody like that, but check, it's not like you go, "Okay, you go into a room." They've been interacting all episode. Okay.
They actually like each other. They're saying, "We're not going to tell our ages until we go, I'm committed to it."
What's the show called?
I don't even know the name of the show.
Oh, wow, this guy's just watching.
Because Rachel's watching it. I just come in and I'm like, "Okay, what's this one?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not that invested.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But there's there is no shows. There's no show like Silo or those kind of shows right now.
Paradise? No, that show's bad. Bad?
Nah, that show's bad. You got bad.
Wrote it.
Yeah,
wrote on it.
take
The only thing on TV right now is
I thought
American
you liked
Idol.
that show, Brent.
I'm watching American Idol, and I don't even.
I used to, Mark. I used to. I grew up. American Idol. I'm out.
Yeah, they've done
second season sucked.
But I do like
American
I
Idol.
started watching The Voice. You know, it's totally different type of.
No, fuck you. Fuck you.
There's nothing else on.
God, dog.
There's nothing else on.
There's nothing on. Love on the Spectrum drops Wednesday.
What about Vanderpump Rules? Nick is watching Vanderpump Rules. Watch that?
You know who came to the show?
Get the fuck out of my face.
Love is a couple from Love Is Blind who at the show. Nice. Yeah, so they came to dinner with us, so they made it. Yeah, they made it. Yeah,
Is Love Is Blind about the going to dinner?
Oh no, that's not the autistic one. You're right, no,
Love on the Spectrum is the autistic one.
What?
But there's nothing positive. What about the? What about the Peaky Blinders movie? You guys watch that?
I never watched that show. I didn't. It's just one of those shows. It reminds me of Man.
Mark, you said you did or didn't?
Where I never got into it, so it doesn't matter. Even though people say it's great, I tried one
fantastic.
time. I threw on Peaky Blinders, and I was like, maybe it was too late, and I was like, I don't want to watch this.
Oh, it's fucking fantastic.
I'm sure that it is, but I had other.
But you know what? When the movie came out, I went, nah. If it was a series, I'd watch it.
I mean, Breaking Bad is amazing. I didn't watch the El Camino thing, right?
No, me neither. Hey, Mark, you watched the movie, Peaky Blinders movie?
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, same thing. I was kind of hoping for a series.
Yeah,
just okay.
Once you watch a series, you realize everything that a movie is missing.
Yeah.
You know,
they can't find the story.